Chapter 1051. Few cultivators waded into the ranks of the distortion beasts like Durf did. Instead, they sought to fight the beasts from the edge of their range, many cultivators working together against the bulk of an individual beast. Yuval did the same, waiting for them to attack then launching his own counter. Flames clung to a particularly densely furred limb, which then withdrew into space beyond. If they were simply normal flames, they would have been immediately quashed. Without oxygen or even the normal concept of space around them, mundane fire would go out. But proper flames could linger and grow on almost any medium. The downside, especially against cultivators, was that they could be put out by thinking foes relatively easily. Yuval couldn't create a self-sustaining reaction that would function entirely on upper energy, so in most cases it was a waste of effort. Even most beasts would have enough control over their energy to put out such flames upon recognizing the danger. Distortion beasts weren't somehow less intelligent than normal animals with cultivation, but they did not think in the same way. Regardless of whether it could put out the flames or not, the furred beast clearly didn't. Other flaming limbs appeared in various places around the city he was defending, but anything they caught alight Yuval was able to put out, as he was still the origin of the flames. He couldn't say he was solely responsible for defeating a powerful distortion beast, but he certainly caused it great trouble as its outer layer rapidly became charred by the flames. Allied cultivators found it easier to cut into the beast without its thick fur, hacking off pieces to leave charred lumps of flesh everywhere. The cleanup was going to be a pain. Distortion beasts were not even always good as fertilizer, often filled with noxious toxins despite it making no biological sense. Sometimes their remnants could be formed into weapons and armor, but that usually took specialists. The swarm of distortion beasts was widespread, assaulting the whole planet. Yet it was still within the realm that the locals could handle. Most likely it wouldn't have been, had Zorka lived and the rest of the disciples of the Beyond not been driven off. This was only a small portion of the attractive force they were intending to propagate. It had to be noted that the Exalted Quadrant had their own forces on the planet, at least at the beginning of the event. The disciples of the Beyond who had fled from the formation array were among the first to hop onto ships and begin departing the planet, but others rapidly followed. Some flew right into the approaching horde of beasts, and the Exalted Quadrant's departure was unorganized. No doubt they had planned the attack, but it wasn't supposed to trigger quite so soon. It shouldn't have been a coincidence, and while Velvet and Runa would have gladly taken credit for their choices, it was clear there were other manipulations behind the scene. Not that Velvet was opposed, when it was for the proper reasons. She recalled that the Prospect Shapers had been waiting for her approach, escorting her to Renov. They didn't necessarily have any plans at that point, but diviners and all sorts of fate manipulators were generally good at detecting the presence of higher-ranking cultivators. Thus, an augmentation cultivator like Velvet showing up was a perfectly natural reason for them to be prepared. The particular risk factors that had been mentioned potential as assassination targets had all seemed like good targets, but Velvet had ended up here. And at such timing as they actually killed Zorka and mostly disrupted her efforts. It could have been her own luck, but Velvet kind of hoped it was planned to some extent. Even if they couldn't see the actual results, simply pushing people towards overall positive or negative ends was quite useful. As for why, if they had a hand in things, they had not simply told Velvet and the others who they should target and helped smooth the way. Various similar groups like to be mysterious. Whether it was actually helpful or not was often in debate, but being straightforward might have changed other factors. Or Velvet could be reading too much into things. But rather than wondering, she planned to investigate the matter. The results this time were about as good as they could have hoped, except arriving slightly sooner might have completely prevented the distortion beast assault. Velvet expected that the Prospect Shapers would have the fate of the entire chaotic conglomeration in mind with their efforts, but she wasn't certain that would include the fate of individuals, especially those who were not part of them. As it was effectively her job to be suspicious, Velvet felt justified looking into the situation more deeply. Though she had to be careful, since if they did have ill intent then acting carelessly could get her caught in a web. "I can't believe we were so successful," Runa commented. "It's hard to catch augmentation cultivators off guard. Everyone is thrilled. And we couldn't have done it without you and your team, so I'm very thankful." "You're welcome," Velvet replied. "On that note, I'm sure you're interested how the mining efforts here on Renav are going. I'm proud to say we've more than doubled our output. Runa saw the look on Velvet's face and nodded. I know, that's not good enough for you to wait in line for your turn, but I'm working on that. If everyone else is still on an accelerated time frame for their shipments, they won't worry so much if someone got ahead in line. That acceleration of the mining was actually less relevant for the trajectory of the war as a whole compared to killing an augmentation cultivator and restoring full control of a planet to the conglomeration's hands was also a large factor. But for Velvet personally, the prospect of owning another void steel weapon was more personally relevant than the course of the war. At most, she cared about what happened to Runa and the Spirit Slicing sect and general damage to the Exalted Quadrant. You think it's possible? Velvet asked. Good, because I'm thinking that we might have to leave a bit sooner than anticipated. It had already been around a year, from some perspectives quite a long time, and from others a mere instant. There's potential trouble on our eastern border. Maybe nothing will come of it, but, Velvet shook her head. We also can't remain here forever. We'll be targets. It's unfortunate, Runa said, because we always need more help. Together we stopped one push, but we are constantly being pushed back on other planets. We need some sort of stabilizing force to maintain our hold. Grand formations? Velvet suggested. You could link several systems together, perhaps. The resources that would require would be difficult to convince anyone to let go of, Runa shook her head. Besides, if some particular area then falls into enemy hands, it's that much more difficult to get back the land. What is it you need, then? Velvet asked. It's difficult to say. More victories. A way to increase enemy casualties without increasing our own. More of our own augmentation cultivators to stand up against the enemy. And a consistent influx of well-trained and equipped fighting forces. So, just a few things. It's not easy, Velvet agreed. Hopefully the damage to the bottom line the Exalted Quadrant experienced during their invasion of the lower realms will blunt their impact further. I hope so. Unfortunately, their attacks haven't dropped off as much as we might like. And we could have lost an entire planet full of cultivators just now. Runa grinned. But instead the enemy did. You're a good luck charm. Your people all seem stronger than they should be. I'm not sure about that luck part, Velvet said. Winning is just habit for us, since we face so much trouble. We might be constantly beating back bad luck instead. I bet there are many who would have clear opinions on that. Like the prospect shapers. Velvet had asked Runa about them, obviously. If she didn't start with someone she could trust who had a proper position, then why even bother trying to gather information at all? I understand your concerns about trusting them directly, however. I can say they have been willing to risk themselves often enough that they have the conglomeration's best interest in mind, but you're right about your group. But as you said, you're also in the habit of winning. So keep at it. I'll back you up as much as possible. The earth shook around Durf, but only relatively small amounts. Previously he had moved planets, at least a little bit, but here he was working with far smaller quantities. A few tons or tens of tons at a time. As he continued to work in the mines with Mundi and the others, Durf had rapidly grown in his understanding of proper mining techniques, and with his body being several steps above the rest of the miners, they couldn't keep up. Maybe with another few decades to temper their bodies they would close that gap, but his individual productivity was among the highest. Not that anyone was upset about that. He led them in training, and being handed special techniques for free was something any cultivator could appreciate. Their increased productivity made them more valuable in the eyes of their Spirit Slicing sect as well. Previously, their position hadn't been one with much glory. Once they knew that Durf wasn't trying to deprive them of steady work, they were quite appreciative of his presence. In the null energy zone of the mines, Durf swung his pick over and over. He wasn't learning much about hammers from his movements, but he wasn't battling with the rocks. This was his creative endeavor. He liked to see if he could predict the patterns in which rocks would fall, or if he could make a smooth cutoff where he pulled rocks apart. Mining more efficiently was no longer his goal, but instead a side effect of a hobby. There was one particularly good swing he did that took down an entire segment at once, breaking a 2-meter wide and tall area down into easy chunks, going a full meter back. A trivial amount of area to dig out with energy, but where they were it was a massive amount, especially for a single swing. Durf stepped forward onto the rubble and did it again. How satisfying. He liked the sound of the pick, and the sound of the individual bits of or rumbling around on the ground. The chorus of other workers was also quite satisfying, and it was much more comfortable than it had been previously. They still had purity birds as well, though they didn't do much but sit around and be generally disappointed at the lack of toxins to ingest. So there was no singing, but they were nice to look at. When Durf stepped out of the mines that day, he was an augmentation. Many people had been expecting an earth-shaking result when he advanced, and they were technically right. They had just expected it to be, if not more metaphorical, actually quite larger scale. It wouldn't have been odd if he had to go break apart a planet or something, but instead, it happened while he was in the null element zone of the void steel mines engaging in his hobby. It was training, certainly, but for his body and not his energy. Durf noticed the change when he got out and accepted it. Oh good, he nodded. And that was that. Others had much greater reactions, especially those who hadn't been expecting an augmentation cultivator to suddenly appear. Obviously, they quickly recognized Durf's energy signature, but he made more than a few people's hearts jump in their chest, worried that Renav was under attack somehow. In a way, his advancement had seemed inevitable, but it was still somewhat of a surprise when it happened. His path of cultivation was circuitous, unable to be guided by the sect he was born into, but his determination had kept him going. He'd still managed to build a solid foundation and had constantly put in the effort. With some proper guidance from the Scarlet Alliance and his own insights, he managed to advance. What changes people might see would soon be revealed on the battlefield. Chapter 1052. With constant war across dozens of systems, the fight between the chaotic conglomeration and the exalted quadrant came at a great cost for very little gain. The conglomeration's main goals weren't the monopolization of the resources on various border worlds, but instead maintaining control so that they had a buffer zone between the exalted quadrant and their main planets. Velvet had not been to any of those deeper planets, with the closest being Renav, which was currently under stable control. However, after another series of victories, their group was invited to visit some of those core worlds. It was impossible for Velvet to refuse. The spymaster within her wanted to learn as much as she could, and in general she found it valuable to learn about their semi-allies. Yura was the name of the planet they were set to visit. Runa was light on the details, telling them that it would be better to see it in person. Meanwhile, she was quite interested in their ship. "Isn't it problematic to bring this deeper into our territory?" she asked as she looked over some of the readouts. Most likely, she could make sense of the current page of the console, but would not instantly intuit the rest of the operation. "It's more risky to leave it on another planet," Velvet said. "Unless you want to constantly be looking out for it?" Velvet asked. "I do mean personally, of course. I would trust your people for most things, but I wouldn't want the ship to explode for no good reason." "It would do that?" Runa asked, slightly backing away from the console. Not that the ship contained enough power to harm an augmentation cultivator. At least, not in a form she would recognize as a danger. "It might," Velvet shrugged. Though actual self-destructive methods were currently positioned to be manually activated, just in case there were people prying where they shouldn't be. It would be annoying to lose a good ship to curious idiots. Unauthorized computer access, if they somehow managed to get that far, would end up with a full wipe, however. That would be rather inconvenient for its functionality. "You people have such strange tech," Runa commented. "It's pretty cool, huh?" Julie commented. "Too bad we can't show you the really good stuff." "I probably shouldn't have even mentioned it." Velvet shook her head. "It's not unexpected that we have secrets yet unknown, but I would certainly avoid sharing any actual details. No offense, Runa, but it would make you a valuable target for the Exalted Quadrant." "I understand," she said. "I already have enough troubles. Though it might be nice if we could use some of this. The Exalted Quadrant has started trying to make some tech, I think," Velvet said. "They haven't made it on any scale, but if it becomes a problem, we can at least share an equal level to help you keep up with them. It's too much risk to do more than that." "I appreciate that very much. It's not like we've ever done anything for you. Maybe not your people as a whole, but you did. You supported me when I needed it," Velvet said. "Plus, I'm still trying to get some new daggers," she waggled her eyebrows. Obviously, any considerations regarding tech would take place after she already had what she needed. that would just be for the sake of causing the Exalted Quadrant more trouble. When they finally arrived at Yura, they found it quite odd. It was a gas giant, but with no ring or moons. Nor did it have orbital cities of any sort. You know, Runa said, I kind of made some assumptions about your ship, but it can survive some pressure, right? Velvet nodded. As long as we don't have to go into a star, or the like, it will be fine. Assuming we have full access to energy for the duration. Obviously. Do you think our ships could withstand high pressure without upper energy? They'd turn into a pile of splinters. Or pressboard. As they got closer, Velvet was able to slip her senses through the thin barrier protecting the whole planet. There she saw an extremely strange sight. She thought it was odd for a gas giant to have no moons at all, and it turned out to not entirely be true. It was simply that these moons were inside of it. Given that each internal moon had its own barrier protecting it, Velvet doubted it was entirely natural. Though perhaps it was a consideration for those below a certain level, she also figured that most terrestrial bodies would crumble apart under the pressure if unguarded. They did not approach the planet alone, but were escorted by the spirit-slicing sect. Otherwise, an unknown ship like them would most likely be assaulted, or at the very least very closely investigated. There was no point in risking any misunderstandings, as a single moment of misunderstanding could result in damage to the ship, and there was no good way to repair it within hundreds of light years. Julie's knowledge could only go so far. Many parts simply couldn't be replicated without complex infrastructure. Instead, they smoothly approached one of the moons that was orbiting around the center of the planet. According to Runa, that was the capital. Even with all she had already been through, Velvet found it a unique experience. No doubt there would be many people eager to inspect the formations that sustained various moons orbiting within a gas giant without losing momentum or being crushed or torn apart or any number of other things. It seemed like it would be an extravagant use of energy, but perhaps there were secret efficiencies that made it work. There were all sorts of tricks that formation masters could use, and Velvet only knew that she wasn't even close to understanding all of them. In the area of novelty, Yura was more impressive than Xianxia. It was like diving into a mystical sea and finding strange cities hidden in bubbles. But aside from the barriers protecting the cities, Velvet found it to be typical cultivator fare. Perhaps being part of an effort to smash apart the Citadel of exalted light had dulled her sense of wonder. No doubt the palaces were marvelous in their own luxury, but Velvet had become accustomed to practical and widespread luxuries. The quality of her own accommodations on Xianxia was not that many times better than the average person. There were also other issues that made everything feel outdated. Others were more impressed. Misai and Julie had seen the Scarlet Alliance, but they were still a few centuries younger and thus more easily impressed. And Yuval was only used to the style of the Scarlet Alliance, plus the border regions here in the chaotic conglomeration. They were much more sparsely populated, and this place was packed with people. Probably less efficiently than Xianxia, but either way its streets were stuffed with people. Their ship landed at a proper starport, and though it stood out as odd, the style was still vaguely within cultivator aesthetics instead of the style of tech ships. It was meant to blend in as much as it could. Though there were only so many factors that could be accounted for, and the chaotic conglomeration wasn't the same as the Exalted Quadrant in terms of how they made their ships. When they stepped off the ship, Yuval's energy suddenly flared. Chitty grabbed him by the collar, yanking him back. "Let me go," Yuval complained. "Didn't you sense dash?" "I did," Chitty said. "Now tell me, are you going to fight an entire market full of people? Or the entire city? Or the entire chaotic conglomeration?" "But they're treating people like slaves." "Yes, and there are better ways to resolve that than slaughter." "I could buy them all," Yuval suggested. "They would have a new lot in place by tomorrow." Chitty shook his head. Yuval grit his teeth. "How can you be so calm?" "I've seen many atrocities with my own eyes," Chitty said. "It's important to understand when and how you can make a difference." "But you don't even dash," Yuval stopped himself. Chitty just shook his head, opening his empty eyelids with his head turned towards his brother. "I know what I said. It's much easier to speak that way. Anyway, if you don't like this, you need to convince people that there's something better, and for their own interests, not something nebulous and difficult to comprehend like righteousness." Misai cleared his throat. I could prepare a speech on the efficiencies of a developmentally focused society. Chitty shook his head. I do believe we are several steps away from that being relevant here. Yuval grimaced. Can I do something? Sure, Chitty said. Grow stronger. Become a relevant factor that people have to listen to. I still don't like it, Yuval said, crossing his arms over his chest. Good. You should hold to your convictions. I am not saying to do nothing. Just make sure that you actually have a chance of success. Velvet had little she could add to the conversation that Yuval and his brother hadn't already worked out. She paid attention to Durf's reaction, and while he looked displeased, this was not the circumstance that hit closest to his heart. Personally, Velvet hadn't been planning any sort of widespread upheaval within the conglomeration. They were a valuable target for the Exalted Quadrant, and she didn't want Runa to be placed in danger. If she caused some sort of uprising or civil war, the Exalted Quadrant might take advantage and finally break their resistance. Though Velvet kept thinking about that whole situation and finding strange inconsistencies. If it was just one faction within the Exalted Quadrant, they might have struggled. But as a combined effort, why did they dedicate what seemed like so little to the war efforts? Maybe they had other problems she didn't know about. Velvet would love to find out about a secret enemy they were battling against. If only. Before they could continue onward, a young disciple of the Prospect Shapers approached the group. Honored cultivators. The Prospect Shapers wish to meet with you before you meet with the Serene Pill Society. You are currently available. Velvet looked over at Runa. There had been no indication that the Prospect Shapers would be present locally, and Runa didn't seem to have had any foreknowledge either. There is no particular schedule for our current engagements, Runa said, and none would begrudge giving some time to some elders of the Prospect Shapers. Velvet nodded. Then we will meet with them. She hadn't failed to notice that the disciple had already declared that her own group was available, and not the Prospect Shapers. Should we go immediately? Of course, the disciple said. They made their way to an extravagant inn, where each room had privacy barriers. Velvet maintained her standard paranoia regarding areas she could not sense, but didn't attempt to pry, at least not until they reached their proper destination. Then, before stepping through, she probed beyond the barrier. These aren't random elders, are they? She said, speaking to nobody in general. The Triumvirate is waiting, the disciple inclined his head, opening the door and stepping to the side. They sound important, Durf commented as he strode into the room first. Triumvirates are like people who always win, right? Like Triumph? If only it were like that, said one of the three, a woman. But alas, it is impossible to always win. Durf frowned. You just have to not lose. Not all losses result in death. Even you have lost, have you not? A second woman said. Durf tilted his head. Do you count training? Otherwise, not recently. But yeah. The third was a wizened old man. None wished to lose. But there is always something to learn from failure, if one is willing. Welcome, he said, addressing the group as a whole. We appreciate your joining us. We have important matters to discuss. Chapter 1053. The room containing the Triumvirates had them sitting at one end of a round table, laden with food. Velvet noticed Chitty sniffing, though with his energy senses that shouldn't have been necessary to determine what food was available. For the most part, energy senses were more complete than vision. Please sit, said one of the two women. I am Triumvirate Nasamiyu, and these are Gosha and Ardashir. If any of you have particular requests, said Ardashir, the only man of the three and clearly much older, we can certainly provide additional dishes to your taste. Velvet sat opposite of the trio, given her position as leader of the excursion. She looked at the various options available on the numerous serving trays, some of which were suspiciously familiar. I doubt that will be necessary. Did you use your techniques to predict what we might like to eat? Durf began scooping mixed meat and veggies onto his own place. He seemed like the sort who might demand meat alone, but he had already been conscious of the balance of nutrients his body needed even before he undertook advanced body tempering. Some cultivators just used their energy to replace deficiencies, and as long as they didn't care about the minor differences in bodily functionality, it really didn't matter. The second woman, Gosha, smiled at Velvet's question. Normally I would say something like perhaps, but I doubt you are not a fan of such mysteriousness. Any techniques we used were far more mundane. So you've been spying on us. Nasimiyu shrugged. No more than you've been spying on the chaotic conglomeration, I think. But I must say, it is quite unnecessary to try to predict such things with the use of complicated techniques, and perhaps quite unreliable, even as it pertains to the affairs of the strongest cultivators. Velvet was not overly subtle about how she inspected the food she served herself for poison. It would be rather strange for these individuals to attempt to assassinate them, but she didn't want to get sloppy. What's this? Misai finally asked the question on his mind, which was of course about one of the exotic fruits placed in the middle of the table. That was what the twins seemed to like most, novelty. And fruits that could be eaten on their own were one of the greatest sources of that. That is turtle fruit, Gosha explained. You must pry open the shell to reach the edible parts inside. The twins had many more questions of the same sort which were answered during the course of the meal. Though Ardashir had mentioned there was much to discuss, the Triumvirate didn't immediately push them into action. Everything seemed designed to make them comfortable, which of course made Velvet uncomfortable. But the fact that they didn't hide what they were doing kind of made her relax again. Well, she was never going to be a great guest for people she hadn't known long-term anyway. She decided to just accept what she felt. Finally, when everyone had eaten at least their first round, Ardashir began the actual discussion. I am certain that the 7 of you are aware of your significance, even without the support of the spirit-slicing sect, he said, inclining his head to Runa. 2 augmentation cultivators, for integration cultivators with significant prospects, and 1 other. He looked towards Chitty. What was it you named your stage? Negation? Chitty nodded. Indeed. Unique paths are quite rare, and even fewer are successful. But considering just the battlefields you have set foot upon in this last year, it is clear your path is more than successful. Which is good, because we need all the strength we can get. Who is we, in this context? Runa asked. The chaotic conglomeration, Nasimiyu explained. You will be one of the first to hear this. We expect you will be discreet with what information you share. Durf grunted. She'd have to actually hear something first. Why bring us here? He looked over at Velvet. Or should I not speak? Velvet shrugged. The table has no greater or lesser positions. I trust you to make your points as necessary. As straightforward as we've heard, Gosha smiled. Very well. We need your help dealing with a surge in Exalted Quadrant activity that we have predicted. Velvet considered what she knew. They've suffered significant losses in the lower realms, and we've taken out an augmentation cultivator ourselves. Perhaps that alone is not enough to cripple the Exalted Quadrant, but as I understand it, most of the recent conflicts have been victories on the side of the conglomeration. Durf seemed determined to finish all of the food on the table, 1 dish at a time. Though he didn't begin with anything the others seemed to favor, it was likely he could eat more than all others put together. We have been winning, Nasimiyu agreed, which is why we need to keep doing so. But we must also be prepared for the inevitable. Our predictions indicate that at some point in the near future, the Exalted Quadrant will press for the advantage, and if they are serious, we have little hope of combating them. Where have you heard this intel? Runa asked. I wasn't informed of anything. She looked peeved that the spirit-slicing sect hadn't been included. Gosha shook her head. Nobody has heard of anything. Our main source of information is the past. Oh. Misai was suddenly excited. Were you reading through old documents, only to find that they had been altered to hide a secret cycle of betrayal? Before anyone could answer, Julie butted in. That's why you'd come to us as outsiders, since we're the only ones you can trust. Nasimiyu raised both eyebrows. For how far off both of you are, you also aren't entirely incorrect. We were, in fact, looking through old records of the war. And while there isn't exactly a specific cycle, it is quite clear that the Exalted Quadrant isn't usually trying to win. Why have a war then? Durf asked. Chitty shook his head. For the same reason we're here, I suspect. To train their next generation of cultivators. Precisely, Ardashir confirmed. Of course, we don't have anything directly admitting that, but what we do know is that occasionally, when we are too advantaged, they mobilize greater forces and push us back, effectively resetting the war. Except they end up taking many of our resources as well. Velvet thought for a while. I don't know if that would benefit them right now. Now more than ever they need the continual war for training, wouldn't they? Ah, I see my words weren't quite clear. It isn't as if they sent a pair of domination cultivators and wipe our forces clean off the planets. No, they just take a more serious posture, pushing us back over the course of decades. A sufficiently long time to train up a generation of warriors. We're not going to be around for that long, Velvet said. And there's only so much long-term impact we can have before we must leave. We understand that, Artisher said. But we also know that the Scarlet Alliance can provide us with additional information of use. If we could raise more augmentation cultivators, we might stand a better chance. Enough to make them accept the lesser victory, at least. We understand that the Scarlet Alliance is open to sharing cultivation information in the right circumstances. That would depend upon what you can offer, Velvet said. We can offer pretty much anything you might want. Exotic techniques, rare materials, and of course we will also be keeping mutual enemies in check. I want you to outlaw slavery, Yuval said. He looked around at the others. What? Velvet said we were equals here, or whatever. Did that only apply to augmentation cultivators? Velvet just waited to see what the response would be from the Triumvirate. Unfortunately, Nasimiyu said, that is not something we can necessarily offer. We do not speak for the whole of the chaotic conglomeration. We merely have the interests of all of us in mind. It's more of an alliance of convenience. So even if we had greater sway, it would be quite an excessive use of political capital to even begin such a task. Yuval nodded, carefully watching Velvet. Since she didn't stop him, he replied. Clearly 2 or 5 augmentation cultivators isn't sufficient to convince you. So how many would it take? Because our methods are several times as reliable for advancement. Velvet was fairly certain he didn't actually have specific data to back that up. Fortunately, Misai did. Or at least he spoke with that level of confidence. More than several. 8 to 10 times as much per cultivator, and that's counting our entire population in the figure. We've got not only our own experiences to rely upon, but stolen guidance from the great factions around us. The Exalted Quadrant, the Trigold Cluster, and Everhard. Julie grinned. Too bad we haven't got much on his path to domination. While it might seem like that admission would weaken their position, implying that they did have some knowledge on his path to domination was something serious. And not untrue, though Julie herself hadn't gotten her hands on any of it. She just knew that people had been there during the event. This is still a difficult request, Gosha said. However, it was clear the Triumvirate were both surprised at the suggestion and seriously considering it. A universal change would be nearly impossible to achieve. However, if you were willing to treat with particular factions, you might yet accomplish what you desire to some extent. That was where Velvet felt obligated to speak. We'd need a way to know that what information we shared was not spread beyond where it was intended. You wish to monitor our activities? Nasimiyu asked. That might be possible. But even if you had a number of mentors present, I doubt we could fully convince you that each and every one of us was upholding our bargain. And should a number of augmentation cultivators develop without your additional guidance, we would prefer not to have the flow of information caught up if the circumstances are under suspicion. An interesting admission, Velvet said. We don't expect you to simply share an entire library's worth of information with us all at once. The old man shook his head. And we are well aware that some of our sects are less than trustworthy. Even if all involved were following any restrictions to the letter, espionage is still possible. We would not wish that to influence the outcome. Perhaps we could offer something else. We have some idea of the resources various factions might be willing to exchange. Yuval grimaced, but didn't say anything. Durf looked thoughtful as well, but he was well aware that not everyone liked hammers as much as him. Velvet considered for a while, trying to judge Chitty's reaction. He was the only one who could be considered of the same status within the Scarlet Alliance at the moment. Durf being an augmentation cultivator would mean something, but without broader backing, he was still just one man. And one who really didn't like politics and negotiations, more than Velvet, even. I don't think there is anything else you could offer, Velvet said finally. Not if you wanted the full cooperation of the Scarlet Alliance. There might be a few from older factions who might not care about slavery, though even most of them would have been won over by the Scarlet Alliance's style. And ultimately, When there were significant quantities of integration cultivators about, slaves really weren't worth that much. They were inefficient for the vast majority of labor. We might be able to offer some lesser amount of information without, Velvet said. But at some point, that would have to be the result. There was of course a question of how such things would be monitored. If they had a permanent presence in the chaotic conglomeration, their association would be confirmed rather than suspected. And while that wasn't a terribly huge difference on its own, that would motivate the Exalted Quadrant to secure the further edges of its borders, such that circumventing them could end up impossible. Their ability to be everywhere and making sure there was no untoward exchanges of information would require far more people than the Scarlet Alliance could spare, or they would be far too weak to actually fulfill their duties. Furthermore, being hundreds of light years away from home, their own long-term loyalty might fall into question. It was a difficult matter, and perhaps not something they could actually draw a hard line on. Either way, it would require years of negotiations. The prospect shapers didn't actually speak for the whole of the chaotic conglomeration, and even they weren't able to make that promise. Which meant much more complex faction-by-faction negotiations, most likely, or some other compromise that others would be better qualified for. Velvet would need to get advice before actually going much further, and a simple exchange of information could take many months. Chapter 1054. While the Scarlet Alliance had a hardline stance on certain issues, their current association with the chaotic conglomeration showed they were willing to tolerate some things indirectly. Before they left the presence of the prospect shapers, however, they offered an alternative that they thought would be easier to convince the conglomeration as a whole to agree to that would still be beneficial to the Scarlet Alliance. Given proper warning, Artisher said, we can provide military support for specific incidents. We are not so free as to send armies into the Exalted Quadrant whenever you wish, but the prospect shapers in specific can help coordinate future activities. If you wish to attempt future assaults like on the Citadel of Exalted Light, our services might be helpful. Of course, we would also be enlisting others from the conglomeration. He paused for a moment. I should also note that our sect also currently meets your other standards, and we can easily comply with your limitations on sharing information. Velvet pondered. How much could you actually support a similar assault? That would depend on the circumstances, Gosha admitted. However, in a small group such as you used for that attack, you should not underestimate the value of a single valued manipulator of probability. For larger assaults, we could likely coordinate a sufficient number of cultivators to force a particular border faction to react with caution. Given our physical distance, we obviously can't provide backup within the Scarlet Alliance's territory. It would also be difficult for us to enforce such favors, Velvet pointed out. Nasamiyu spread out her hands. For that, you would have to trust us. Our sect will submit to any reasonable measures such as watchers placed among us. But we should not keep you longer. Your absences might be noticed, and the people of Yura might think we plot against them. Do you? Velvet raised an eyebrow. We only want what is best for all of us. The Serene Pill Society is not antithetical to those ends. We are on good terms, and would prefer to stay that way. That was something at least. Very well, Velvet said. How should we remain in contact? Your friend Runa should be able to pass along anything, though we would appreciate having a duplicate of whatever method you use so that we can be contacted directly. Assuming that is something that you can do. Such devices are rare enough that I don't carry many around, Velvet said. But I am sure that as we work together, we will devote proper resources to improve efficiency. She had technically already provided Runa with updated devices. It was amazing what a few hundred years of developments would do. But giving older versions to the prospect shapers would be less secure, and she wasn't quite certain how much to trust them just yet. The Serene Pill Society, in contrast to the meeting with the prospect shapers, was full of show and grandeur. While Velvet was certain that everything was quite expensive, including the lavish feast they provided for their guests, she was less interested in it. So were most of the rest of them. Durf certainly ate a lot of the food, though. Among the rest, Jutsuna was most likely to appreciate luxury, and she seemed underwhelmed. The sect head of the Serene Pill Society was a relatively young woman named Nikita. She focused the majority of her attention on Durf, Velvet, and Runa, the three obviously powerful cultivators. It wasn't unreasonable, But the whole thing felt just like she was entertaining yet another set of powerful individuals, intending to gain something from the interaction, even if it wasn't necessarily in the immediate future. Velvet was very careful about what she consumed, though Chitty didn't seem to be concerned about anything, and he was probably the best judge of the rest of them. Just because she doubted anything would directly harm them didn't mean that there could be no consequences whatsoever. Perhaps a slow-acting poison for which they were offered the antidote at great cost, or more likely some sort of subtly addictive drug that would subconsciously influence her attitude towards them. Inside of her stomach, Velvet subtly burned everything just in case. She would have warned Durf, but she was fairly certain he had to be resistant to ingested poisons to survive. And he was much more insightful than he looked. Ultimately, the entire affair stretched out over multiple days. Somewhere in the end, Misai expressed interest in seeing their pill production, and Nikita complied. There was a reason Velvet actually incinerated what she ate. She wasn't inherently distrustful of pill makers. There were countless legitimate uses of their abilities. But she was a bit suspect of those who would use slaves. They didn't even try to hide it. Some were better off than common laborers, working to extract materials and the like. However, others had to work with the more dangerous materials, and their safety equipment looked wholly inadequate. No doubt a few properly trained cultivators would be more efficient. Velvet kept a careful eye on Yuval, just in case. Given his parents, he had learned how to exhibit proper control in social situations. But within the Scarlet Alliance, the worst thing he would face would generally amount to taunts. She didn't want to end up responsible for a rebellion. She did make notes on potential weaknesses, however, just in case whoever was here in the future wanted to work on such a project. Velvet honestly didn't know who that would be, assuming they went through with any of the proposals. It would still be difficult to send anyone all the way around the Exalted Quadrant, and getting a sufficient number of qualified individuals would be even more problematic if they didn't intend to advertise the connection. Maybe Velvet should have been content with befriending the spirit-slicing sect. She wasn't meant for diplomacy, regardless of how often she found herself needing to engage in it. Watching Durf in action was in general quite fun. Cultivators rushed at him only to be crushed, quite literally. Sometimes that was individually, or as a group, or in a chain reaction where one person was knocked into the next and into the next, all piling up in a crater somewhere. But that was just how he was in standard combat. Velvet understood using a hammer to smash someone. She also understood how he was able to extend the area of his swing to target more people. But what she didn't understand were the more esoteric things. She didn't actually get to see him swing, because he was on the other side of the planet. They had been informed about an enemy compound that was being built up, fortified with grand formations. Misai had been eager to dismantle them, but Durf had declared he would deal with it himself. Velvet had come to watch, but she soon realized he wasn't even heading for the facility. It was a repeat of something she'd only seen once, and she felt a slight shake as his energy passed through the planet. A huge chunk of Earth was torn up as the entire compound was lifted into the air, barrier and all, then tossed into space where it drifted towards the local star. It would probably take several hours to actually reach it, but there wasn't anything they could do to stop it. They certainly tried, but Velvet followed after them secretly and watched their efforts. In theory, they should have been able to impart an equal amount of energy to stop their motion. In practice, the flight of their compound was nearly an unstoppable object. Though their velocities matched it, when they moved outside of the barrier to try to slow it down, they found themselves flung away with great force. Velvet was willing to bet that if they were thinking properly and worked all together, they could have managed it. But some of them chose to flee on whatever space-compatible ships were available, and others were trying to salvage whatever resources they had. She picked off small groups as they tried to return to the planet. In the end, she watched it sink into the sun with a satisfying plop. Her energy was barely able to resist annihilation from the star as she felt the last stages of the compound and its extremely durable barrier's journey. Durf probably still couldn't overcome the direct control Zor had over his anchor, but he would be several times more effective with a similar attack regardless. He could probably at least cause some lasting damage if Zor was distracted, which was more than Velvet could say. Though her specialty wasn't overpowering enemies, so she didn't really mind. Though technically very few enemies died that day, the morale implications of a few kilometer-wide section of the planet flying off into the sun were significant for the Exalted Quadrant. Along with their other efforts, it brought them one step closer to seizing control of the current planet. It would be the fifth that their group was in large part responsible for tilting the balance in as many years. If they were willing, their group could have stayed on the battlefield constantly. Some of them nearly did that. Chitty, Jutsuna, and Yuval in particular focused on the battlefield. Durf split his time between mining, which he had come to enjoy, and battle. The twins focused on their exchange of information. The time was coming when they would be returning to the Scarlet Alliance. The few exchanges of messages indicated that the Scarlet Alliance was willing to try some greater offering of cultivation advice, but the details were still being worked on. Perhaps nothing would happen for a few decades, and while sooner would be better so that there was time to grow, it was still within the Prospect Shaper's projected time frame. One day, Runa was acting very suspicious. The most suspicious part was how she tried not to look suspicious. But Velvet did her best not to let on she knew something was happening. It wasn't the bad sort of suspicious. It wasn't like she suspected her longtime friend was going to capture her and hold her hostage in exchange for all the knowledge of the Scarlet Alliance, especially since the Spirit Slicing sect would simply have access to curated parts that would be most helpful for them. No, Runa was happy about something. And while she doubtless meant to make Velvet wait for whatever it was, she herself became impatient somewhere around midday. "I know you're leaving soon," Runa said, "and you're still disappointed that the void or production is more than a decade away from our promised fulfillments." But Runa pulled from her storage bag a dagger and sheathed together. "I managed to convince some people to let you step ahead." Velvet had been hoping for something like that, and she couldn't stop her smile from spreading. "Thank you," she said with great sincerity. "It was extremely helpful to have my other one. I'll take good care of this one, I swear." "You'd better," Runa said. "We can't replace these every couple centuries just because you're my friend, you know?" Then she grinned widely as she suddenly pulled out another one. "And since you usually fight with 2 daggers at once, you'll have to be double careful. Or you can keep it as a backup, but I'll be mad if you break another one either way." Velvet took the dagger's twin, expertly balanced and identical in all but slight engravings on the handle. She placed them next to each other and saw the lines merge into an image of 2 women embracing. "I hope you did not use too much political capital on my part," Velvet said, "but I will remember this forever." "Well," Runa shrugged, "I think you deserved it. You've been a friend, even from afar, and you helped me so much. Besides, with the help of your friends, everyone is still getting their promised materials sooner than they expected, so cutting in line a little," she shrugged. "I'll make good use of them," Velvet said. "If I can, I'll stab your least favorite domination cultivator for you even." "I haven't met any, so take your pick," Runa said. "I would like to be there to see it, but I'm all the way over here, so," she shrugged. "Maybe I'll take a recording," Velvet said. "Or you could come visit. Though that's not a good time for domination cultivator stabbing." "I wish I could," Runa said. "But you know, obligations to the sect and such. The war isn't going to just go away on its own." Velvet nodded. "No, it won't. But maybe she could help." Trying to end the war was a bit outside of her reach for the next handful of centuries or more. But providing enough relief that Runa could slip away might be possible. She'd like to show her friend the Scarlet Alliance, and hopefully by then there would be fewer secrets necessary. Chapter 1055. Unsurprisingly, there were many messages waiting for Anton when he came out of his state of meditation. Yet nothing had been urgent enough to disturb him by sending something to his emergency communicator. So that was good. He was surprised, even at himself. The fatigue he'd felt wouldn't have been enough to put him out of commission for what was apparently well over a decade. Though it was somewhat close, as he'd used everything he had. Instead, he'd been overwhelmed with insights that he had to digest. His successful use of Constellation shot to take down a domination cultivator still felt almost like a dream, but he knew it to be real. And while he would like to say he could replicate it, it wasn't really close. The situation had been quite exceptional, and repeating the task wouldn't be easy. Then again, he doubted any domination cultivators would be so brash as to step foot in the lower realms again. Maybe in another 600 years at the end of the next cycle, but by then Anton fully expected to be more than they could ever bargain for. And if they forced themselves into the lower realms without the benefit of the tides, Even if Anton couldn't take them alone, the Lower Realms Alliance certainly could. He took in the total losses reported with proper dignity. He'd have to go pay his respects to the fallen. But for the moment, he should get out of this star and stretch his old body. What was notable? Crossed and Tinny wished to establish new colonies in the upper realms. Somehow, Velvet had gone to visit the Spirit Slicing sect and was in negotiations with the chaotic conglomeration. Rebuilding was almost finished. Anton rather wanted to participate in some of that process, but he was sure people would forgive him for his absence. Everhart somehow took over numerous systems within the territory of the major factions and even co-opted some of their cultivators. That wasn't emergency news because, well, everyone expected that he was alive still, and doing another crazy thing that was primarily damaging to the Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster was only a matter of indirect concern. Anton doubted that Everhart could even have proper allies, though perhaps the minions working for him might count. Rahayu certainly seemed to get along with him just fine. Ultimately, he was less of a threat than the great powers. Not because he wasn't dangerous, he might even be more dangerous, but because they could simply stay out of his way and they would be fine. The Scarlet Alliance couldn't exactly up and move away from the others, though if he suggested it, Katarina would probably try to figure out how to make that work. Taking in a proper assessment of himself, Anton found his cultivation advanced 2 steps while he was in his trance. That placed him at 171 stars. Though he hadn't bound all of those, both old and new stars, he was closer to 100 bound stars, especially with replacing his first 100 stars being a more lengthy process. Anton reached out towards his stars, gently pulling on the connections between them and himself. He'd have to restrict himself to more reasonably sized attacks for the near future. Maybe he would make use of 10 or 20 stars to form a bow, but the full number he had circling around the lower realms was far too much. He'd have to find a good way to practice without alarming people too much as well. Frankly, Anton thought his timing was pretty good. Nothing terrible had happened while he was in his state of enlightenment. It was about the time he woke up that he heard secondhand news of war in the Trigold Cluster. For their purposes, that was a good thing. The full details were not complete, but it was clear enough that it was in relation to the Twin Soul sect. The loss of a domination cultivator, hopefully their only domination cultivator, was a serious blow that would reduce their influence significantly. Frankly, if they were so afraid of death, they should have minded their own business. What was the point of creating a reincarnation-based technique and then provoking people who would then want to wreck that process? Honestly, some people just thought they could do whatever they wanted without consequences. And they were probably right, until someone like Anton came along and became those consequences. Of course, it wasn't just Anton. It was the peoples of the lower realms and the Scarlet Alliance. They were causing a great change in their slice of the galaxy. Anton only hoped there were others doing the same sort of thing beyond where they had explored. The widespread influence of the Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster had forced a certain view of what cultivators were on many worlds, but that would not be true everywhere. How did you do that? 3 Squeaks said when Anton stopped by Acares. I believe the answer should appear fairly straightforward, Anton grinned. You felt it. But unfortunately, explaining exactly how the threads of connection between the stars formed is beyond my current understanding. You should be able to create the basic form, however. You just need a few basic stars close enough to string together. There were additional complexities that couldn't be put into words. Anton could only demonstrate, and so he did. But really, it was simple archery, at a larger scale. All he needed was sufficient power and a proper target. Of course, that was the difficult part, but drawing upon stars certainly helped. Anton went around, checking on each and every one of his stars. He was under no illusions that he was powerful enough to destroy a star on his own just yet, but he could have caused them lingering injuries of a sort. Being physically present allowed him to get the best possible picture of the energy flow within them, and if it was off somehow, it would allow him to correct it. The whole point of enrichment was that his bound stars should grow stronger because of the connection he had made to them. He wasn't simply going to treat them as a limitless energy source, especially since they weren't limitless. It was simply an amount of energy beyond most comprehension that seemed to last forever. And compared to Anton, the stars probably would. Even as a cultivator, his lifespan would probably be, well, He wasn't 1,000 years old just yet, but he wasn't that far either. Maybe he would make it a few thousands when all was said and done, if he hadn't ruined himself with candle wax. Detecting a specific lifespan wasn't simple, but Anton didn't want his life to be infinite. It would set a bad example for everyone else. Fortunately, Anton hadn't caused too much destabilization, but some of the stars probably lost a few million years, which wasn't great. Maybe he was thinking too long-term, but Anton really wanted to create a good environment for future generations. And maybe that included stars, though he was still a little bit understudied on star formation. Having shoved a few things together to boost stars hardly counted. Maybe he would need to start with something less. That sounded like a large project that he should think about carefully, however. So he settled for stabilizing each of his stars. He wanted to improve their performance, but he didn't even know what metric he wanted. Energy output? That would shorten their lifespan, but it was also the practical thing they gave. He tried not to perform too much modification, going with his gut to bring things back to where he thought they should be, where they felt right. That was, of course, an entirely improper metric to use, but as a cultivator, certain insights allowed for that result. Of course, some people might disagree on what was right, since that might be what gave them the most power. But Anton thought that was a bit silly, since it usually meant they were a little bit stronger and hated by 10 times as many people before they died. He should really have a chat with Everhart if he ever came back to the lower realms. That guy had some issues he needed to work through. There had been precisely one in-person interaction between Anton and the people of Zissel long in the past. Just before the end of the cycle, he had left a note for the desert planet. He took his time approaching, and was quite pleased when he was met by the same fellow as long before, Bishan. He had placed a table with slightly more potent snacks outside of one of their entrances to their underground civilization. It had been several centuries since they properly saw each other, as Anton had tried not to draw attention to the planet. However, this was the best opportunity they would have as the upper realms was quite occupied. They didn't have any attention to devote to the lower realms. "We meet once again," the man bowed his head. He considered Anton for a few moments. "Your power has improved even further, mighty one." The local dialect had shifted slightly further, as the planet remained cut off from the outside worlds. But every word was still recognizable, and cultivators living longer tended to solidify language according to their familiar patterns. "I don't need any fancy titles," Anton reminded him. "Anton is perfectly fine. I see your cultivation has advanced as well. You appear to have managed a form of world binding." Bishan nodded. "It seemed like the most logical choice. I have no intention of roaming far and wide. And more than simply staking a domain, Zissel is my inspiration." "Good," Anton said. "I would hate for you to have limited yourself unnecessarily. Now then, we have much to discuss. Previously, I kept interactions minimal according to the desires of Zissel. Now, however, we come to an opportunity. Previously, there was only so much I could convey at once. There are several options available to Zissel." "I would hear them," Bishan said stoically. "First, you can remain hidden. Though I must ask if you have had more ships wander through the system." "A few," Bishan admitted. "Our formations keep the energy signature of the planet small, however." "A reasonable choice," Anton nodded. "Beyond continued isolation, this is the best time to offer other alternatives, since we have just recently been victorious." "You have cleared some planets from the influence of the upper realms?" Bishan asked. "We did that long ago," Anton said. "No, this time we won everything. The entire invasion, every planet for several hundred light years in any direction. Every point of entry resulted in the utter defeat of the upper realms." Technically, that was a slight exaggeration, not regarding the results in the lower realms alliance, but the shining cooperative and former Trigold factions to their east had some worse results. That said, the overall result of the war was their victory. "Oh yes," Anton added. "One of their domination cultivators died. That is the second stage after ascension, as you may not have encountered that specific terminology." Bishan studied him carefully. "Did you kill that one?" "I felt something akin to your energy coming from nearby systems, some decades ago. A powerful surge that continued to echo for some time." "I finished him off," Anton admitted. "I extended myself quite far to manage that. Technically, He'd done the vast majority of the work himself, but it was only because of the support of others that he felt confident focusing on Sudan directly. That brings me to the second option. Our Lower Realms Alliance is quite powerful. Would you like to join us? You can grow even further than we've seen. And once you have others beyond life transformation, you will be relatively safe even once you are known. Bishan thought for a few moments. An interesting offer. I must assume you vouch for the rest of the Alliance and their intentions. Clearly, Anton said. If you wish, I could show you, or others, more about what we are. And that brings us to the third option, which is to remain separate save for any who ascend to the upper realms. There, they could join the ranks of us who have ascended as well. Our methods to draw and particular individuals have improved, though of course it will take more prolonged interaction to connect your people to that system. Bishan nodded. As you know, we seek security over power, but power can lead to the same. What are the chances of one of us growing as strong as yourself? I must admit it is rather small, Anton said. Though it is possible for one who is born in the near future to reach the same stage in the centuries before the next cycle. And if you were to join us, we would provide not only opportunities in trade and knowledge, but mutual defense. I think we have hidden ourselves too long, Bishan said. I must still consult with the rest of my people about how we might continue. I can leave a proper communication device, Anton said. I didn't before, as the connection could theoretically be traced. Though it should only be possible within our alliance, Anton shrugged. These fruits are quite good, he said. There were quite a variety of fruits from various sorts of succulents, including cacti, all things that did well on the arid planet. I noticed that the visual of our surroundings have changed to appear more natural, but clearly you implemented improved techniques. That was thanks to your inspiration, Bishan said, but I'm sure people would be interested to hear more. Then it will be done, Anton said. I have learned much since last time. Chapter 1056. Though she might have liked to stay longer, Velvet didn't let her team linger in the chaotic conglomeration. There had been several clear attempts to take them out, and the more their presence was known, the greater the risk would be. It was too greedy to push for anything more, as Durf's advancement to augmentation was already a rare enough event. As for the further cooperation between them and the Scarlet Alliance, that was something that would be worked out in the future. With faster and more secure communication, they could negotiate such things over the next few years. A reasonable portion of their sects already fit within the boundaries the Scarlet Alliance considered acceptable, and they weren't worried that the chaotic conglomeration would somehow use any knowledge given against the Scarlet Alliance. There was the whole of the Exalted Quadrant in between, after all. The only risk would be if the Exalted Quadrant conquered them or otherwise stole the information. A good portion of it wouldn't benefit them, but there were always weaknesses to be found in information. The return trip carefully avoided taking precisely the same route, even though most of it was through effectively empty territory. It was better to not get into habits that could be exploited, and they couldn't know for certain how many people had noticed small details about their trip on the way over. Those small things could build up into useful leads. Velvet knew that very well. She imagined she would find herself returning to the chaotic conglomeration sooner than not. However, there were things she needed to be present to properly relay. But she wanted to keep her promise to Runa to show her the Scarlet Alliance. She couldn't say if it would be in 1 decade or 2, perhaps even a century, but it would happen. There were simply so many things that had to be figured out. Uz intended to show new developments to Katerina, not because she couldn't find out about them elsewhere, but because he was proud of what had been accomplished by himself and the tech-focused teams. They coordinated on a lower level to ensure that duplicate projects weren't undertaken, at least not without clear intent, but as they had continued to expand beyond Xianxia, the sheer volume of projects made it difficult for Katerina to stay informed on each and every one, not unless she wanted to spend half of her day reading up on things, which would be necessary even at Cultivator accelerated rates. So she mostly waited for things to be brought to her attention, unless she needed something specific. There were so many advancements in all walks of life involving technology and its combinations with enchantments and formations, but Katerina kept her own focus. She did put in the time to keep up with even the smallest developments in the field of formations. Some techniques were actually better by the majority of conceivable metrics, while others had trade-offs in efficiency and security which greatly changed which fields they were valuable in. I haven't heard much about big projects from you lately, Katerina said. What is it you're here to show me? Well, Uzun said, with that whole invasion thing finally over and done with, we were finally able to do some proper testing around the border. The one with the lower realms. I'm pleased to say it works. Katerina frowned. I don't believe you've explained what it is. Right, he said, leading them into a hangar. What I meant is this. The art. Looks like a ship to me, Katerina said. Is it meant to symbolize something? It stands for all realms traversal, he pointed out. Ah, Katerina recalled hearing about the beginning of the project some centuries ago. And what sort of specifications has it reached? Well, Uzun waved his arm broadly. This one is capable of transporting 100 individuals across the border between the upper and lower realms. We based the work off of the much smaller pods designed for the Void Ants. In essence, it's capable of interstellar travel entirely on the basis of technology, no formations or need for redundant systems when swapping between the upper and lower realms. It's extremely limited in cargo capacity. And it doesn't do anything to support people, he shrugged. But it works. What does that last part mean? Katerina raised an eyebrow. I assume it must be safe, at least. Yes, of course, Uzun said, activating a ramp that brought them into the relatively compact ship. It just can't replicate the smoothing effect of the tides. Thus, anyone going from the upper realms to the lower realms will rapidly find their energy diminishing. They'll have to undergo their own adaptations. Likewise, it doesn't protect people from the crushing density of upper energy if they come from the lower realms. It's also quite expensive and doesn't transport many people. Though, he shrugged, I shouldn't expect that many people to want to make the trip. Except perhaps every ascender with family in the lower realms, Katerina said. Or anyone curious about the other realm. Right. But practically, there are only a few reasons one would need to traverse between realms. Uzun shook his head. We are working on cargo capacity, so we don't have to rely on ascenders for materials, but sufficiently quick interstellar travel without any tinge of cultivation is not a simple task. Fortunately, we were able to form some of the rarer materials with energy. It just can't require any form to run. Oh, the fuel is another problem. It can't just siphon off a nearby star. Katerina nodded, looking at the various systems, feeling them with her energy. Most of them were far beyond her level of tech understanding, and she was far above the average knowledge of such things, given she worked with overlap technology. So is it actually ready, or just in the prototype stage? What do you mean? Could I, for example, take this ship to the lower realms right now? Well, we'd need to finish downloading the data from its systems, he said. And unless you want to go somewhere very specific, you'd need someone to bring fuel to you. But yes. Why? She smiled. I could visit my grandfather. Another family. Chitty and Yuval would probably like to meet him as well. You could have done that before, Uzun said. We've had working options for some time. Just even smaller and less practical. The timing is also important, Katerina commented. We're up an augmentation cultivator, and with the Trigold cluster distracted, I actually feel like I don't have to be waiting for battle literally all the time. Katerina frowned. Why is it here instead of near the border? Because we don't have secure facilities out there, Uzun reminded her simply. Don't worry, you can bring a ship with plenty of fuel to escort you to the border. I would also have to consider my storage bags and literally everything else I have on me, Katerina said. Oh yeah, Uzun agreed. All of that stuff could stop functioning. It's not for casual trips, but we have guidelines available. I also have to consider the risks. What if it gets stolen somehow? Well, in that case you can say that the lack of energy shift protection is a feature. If, say, a domination cultivator used one to traverse to the lower realms, their energy loss would be just as much as the same amount of time flying under their own power. Except for the actual travel part, but you know what I mean. It's not impossible for cultivators to cross from the upper side on their own, just highly risky, as they effectively shed a great portion of their power. The border would be a completely null area where they are constantly drained, and then they'd have to swap over to lower energy adaptation. And again, all of their enchanted gear would stop working. The other direction would be less problematic for the traveler, though, Katerina said. and we trust literally everyone beyond life transformation from the lower realms. Enchantments and formations still have issues functioning on upper energy, though. I didn't really notice the former part, Katerina admitted. Ah, well, proper ascension is kind of an exception. It rewires things to some extent. Ah yes, Katerina nodded. That was on my list of phenomena to study. We actually have quite a bit more information now, Uzan said. There's something special about the One Direction. Now I have to wonder if people can descend. I don't know if we could get anyone willing to try that, though. It's more than a bit risky, the engineer agreed. But there are more than a few quirky individuals. Someone might try eventually. It took Anton some time to finally return to Maheg. He figured that the star wouldn't notice a few extra years after the various decades. And whether it did or not, it greeted him upon his arrival exactly as enthusiastically as it had before. The star had grown far more gentle with its energy. It was more than capable of not incinerating things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so good at growing things. Speaking of which, their combined moon was doing great. They had split it into sides not to divide things in particular, but just because it gave them somewhere for each to work as they pleased. Maheg's side was almost fully covered now, courtesy of the extra years it had. Plus, Maheg didn't sleep or rest at any point. Anton got back to work himself. He didn't need to do anything, but he liked to fiddle around with things, and he could help their attempted recreations to grow. No doubt half of what they grew was some form of were mutants they had put together instead of the original plants, but there was only so much that could be done with the remnants they had found on the planets. He noticed that some of the sensors had logged an event while he was gone, so he idly looked at the video. He was quite surprised to see invaders. They hadn't expected anyone to make it so far south, and especially not to enter the system. He also watched as, in his interpretation, Maheg first tried to greet the intruders, then gently warned them off when they started trying to take everything. And then they had been annihilated. Any traces of the damage had faded. It was somewhat frightening, but also exactly the sort of thing Anton would have expected. And he himself might have been less patient, as he better understood humans. He wouldn't have needed nearly as long to discern their intent. It was a worthy topic of discussion. Words weren't much good with vast balls of plasma, but he could still convey meaning through emotions and other feelings, some of which Maheg shared. The process was slow. Anton ultimately expressed that he agreed the particular people had been enemies and approved of the results, though he tried to convey continued caution going into the future. Maheg seemed to understand. In return, it explained its actions. It wasn't merely that they were taking without permission and more relevantly scouring the land instead of properly extracting a few things, but also that they did so from Anton's side. Maheg was more concerned about Anton's effort and losses than what happened to things of its own. After that thought was resolved, Maheg slowly reached out to convey one more idea. "You're right," Anton said, mostly to himself, though he did try to convey himself. "I did say I would consider the bond after the war." Anton projected as much as he could a feeling of patience. He needed greater understanding, perhaps several centuries' worth, before he was confident in bonding to the sentient star. He didn't want either of them to risk their health and safety. Maheg accepted his plan as easily as if Anton had proposed waiting for a day. And maybe that was the case, from a certain perspective. Maheg had only been conscious for a tiny portion of its existence, but it certainly seemed to feel little of the passage of time. Anton had much to consider about the linking of stars. If he connected too many before Maheg, he would risk greater side effects. But he knew that a bond with a unique entity such as it would be more difficult to accomplish than any random star, or even more special stars like Azan. But Anton knew he could only do his best, relying on his insights and the advice of others, as they all had different perspectives. That was what the best part of people was. Chapter 1057. Acares simply happened to be the closest planet to the northern border. Thus, that was where the incoming ship would end up first. It had nothing to do with humans, considering many of the inhabitants of the world adorable. No, that was merely a secondary benefit. Though Katerina could already feel Anton, he was not the one to come to officially welcome them. That was left to the locals, and in particular 3 squeaks. They had with them a few ascended locals, including the eagle echoing cry and mauled by wolves, the first tortoise to ascend from among them. Once it had become practical to actually make the trip, Katerina hadn't been able to get it out of her mind. However, she had managed some amount of patience, which she rather needed to give in her station. She was one of the counselors of the Scarlet Alliance, after all, and she would be bringing with her several more. For the moment, that was just family, Timothy, Alva, and Chitty, but most likely some of the others would visit soon enough. Though Katerina likely wouldn't be with them, as disappearing too frequently from the eye of the upper realms might draw attention. She could be gone for a few years without anyone noticing. She'd actually spent that long in the secure labs a few times, sleeping there and being brought food. But too frequently, and people might begin to look. A tiny little creature with a similarly tiny bow strapped across his back flew up to their ship. His natural energy, however, was far less modest than his physical stature. His energy spread over the ship. Acares welcomes you. Some are returning, others will be visiting for the first time. But we are glad for all. The ship was large enough to have a proper communications officer, though in general, the captain would have responded if there wasn't one. It wasn't Katerina's job at all, as she was merely a passenger. There were some flowery words said in return, and then they continued on towards the planet. Pictures and video didn't do Acares justice. Even though their early technological advancements were guided by humans, Acares had completely different styles all mashed together. The lower plains in particular was quite a sight. Nature was infused into the city, but it was a clear population center. As they passed the planetary barrier and descended, everyone on board got a good look at the various styles. The one feature that all of them had was sturdy, not so much for defensive purposes, but rather because there were many members of their population that needed it. Not every building was made to accommodate elephants, but most could at least fit a hippo. They ranged in style from very human-looking buildings with glass windows to large adobe structures, no doubt reinforced with special techniques. Some buildings seemed to have places to climb around on the outside, or to fly in. There were also some buildings connected to the river flowing through the center of city, and some small ones built into the trees scattered throughout the numerous forested areas. Nothing was wild or untamed, however. Plants and trees were simply part of the plan, providing room for many smaller individuals like the insects. No doubt when they got closer, void ants would be apparent as well. Much closer, unless one had particularly good eyes. There were some formalities to undergo at the starport. Their arrival couldn't be kept entirely secret, but neither was it advertised. They couldn't exactly hide a bundle of Ascension cultivators, however. Their ship was registered in the lower realms with different information set up ahead of time, just to obfuscate things if there were any spies. Though Acares was the least likely place to have any of those, Anton was waiting outside as they disembarked, and before Katerina could say anything, Alva scurried up to him. "Nice shot," she said. "Thank you," Anton replied. "Which one?" "You know which one. It could have been the one I did from here," he pointed out. "Well, true," Alva admitted, recalling their exchange across the border. "But I meant the other one." "Some people would say it was more than nice," Anton grinned. "Fine. It was world-shatteringly impressive," Alva shrugged. "Is that better?" "Absolutely," Anton said. "Honestly, kids these days, no respect for their elders." "You're like 1/8 older than me," Alva grumbled. "You only say that because you look old." Anton placed a hand over his heart. "You wound me." He looked towards the others, smiling. "It is good to lay eyes upon you again. Or for the first time, properly." He grabbed Alva and pulled her into a hug, while looking towards the others. "You're even more impressive in person, grandfather," Chitty commented. He used the same manner of address as his mother and aunt, because it was easier than every generation bothering to figure out how many greats there were to Anton's technical relation. "Recordings don't do you justice." "The same for you," Anton replied. "I could almost cut myself on your aura. A match for Chikirs, as distinct as you are." Yuval burned with fire, clearly trying to be as impressive as possible as he clasped his fist. "I greet grandfather. I am pleased to see you as well. I heard you have great concern for all people. I admire that." "We should probably get out of the way," Timothy pointed out. Mauled by Wolves was very slowly coming down the ramp behind the rest. "We can talk as we walk." At the first available opportunity, The morning after everyone settled in properly after their journey, Anton took Alvi up into space for some practice. "It's not really a fair competition," she grumbled. "You're strongest here and I'm thin." She waved her energy around, sweeping through the natural energy. "It's been so long since I've actually dealt with this." "It's good enough for our purposes," Anton said. "Now we can properly sync up our energy usage. Pick a target and I'll match you." Alva nodded. "Sure, just have to sense something." She stretched out her energy. They had only been immersed in natural energy for a few days, so she was constantly adapting. Finally, she found a decent asteroid and took a shot. The spirit arrow faded away the instant it left her bow, appearing at her target the next instant and puncturing a hole through the asteroid and out the other side. "See if you can beat that, huh?" Anton took his time focusing. He carefully measured the amount of energy she had used, then took his shot. His arrow was formed of light and arrived but a few moments later, piercing through subspace. It flew through where her arrow had precisely perpendicular, creating a hole the same dimensions and meeting in the middle of the asteroid. Then it looped around and came in from the top, connecting from the third dimension as well. "Fancy," Alva said, "but kinda slow." The old man spread his arms wide. "You got me on that. I do not have the proper spatial insights to cut away so much distance." Alva puffed up, knowing he spoke the truth. It was good to actually be better at something, even though she knew that he could outdistance her by at least a few hundred light years, apparently. 10 or 20 if he was going for consistency. The two of them could have easily remained there for days, but other people wanted some of Anton's time. And they also had some business to cover. "You said you had thoughts about the chaotic conglomeration?" Katerina asked. "Not quite. I said we had thoughts," Anton replied. "Others in the lower realms will no doubt have further opinions, but I'm quite fine to bring the first opportunity." He held out his palm. "Though it is actually the Great Queen who had an idea." "Oh? Tell me more." Katerina looked down at the not-so-tiny ant. "The chaotic conglomeration has many issues. The Great Queen signed with her antennae and forelimbs. You trust some of their members, but have not had the time nor manpower to vet the rest. The chaotic conglomeration also has trouble with their war and keeping their fighting population fit. I propose a solution for both issues." "And what is that?" Timothy asked. "Simple. Along with whoever else you choose, send my daughter and her brood. Crossed antennae, of course. Fearsome Mandibles is quite happy here, and displacing her would be unnecessary." Chitty was actually doing his best to read her movements by the gaps in energy, and with the Great Queen's size, it was actually easier than the other void ants he had encountered. His face twitched when he heard her proposal. "That seems extremely dangerous." "Only if anyone knows they are there," the Great Queen said, "though we would need to inform a few individuals. However, I am not proposing that the void ants fight on the front line. No, that would merely draw in an extermination. Instead, we would act as spies. It is not difficult to fit a sizable population in human cities, or even cultivation sects without being noticed. We could remain in secret after planets were taken. Or if there was some threat equivalent to extermination of the chaotic conglomeration, we could fight alongside them. If the Exalted Quadrant was doing it anyway." She gave the equivalent of a shrug. "It carries some risks," Anton said, "but it is a potential solution. I would add it to your other options. I don't believe the potential value of the chaotic conglomeration can be ignored any longer." "I'll admit," Katerina said, "we would have never thought of that. I must also say that it would take a long time to get permission from the Council." "Screw those guys," the Great Queen signed succinctly. "They can bar us from Scarlet Alliance space if they're afraid of us, but Crossed Antennae should be allowed to go where she pleases." Timothy stroked his chin. "Have you actually discussed this with her?" "Not yet," the Great Queen admitted, "but I know she wishes to return to the upper realms, and not somewhere the void ants would be alone." Timothy nodded. "Very well. It's definitely worth considering, though the end of the cycle and thus the purge of the border systems is still fresh in people's minds." "Not near the conglomeration, though," Katerina said. "It might work, but we would need to convince enough of their leaders that they don't see it as some sort of attack. Not that they could easily retaliate against us, but they could harm anyone who was teaching locally." And that would be more than a few people if we wanted to provide value in a short time. A risk, yes, the Great Queen agreed. But should the void ants be discovered, they could simply be purged. When everyone looked at her with horror, obviously just some token population while all of those with personality fled, Crossed Antini would never forgive me if her royal guard perished. Remember that just because void ants can all become people doesn't mean we necessarily are. It was a step or two better than the idea that anything short of a queen was expendable. Not everyone felt the same as the void ants about the rest of their workers, but since the individuals in question literally never complained that was the end of things, obviously she'd be motivated to remain secret, the Great Queen continued. But of course, we will not force our desires upon you either. Another place can be found for her with time, perhaps even one more suited. Continuing on the same issue, however, the ship you came in on is quite impressive, and it could be the key to the simplest method of surpassing the Exalted Quadrant for any humans you send. It's not particularly stealthy, Katerina said. Does that matter? The Great Queen tilted her head. If it never even touches upon their territory, there is little they could do. Traverse solely through the lower realms and fly back up to the chaotic conglomeration. Though allowing our future allies to see such technology may be a risk, it could be kept far from them as well. It would not allow for simple withdrawal, however. Katerina nodded. A solution that comes with its own risks, but elegant nonetheless. I continue to see why you have been such an effective leader for your people. Along with the help of many humans, and some others like those who live here on Acares, yes. Cooperation is the most important thing we can do, the Great Queen concluded. Chapter 1058. Throughout his time as a sword cultivators, Chitty had battled against many opponents that outmatched him in size. Larger humans weren't particularly different, though their increased reach still provided some challenges. The largest animals were the size of small buildings. Then true beasts with cultivation grew to even greater scales, culminating in distortion beasts which often appeared incomprehensibly large. Then sometimes he fought against smaller opponents. Wolves, for example, both those of Fuzz's bloodline, and wild creatures that had not yet grown beyond the normal limits. Occasionally, he had to battle against insects, some in swarms, and many venomous. Thus, Chitty was used to fighting against opponents of all sizes. But he still hadn't fought against a sword cultivator that was a mere few hands tall. The actual size of his furry opponent's blade was closer to a dagger, but the way it was wielded made things quite clear to Chitty what it truly was. He recognized the styles of his opponent, despite the required differences due to the meerkat's body. Chitty had never personally battled against Ty Quigley, though he planned to, since he had this opportunity to visit the lower realms. However, the style was extremely straightforward, thrusts and cuts, and a focus solely on bringing down the enemy. That was combined with Chikir's style. Though Deep Purr didn't actually have multiple blades, he made Chitty feel like he was being assaulted by 100 at once. Blades clashed repeatedly as they parried, dodged, and countered each other's moves. The meerkat was good, tuned into the world around him. Chitty had no doubt that if he was actually a threat to the locals, the danger he faced would be amplified many-fold. It was a weakness, but not one he could blame him for. Deep Purr chose what was important to him, and it wasn't winning duels with random visitors. The flow of his energy was clear to Chitty. The only difficulty was once more getting used to natural energy. He had trained with natural energy all the way until integration, which made his process of attuning to the energy much easier. But it was still different. Just as formations performed differently with the different energies, Chitty had to not only read the flow but figure out how to control it. The whole time he did so, he was constantly battered with attacks. His ankles were most at risk, and not in a playful or joking manner. It was absolutely sensible for the meerkat to attack his lower legs, and he had no doubt that his opponent could cut any enemy down to size. It was difficult for him to attack a small target on the ground, and the footwork his tiny opponent had meant he was constantly darting around Chitty or through his legs. Only quick reactions kept his legs safe. He had already dropped into his lowest stance, but that brought more of his body close enough to target, with the meerkat able to extend his energy or leap through the air, in a manner that he was also able to control his descent. He became the blade, arcing up and down in a manner too deadly to ignore. Chitty was fairly sure Deep Purr had declined to take several opportunities that would have resulted in his victory. Perhaps he simply wanted to make their first battle last as long as possible. Chitty was of a similar opinion, but he had to at least see how his opponent reacted to his complete technique. His footwork adjusted with the intent to draw his opponent into a particular safe pattern, which in turn meant the exchange of blades was altered as well. Chitty's attacks began to appear more wild, striking far to the side of his opponent in certain cases. But it was all to control the flow. Everything came together, and the world disappeared. It was only Chitty, the sword in his hand, and the sword his opponent held. Though he knew Deep Purr couldn't hold the blade for long. Even with a special grip for meerkats, they simply weren't meant to grip anything without energy. His sword came down, connecting with the blade going for his ankle. It easily clattered to the side, the physical strength of a meerkat negligible. He was prepared to follow through by targeting his opponent's body, stopping just short of serious damage, of course. But he'd already made his mistake. He suddenly felt more swords appear, sweeping under the edge of his pants and slicing into his shin. His clothing was specially made to withstand even sword slashes when there was no energy, but tiny claws found their way inside. The sword intent behind them was strong enough that he felt his leg could have been taken off. His sword stopped at the back of Deep Purr's neck. "I win. I could get a new leg, but I doubt you could get a new head." Chitty understood the language of Acares well enough to understand the reply. "There's not much else I could do about that," Deep Purr said. "Hopefully upon my death, someone else would come finish you off." "Well, you could have beaten me earlier. Your skills are sufficient that your energy advantage actually matters." Chitty shrugged. "So maybe I don't win." "There were a few openings," Deep Purr admitted, "but I couldn't determine if they were genuine or not. Your technique is difficult to match, even with greater power." Chitty nodded. "I hope to see you able to make use of your full techniques someday. Though perhaps that sounds like a wish for calamity upon your people." Deep Purr retrieved his sword, performing the best shrug that could be done without shoulders. "It is unlikely Acares will never again face attack. We would be honored if you would join our defense at such a time." Chitty nodded. "If it is feasible, I will." And not just because meerkats were cute. He couldn't see them, but his energy senses revealed just as much. He wanted to cuddle them, but he understood that was quite rude except for with close friends. Like humans, more or less. Or even the wolves. He didn't get close with random members of Aconite's family. It was a shame she hadn't come, but she was worried that she might not be able to maintain control over her poisons without upper energy. If that had been all, she could have left her supply behind and trusted in others. But she was also building up an immunity to a very slow poison that energy couldn't eradicate from the system but could keep in check. In short, the timing hadn't worked out. But there would be more opportunities in the future, especially once they built more ships using the same design. Interrealm ships would likely never be mass-produced, but the Far Horizon wouldn't always be the lone example either. Acares was not the only destination that people had in mind, and now that they were across the border, they were able to take ships and go their separate ways. Though even with the option, most traveled together. That included everyone from Ceritos, as many returned home for the first time in approximately 700 years. Though it wasn't home anymore. It wasn't that Katerina, Timothy, and Alva didn't have great nostalgia for the planet. But not only was it entirely different, but they had a new home. Returning to Ceritos was like visiting their grandparents' home. With Anton around, that made it even more clear, though he hardly spent enough time on Ceritos for it to be his only home. Even with the direct influence of Ruterra and a longer time span, Ceritos had adopted less of the technological aesthetic. It wasn't that they didn't use technology at all, but it informed less of their architecture. Meanwhile, Xianxia, or at least a serious part of it, had been built up with those styles mixed with traditional cultivator styles. There were many reunions to be had with various assimilation cultivators. Thanda and Alva, though their styles were quite different, had respected each other as archers and kept tabs on each other. They were never close, but it was still gratifying to meet again. They also met with many of the remaining elders of the Order of 100 Stars. Some had died, unable to reach assimilation, or already being so old that their lifespans ran out. However, many were from the same generation as them, if somewhat behind in cultivation. Like Marcio Armani, another archer who had trained with Anton. He had reached assimilation, just a handful of decades behind the others. But there were others they were unable to return to, like Anish. But Anlai still remained. Alva met with her while Katerina and Timothy were off showing their children their old hometown, and wherever else interested them around the planet. Alva had spent much of her early childhood with her cousin, both before and after their rocky introduction to the cultivation world. What's a good phrase to say to someone when you've been in a different realm for hundreds of years? Alva asked. Long time no see? Anlai raised an eyebrow. Then she sighed. Her icy composure melted, revealing her true thoughts. It was easier to pretend there wasn't such a large gap between us when I only sensed your energy signature secondhand. Spatial manipulations. I don't know if I would have ever seen you on that path. Yeah, Alva agreed. It just sort of happened when we stumbled into some weird Everhart stuff. I hear he's still being a menace, but at least now he's further away. Further away? Yes, but also in multiple places at once. Maybe, Alva shook her head. Anyway, I never got to meet your kid. Is she somewhere around here? You do realize I have more than one child? Anlai raised an eyebrow. Oh, sure. I know Josephine and Walter, and some of the other ones, Alva said, looking around. But they don't appear to have come here, so I don't have to remember them. They have avoided being public figures for the most part. It doesn't hurt to have some reliable members of the Fire and Ice Palace making sure everything stays functional. Right? Alva nodded. But Gudrun is an archer, so I'm going to have to track her down. And I want to meet Anishka properly. She'll be here, Anlai promised. After all, with the Great Queen traveling with you, the sergeant wouldn't let her miss the opportunity. I feel like the sergeant could just follow around the Great Queen if she cares so much, Alva pointed out. Most likely she would say that fawning is improper, but when there is other important family for Anisha to visit, of course she would prompt her to come. Have you seen Lev? Alva shook her head. We barely just arrived. Is there something in particular? Just that he's grown surprisingly strong, especially given his rough early start. Then again, he knew what he wanted out of cultivation. And you didn't? Alva asked. I got what I wanted, she countered. At first I just wanted more power. Then I realized I wanted Anish. Now, I'm just content experiencing life without as many ups and downs. Alva clicked her tongue. Wow, they sure make ice cultivators boring, huh? Maybe boring cultivators become ice cultivators, Anlai countered. I'm glad you've survived all your tribulations. The same with you. I'm sorry about your loss. It is long past, but I appreciate you speaking your words in person. Anlai had returned to her default expressionless face. Time and distance had slowly pulled them apart, and Alva had hardly realized it until that moment. And yet, she had never forgotten. These people in the lower realms were much of the reason they had pushed the Scarlet Alliance to grow as much as it had, to be able to influence the upper realms and hopefully provide some security, and to provide a place for those who chose to ascend. It was a shame that it had taken so long to bridge the gap. But while the relationship of the two who were once very close had certainly grown apart, there was also an opportunity to grow back together. Personally, Alva thought that the Fire and Ice Palace needed an enrichment cultivator. Maybe her middle-aged cousin would fill that role. Maybe it would be her niece in a couple hundred years. Chapter 1059. Under the wide branches of the grandfather willow, a great many individuals from both the upper and lower realms gathered. It was both a reunion and an opportunity. While the realms had been able to keep in contact, and indeed continued to iterate on their communications, increasing the speed and other factors, it still took months for any information to reach between the core planets. That was better than the years it took to travel in person, now that it was even possible, but it did not make for any sort of convenient back and forth. Looking at the composition of members, and considering how many were related to Anton directly made clear how different the future could have been. If he hadn't been drawn into the world of cultivation when he was, their family scattered, what would have come? Anton himself certainly would have perished. Katerina, from the extended family that had ended up away from Danganon, would likely have been the only one to take up cultivation. Anton would have died of old age, happily moving on, not knowing that an invasion was coming from the upper realms. Based on what had been seen from other planets, They might have developed alternatives to ascension without Anton. Rutera and Wios would have come into contact with Ceritos, potentially diminished or even reset to an earlier stage of development. The further one went, the more history would diverge. It was an interesting thought exercise now and again, but they'd come to their current history, and all were quite satisfied with the results. They were in an age of prosperity, despite the invasion. It seemed that the majority of people of lower cultivation were also happy with their lives as well. Everyone had great opportunity available, and the natural energy of every system in the Lower Realms Alliance was still building up, though there were diminishing returns on the results. The gathering allowed for people to finally meet in person or to renew old connections. It also provided for an exchange of insights about cultivation, something that could not be accomplished to nearly the same extent with the loss of instant feedback and the personal touch. Core to their discussions was the stage of domination and what that meant for both the upper and lower realms. They'd had only a few clashes, though it wasn't likely that they would have survived many more. Anton slaying one was not something he was eager to attempt again in the near future. Rather than ask how long it would potentially take Katarina or others of similar training to reach domination, Anton had another angle to come from. Is domination the correct path? He looked at those from the upper realms. Perhaps that is a matter for individuals to decide, but it must be asked. In the lower realms, we have alternatives for ascension. Chitty has managed an alternative for augmentation. Could or should there be alternative routes to domination? It was a many-fold question, but it brought about interesting discussion. For the sake of pure power, Katarina began. It appears to be the most achievable. Once the necessary factors are achieved, at least, that requires a very high level of devotion. Or alternatives, like Everhart uses. Timothy nodded. Consciousness feeds into people heavily. Speaking of devotion, Alva said, has yours increased significantly, Anton? Anton took some time to comprehend the incoming strands of energy. It's improving at approximately the same rate as before. Why? Maybe that means not enough people in the upper realms know who you are, especially those who were near Sudan's death. I'm fairly content with the amount of people who know me, Anton said. I never did anything to be famous or adored by all. It might still be necessary for whatever is beyond enrichment, Alva pointed out. I can't believe that shot wasn't enough to do something, though. I'd expect a great surge. Not everyone would come into awareness of it at the same time, Katarina said. And the connection to Anton may not be obvious to them. Anton didn't particularly care. Devotion was useful, but he never had plans to use it. Nor was he aiming for something like domination. On the topic of devotion, Devon took the chance to speak. Its power is taken advantage of more directly for the confluence cultivators I have been living among, including the hive mind. Though it is interesting to note that even though the hive mind is connected, not everyone higher in cultivation actually receives a large amount of devotion. Even though people are aware of each other, they still have to stand out somehow. Katarina nodded. Interesting. If only we had detailed notes on domination. Couldn't you have killed Sudan within friendly borders and not annihilated whatever he carried on him? Anton chuckled. I wish I had so much leeway, but I imagine he would have been careful to have no clues, just in case. They seem quite secretive. In general, but we've still gotten some information, Timothy agreed. The matter of anchors was an important connection. It may not be the only way, but it's the safest. And for the Scarlet Alliance, it's not a terribly large concern. Based on the Citadel of Exalted Light, anchors aren't exactly fragile. If we only intend to defend our own territory, it works wonders, and we'd still have great strength beyond. About that, Lev finally found a topic he wanted to jump in on. What about Everhart? Based on the details I heard, he might have multiple anchors or decoys. Katarina shook her head. We haven't been crazy enough to send people into his systems to try to learn details there. Either option is viable, or something else entirely that merely appears to line up with what we know of domination. After domination, the topic split to alternative paths. Only Chitty's was clearly different, forgoing the use of energy to reduce its effects. Though Nthanda had suggestions of her own. Advanced body tempering could work just as well in the upper realms as it does here. She gestured to herself. The amount of natural energy I have is even less than chitty. And from what I heard, various people have had success in the upper realms. To some extent, yes, Alva said. The Hardened Crown, among other things. And Durf. Thanda grinned. Don't you mean the Harder Crown? I'd be quite interested in meeting Sly. And Durf as well. They would be able to confirm better if my thoughts are viable. Though they are likely too far along the path of energy themselves to choose something solely focused on body tempering. It would likely require giving up some of what they already have. Though even that I don't know for certain. Eventually, the discussion shifted into individual smaller conversations. Anton found himself speaking with Yuval on the concepts of fire. What drew you to fire? Anton asked. Yuval frowned. It's a basic part of the 100 stars. But as for focusing on fire exclusively, I can't really say. It just felt right. Is that bad? I don't think that's the case at all. As long as you are in tune with the truth, your feelings are relevant, Anton said. No doubt something about it stuck out to you, be it the concept of pure power, or how it combines destruction and creation. Yuval nodded. I think that's a good way to explain it. Fire is cozy, but also had destructive capabilities. Cultivators need that. Anton nodded. You should speak to Anishka. She will have much to say, even though she also cultivates ice. That sounds difficult, Yuval said. It sounds more difficult than it is. They turned to see Anishka approaching. I heard my name, didn't I? Indeed you did, Anton commented. What drew you to fire? It was everywhere around when I was growing up, like ice. I knew it was the power my father used. I also nearly killed myself with it early on, but, Anishka shrugged. It was still comfortable. But ice can be comforting as well. And while fire and ice seem contradictory, they both involve the concept of temperature, adding or removing energy from a system, at least from a certain view. Ice is more solid, but fire is fluid. But in its simplest form, taking heat from one area and putting it in another is more efficient than trying to create it from nothing, or to drain it away to nowhere. Once I realized that, my efficiency skyrocketed. I'm glad the sergeant kept me alive to reach that point. Is she here? Yuval asked. I mean, he gestured immediately around them. Here. I presume she came along with you. Anishka shook her head. I left her with the Great Queen. Last I saw, she was wrestling some of the royal guard and winning. Isn't she still tiny? Like a few millimeters? Yes. It's quite fascinating to watch. She's denser than she looks, but still fairly insignificant. But some level of insight and determination ended up with her being strong. Anisha shrugged. Honestly, even though I'm constantly with a void ant, that doesn't mean I get how they work. They're like tiny little cultivators who can eat energy but not release it. Except with the power of insight and concepts, I suppose. Not that they're, usually, good enough without energy. The three continued to discuss for a while. Anishka contrasted ice and fire. Yuval had focused solely on fire, which he used to fight directly, using it to turn his body into a weapon. And Anton used fire only when it made sense. Otherwise, he was just as comfortable using energy without attributes, light, or even spectral energy. Later, Anton spoke with the Great Queen. She was quite interested in the potential the cross-pollination of the realms brought. There is great potential here, she said. Crossed Antony was quite interested in the proposal to reach the chaotic conglomeration, as well. I find that her strength improved greatly, to fearsome Mandible's consternation. She tries to make her battles with her sister appear effortless, but it is not so. I wonder if it merely the consumption of ascension energy, or some benefit of transition. Should void ants follow the path of ascension? I can't really answer that, Anton admitted. Clearly, ascension energy has been good for you and for her. But you might get the same results from consuming natural energy if you don't limit yourselves. We would devour the whole energy of a planet and leave it bare. Which would be a waste, the Great Queen said. Humans were right to fear us, I believe. If we move thoughtlessly, we could wipe out whole worlds. But you'd have to have some way to move between worlds. And as far as I know, the void ants have never developed their own ships, Anton pointed out. Which means that if you were living among humans for some time, you must have done so in relative peace. Otherwise, you could have never required a realms-wide extermination. You speak the truth, she agreed. Perhaps there is information we could extract from the upper realms, though it would come at great risk to us to retrieve it. Anton held up a hand. I would leave that to human cultivators. The Scarlet Alliance could at least look for such information first, without risking any lives. They've been finding quite a few people willing to hand over information. How careless, the Great Queen said. We would never do such a thing. We would die first. Even the most divergent among us. Humans are quite a bit more individually divergent, Anton agreed. And not all were raised by individuals of moral character. Whereas all the remaining void ants we are aware of come from you and your own daughters. Besides, if they don't believe they owe any loyalty to the Exalted Quadrant or Trigold Cluster or their particular sex, I don't exactly disagree with such spies. The Great Queen nodded. I forgot to consider their situations. Perhaps it makes sense. I am in no rush to search for this information. We have been content to not know for the rest of our history, but I must say I am intrigued. I'm sure it can be added to the subjects of inquiry, Anton said. You are owed far more than that. Chapter 1060. The size of arena Chitty needed to fight against Deep Purr had been relatively small. Chitty preferred his battles to not be terribly wide-ranging, and the meerkat ultimately ended up the same. Using an actual arena had been unnecessary for the task. They simply needed an area where they could afford to damage the surroundings. It was relatively fortunate timing that within Rudera's system there was an old orbital platform about to be decommissioned. Of course, that wasn't so uncommon considering their various planets, but convenient nonetheless. A traditional arena was lacking certain features, like the ability to destroy it. The formations would also make things more difficult than necessary for Chitty, who was already at a disadvantage for having to transition back to lower energy. All of that plus the fact that Ty Quigley preferred a much larger area to battle saved them the trouble of going several systems out to find an unoccupied rocky planet that they could cut up. It might have been worth it, but they were both happy to save the week-long round trip. The instant they had met in person, their sole topic of discussion was when and where they would battle, not if they would. That was never in question. Ty Quigley clutched his sword by his side. For various reasons, he had decided not to make use of his ship in their battle. If he were trying to win at all costs, he would be willing to bring it out, but he wasn't interested in seeing what damage Chitty could do to it in a moment of negation. He wanted it intact for vital battles. Besides, they would both learn the most in direct conflict. It's a shame she's gone, Ty said. Looking vaguely towards the upper realms, Chitty nodded. She left a permanent mark. We'll make use of it somehow when we return there next. There was no question in Chitty's mind that the conflict with the Citadel of Exalted Light wouldn't continue. It was simply a matter of when. With only a silent agreement, their battle began. The two moved suddenly, Ty Quigley's steps carrying him past Chitty in an instant. Their swords clashed as he passed, and then he was coming in from behind. He moved much like his ship, which also included the sudden changes in velocity he had mastered long before. Chitty found himself having to deal with a much wider area of energy flow than normal as Ty Quigley sprang hundreds of meters forward over and over. Deflecting one or a few attacks at a time was well within his capability, but he knew he needed to take control of the situation. He moved from the open plaza where they had begun towards some still-standing structures. The buildings did little to limit Ty's movements, as he simply cut them out of his way. But Chitty could work with that change for at least the slightest restrictions on his opponent, and the greater number of surfaces allowed him to subtly carve useful formation markings to begin manipulating the flow of energy. He had to assume most of his work would be destroyed in their battle, but he had various routes to move forward with his end goal. The weaknesses of negation was still clear in Chitty's mind, which was why he was facing against opponents that were conscious of how to fight him. If they didn't actively try to make the energy chaotic, he could achieve negation easily. But then he'd never get better at it. He couldn't always count on a well-set-up formation to deal with people like Zor, and if he did have perfect circumstances, he needed to be enough better to actually kill them instead of simply cutting off a couple fingers. Though Ty only moved in straight lines, he still circled around Chitty as he pleased and forced him to stay on his toes. But Chitty saw a pattern he could work with. He might not even need negation. The continuation of the pattern would bring Ty to attack him from back and to his left. Obviously, Tai would react to his counter, but Chitty was prepared to lock down his movements. A blade was thrust towards him, but he twisted his body low and swept his blade, copies of it swinging from several different angles. And Tai disappeared from his senses completely. Then Chitty had to directly block an attack coming from above. A foolish mistake. Chitty knew that battles involved all dimensions, but Tai had lured him into thinking about their fight as only existing on the flat plane of the orbital platform. It was after that the two of them began tearing into the main structure. Chitty should have probably taken the battle there earlier, as he did well in encapsulated areas with many surfaces. Minutes later, they found themselves standing among carved-up fragments of the superstructure. Chitty was having trouble setting up negation, but at least he was matching Tai blow for blow. But he could only keep that up for so long. Finally, the moment came. He caught Tai's sword, twisting it out of the grip of his right hand and forcing it away. It would take him a moment to swing back, while Chitty's attack still had forward momentum. He had actually been dancing around the moment of negation, since Tai could take advantage of that moment as well. His sword thrust forward, stabbing between Tai's ribs and slipping alongside his vital organs. An easily healed wound that displayed the potential for a fatal strike, and not one where his strike was manipulated to cause little damage. But Chitty had also felt something at that moment, and a loud sound ringing in his ear and a twinging pain in his gut, right between his heart and liver. Energy returned to the scene, and Chitty carefully withdrew his blade from Tai's chest. Meanwhile, he took stock of his own, and the small weapon in Tai's hand. "What is that?" Chitty asked. "A gun, obviously." "Not a normal gun, though," Chitty replied. Tai nodded. "This is a projectile blade shooter. Much better than reshaping traditional bullet profiles." Chitty saw the opening that was a couple centimeters wide, made to shoot flat discs. How hadn't he noticed the weapon before? "I see your confusion. You said you wanted this to be as difficult as possible, so I made someone enchant these to not be blades." And then, Chitty shook his head, they were once again blades when there was no energy, so I could only sense them at that instant. "Right?" Tai grinned. "I do use something like this other times as well. Maybe I'm a terrible swordmaster, but hey, I was raised with guns and ships." "I should have noticed it," Chitty said. "But the question is, who wins this? Is it a tie? I believe I'd call this a mutual defeat. If you don't survive, you don't win. And a tie assumes some sort of continued existence afterwards as well. In my opinion, anyway." "Right," Chitty said. "How about we get stitched up and do this again as soon as possible? There's still a lot of this platform intact." The Twin Soul sect was a pretty terrible neighbor, and Ratna had tolerated them because she had to. Before becoming a domination cultivator, she'd lived in constant fear of them. After, it was not much better. Even if she had been able to kill Sudin, he would have simply died normally. There was no way he would actually battle with someone he thought could destroy his soul. Ratna hadn't fully believed it either, though she was making preparations from the moment of his death regardless. If Sudin had perished in a way he would return, he would be weakened for a time. She knew they had various contingencies for their reincarnations. Most were simply placed into new bodies, rebuilding their cultivation from the ground up. Sudin had something better than that. But when there was sudden unexplained damage within Twin Soul sect territory that they first tried to cover up and then tried to downplay, she knew his anchor was destroyed. So even if his soul survived, and he somehow got back most of his cultivation, he would be vulnerable. The Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance were the third sect to invade their territory, not because she wasn't ready, but because that was the optimal timing. Early enough to expand their borders and plunder, but not so early as to bring distrust from surrounding factions. The Trigold cluster was nominally full of allies. After all, turning on allies at the first sign of weakness was frowned upon. But the Twin Soul sect had thrown their weight around too much, especially considering their previous prominence in the lower realms. For all the good it did them, Ratna knew that there had been something up with the lower realms, but a complete victory and killing a domination cultivator? That was outside of her wildest imagination. While some were pushing for maximum territorial gains, Ratna focused her efforts on something they could sustain, and especially widening their territory away from the new Everheart system. If she had thought that he could pop up there from a seemingly desolate area, she would have destroyed the whole damn system. At least none of her best elders had been poached. A few other sects lost important individuals, and some had various vaults cleared out. Ratna had no idea what he had promised, and she didn't care. Nor was she participating in the efforts to destroy his system aside from token efforts to show the others. If the Guardians actually caught his attention, they would be the easiest for him to cause trouble for. No, the Twin Soul sect was much easier to deal with, and it had happened quite suddenly. Aside from shoring up her own borders, she led charges deep into their territory, scooping up their most precious resources. And that wasn't what everyone else was thinking. She needed resources infused with natural energy to train up future generations. And without a steady flow of disciples from the lower realms, not that the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance had ever done anything but pick up stray Ascension cultivators, those resources became even more critical. And with the invasion failing, it wouldn't be just until the next cycle before they could acquire more. No, she had felt that final shot. Only fools would trespass in the lower realms. So she needed to grab what she could from within Twin Soul sect territory. If it was convenient, she would also plunder other vaults, but that was her first priority. And she didn't mind acting in person to accomplish it. The other domination cultivators could chastise her all they wanted later, but she had already prepared reasonable enough excuses for the Guardians' portion of the invasion. Aside from the Twin Soul sect being garbage neighbors. Everyone knew that part. So a particular insult from an elder on this planet, a stolen artifact on that planet. And soon enough, she would have enough resources to secure the Veiled Brilliance for centuries. But she would need to think about trading for more. To her understanding, the Scarlet Alliance had more resources of that kind than made any sense, especially since they didn't participate in invasions either. Could they really have enough people ascending to keep up a steady flow from just what people carried on them? She wasn't quite certain of that. But they were quite exceptional. Getting proper spies in their territory was a pain and a half, but she knew they had a strong complement of ascended integration cultivators, including some very odd ones. Animals, even, or beasts, since they were clearly intelligent. Ratna also thought about a particular detail she'd heard. It was only in the form of a rumor, but it was worth considering. Durf had gone off on some sort of training expedition, that much was confirmed, and when he came back, he was an augmentation cultivator. That part was less clear, but the fact that he was stronger was undisputed. Ratna knew her distant nephew was talented in his own way. But the fact that the Scarlet Alliance could pick him up, and within just a couple centuries he was augmentation, or so close that people couldn't tell the difference, that said something. Perhaps she should visit. Not as herself, obviously. She couldn't officially be seen interacting peacefully with them. But things would become more clear in person. Chapter 1061. Perhaps in the future travel between the upper and lower realms would be more manageable while still keeping the lower realms safe. But for the moment, they were quite limited. That meant as much as they might like to focus on companionship, they also had to cover serious matters. They once again returned to such topics, as it was much more comfortable without time lag and the worries of potential interception. They spoke in general of the threat of the great factions in the upper realms, but eventually the topic came back to the Citadel of Exalted Light in particular. The Scarlet Alliance had no doubt that they would be trouble into the future, even if everything else went well and the other sects ignored them. Timothy spoke first. Our assault on Zor's anchor was more successful than we truly hoped it would be, but there is no chance we will find the area so lightly defended in the next centuries. Thus, even if we catch Zor away from there, it will be difficult to threaten him. It is not a matter we expect you can aid us with directly, Katerina said, but guidance would be appreciated. The Great Queen had her own style, and she signed some questions. How durable is the material itself? It is chewable? Does energy extend outside of the Citadel? Unfortunately, Katerina said, they will likely be on guard against void ants, considering your appearance during the end of the cycle. As for the material itself, it is unlikely most void ants would be able to damage it, though it always had energy defenses. The question is, do you believe your void ants could withstand the energy of a domination cultivator? The Great Queen pondered for a time. Myself, certainly, and a few others, but not nearly enough to expect we can cause any serious damage on our own. Gabriella, who was bonded to the Wayfarer, added her own suggestion. Is there some way to negate the energy of an anchor such that conventional explosives could damage it? Unlikely, Katerina said. Corallo's experience told us much. It isn't simply a structure powered by gathered energy. It is, in essence, part of the domination cultivator. That active control would require setting up a formation around it. And if we have unrestricted control of the area for such a long time that we can study it and determine exactly what would be required, then we could just destroy it in a more straightforward fashion. What is the current state of your scouts? Gabriella asked. The ships, specifically. Are there any that could cloak themselves against enemy detection? In most places, yes, Timothy said. But in the core system of the Citadel of Exalted Light? Perhaps not. Even Velvet's group was detected, though that was by Lelka. She has given us what she knew about their defenses, but we must assume they have been enhanced, though determining to what extent is a worthy assignment. A smaller vessel would be good, the Great Queen commented. Minimal energy. And some of us, perhaps, any who can independently fly and survive in a vacuum. As long as we do not touch the Citadel itself, we should be able to at least avoid triggering any formations. It's possible to make formations void ants can't detect, Katerina said carefully. They're limited in scope. But if they have something like that, they might catch whoever you send, and that would put them on even higher alert. The Great Queen pondered for a few moments. I have not heard of such formations. What are the chances they have something like that? They were able to annihilate the presence of void ants in the upper realms, Katerina said. So we know at least their detection methods were quite effective. Perhaps, the Great Queen said, or perhaps there are more of my brethren hiding among them as normal ants. But these formations, you developed some of your own, didn't you? Likely as a countermeasure in case we turned against you. The Great Queen waggled her antennae in a nod. Good. I would not wish to see any damage inflicted upon our allies by careless management of our people. Would you call that careless management? Anton asked. Absolutely. Void ants should be both loyal and intelligent. Those who fail on both counts would represent a failure in our system as a whole. Interesting, Anton said. As for myself, I am afraid to say I cannot help you. We know you can't leave the lower realms, Katerina began. Nor would we expect anyone to assist directly. You'd all be much weaker. Anton nodded. I simply thought I should bring it up since I could probably hit the Citadel if I was able to observe it. But even then, Zor would have to be weakened greatly for my contributions to be significant. You should bring up how you killed a domination cultivator more, Katerina said. I subconsciously put the possibility out of my mind. Can you actually shoot that far? It's not particularly about distance, Anton said. I would need to connect to his energy somehow, though that's not the hardest part. I wouldn't exactly be able to test my effectiveness without giving everything away, could I? Oh, and I wouldn't expect anything of the sort from me in the near future except as an emergency. I'd rather not kill myself for nothing. Is it that bad? Alva asked. Obviously, it couldn't have been easy on you, but… It's a matter of both energy and insight, Anton said. That was an exceptional circumstance, and the tides of the world provided a connection that I relied on. Actually, that might be the biggest factor. Without that, upper energy would have annihilated my own rather swiftly. Katerina stroked her chin. Perhaps we should look into how to get you that connection then, at least as one of many avenues we explore over the next century or two. We can hope that Zor lost more than simply fingers because of the damage that happened to the Citadel, but he's not actually weak. You should also reach out to that woman who wanted to kill him, Anton said. Ratna, was it? It might be worthwhile. Working directly with someone from the Trigold cluster? Timothy asked. That sounds risky. It could signal that we're part of them, even indirectly. If we had to face the Exalted Quadrant as a whole, they would flatten the Scarlet Alliance. It's not like they really respect the pact anyway, Katerina said. Maybe they wouldn't care. You could also use whatever shenanigans Everhart gets up to as a distraction, Anton added. At an appropriate time, of course. He's, at least, not as set against the Scarlet Alliance as the rest of the upper realms. Obviously, I wouldn't suggest actually trying to work together, though, but he tends to cause large commotions. Anton avoided mentioning Vari or other details, as not everyone present would be aware of exact connections to Everhart. Personally, Anton thought the man played up his status as a menace, but he did tend to cause trouble for even those who were agnostic towards him. He was even the catalyst of the conflicts between the Scarlet Alliance and the Citadel of Exalted Light, though at least that indicated he might also act against them if it was convenient. Time continued to pass, and the group from the upper realms needed to return. At least some of them should be seen out and about, and the journey was not a short one, especially with the limitations of their interrealm ship. But their departure was still a pleasant one, because it came with promises to return in the future as it became practical. That was something they hadn't been able to dream of when the first of them ascended. "You must promise to return at least every century," Anton said. That was still a very long time, and he would have preferred to visit more often. Though, how hard would it be to set up some inter-realm teleportation? He grinned. That caught Katerina for a while. Then she shook her head. Even if we permanently controlled a segment of the border, the complexities, her words trailed off. That will have to wait until after we secure our safety, Timothy said to his wife. He knew she couldn't avoid interesting challenges, but there would be plenty of those. Their plan to take down the Citadel of Exalted Light was more of an alternative to what they were already doing, which was securing and expanding their own borders. Their territory hadn't been challenged terribly often, but their defenses couldn't stay static if they hoped to overcome the caliber of foes they seemed to be attracting. More void ants in the upper realms? Velvet had already had a significant amount of time to react to the suggestion, but she felt she had to express herself directly when people returned. That's an extremely risky proposal, both for the void ants and anyone associated with them. There's no way the chaotic conglomeration would accept them. Who are you trying to convince? Katerina asked. It was not particularly our suggestion. It was merely one that was worth passing on. Obviously, we couldn't introduce the idea openly, Velvet continued. Could you imagine? The chaotic conglomeration would be glad to draw attention away from themselves by declaring us as the source of void ants, which would be even more terrible as we don't have any to aid us. Right? Timothy agreed. Though I do wish we did. Secrecy might be a problem, though. I can't imagine we maintain secrecy forever, Velvet said. But we need more time to establish ourselves. I can hardly believe I'm saying that, given how long it's been and where we started, but the great powers have existed pretty much forever. Imchim, Katerina just nodded and let Velvet continue. The spirit-slicing sect might be all right with the void ants, Velvet continued. They're kind of similar, and we'll have to slowly spread our connection to there regardless. It also does provide a fairly elegant solution to the whole secrecy thing. Though maybe then we should keep the void ants themselves secret? Velvet shook her head. It couldn't be from everyone, though. They would need support to grow and spread. And having transportation assistance is rather critical for them. Finally, Velvet stopped for a moment. I still think it's a crazy idea, though, she said. Katerina raised an eyebrow. Were you hoping one of us would try to convince you for or against it? Obviously. Velvet threw up her hands. You're the rational one. Katerina nodded. All right. It's a bad idea for all those reasons you said. Yeah, Velvet nodded seriously. You're right. It's terrible. She frowned. So why can't I stop thinking about it? If issues fully resolve themselves one at a time, the jobs of those on the Council of the Scarlet Alliance would have been far too easy. However, if that was the case, they might not even be needed at all. But there were always issues to be resolved. Their discussions began with how they might potentially contact Everhart or Ratna, with the former being easier but less preferred. Then they moved on to trouble on the eastern border, the Silverfang in particular. Velvet could imagine Lelka smirking once she heard about that, as if her suggestion that they should have caused trouble with them first would have prevented the current situation, which wasn't clear at all. But the former Exalted Light Cultivator was not privy to all the news of the Council just yet. The trouble at their eastern border wasn't the only threat to Scarlet Alliance territory, or rather, the Scarlet Midfields, as their territory only extended so far. News had come in that the southern border planets had higher rates of activity than expected, on both sides. Were the great powers looking to push into their territory, or simply scouring for more void ants? Chapter 1062. Optimally, A scout would both observe the energy and bring back information, all without being noticed. However, survival was the most important part. Being spotted but escaping, while inconvenient, was still a victory, which meant that the best possible option involved being able to gather information in a way that the enemy couldn't retaliate even if someone was spotted. Spyglasses were invented for that very thing, but they were only useful on scales where people could actually see things. Having heard about people setting up near the border, Anton couldn't help but be curious and go take a look himself. And while he had no guarantee they wouldn't notice him, there wasn't anything they could do if they did. The end of the last cycle had already made it clear that the lower realms was far stronger than the upper realms ever thought they could be, and Anton's presence wasn't a secret by any stretch of the imagination. But if possible, he would avoid detection so that people would feel safe. After all, they would reveal much more if they didn't feel like they were being watched. Stretching his senses more than a system or two was already difficult for Anton, and reaching into the upper realms? That was an order of magnitude more difficult. It was an actively tiring process, not one he could simply keep up indefinitely. Ascension energy instinctively rejected him, and while it was inconvenient in this particular situation, Anton didn't think that the drawback of fleeting youth was actually entirely a negative. Certainly, it made things more difficult for him, but he had to consider one thing in particular, the most relevant factor that overrode all inconvenience. Sudin had perished. Anton wasn't the sort to be overly humble, but he knew he simply wasn't strong enough to kill a domination cultivator. Even with a flash of insight and amazing technique, plus the man being fatigued after a marathon of hundreds of light years as he fled the lower realms, it still wasn't enough. But he died. Anton had been so focused on his energy, holding up against the upper realms, that he had only barely felt the surge of energy joining with him, trying to annihilate his energy. It just so happened to have not been concerned with not harming natives of the upper realms. Anton wondered how Everhard had the insight to create such a technique while still in the lower realms, but it was clear that if nothing else, the man was a genius at compiling and combining techniques. For the moment, he'd rather not think of him. Instead, there were planets to inspect. It took Anton more than a few tries, but eventually a thin strand of his energy, hidden from the upper realms itself, managed to inspect a particular planet. He couldn't make out individuals except for the very strongest, but he could detect the overall situation on the planet. They were setting up many structures, and while Anton couldn't guarantee anything, it seemed to be a proper settlement effort. He drew his energy back towards border planets he'd known crossed antennae once had colonies on. Every member of said colonies had been part of the defense of the lower realms, though not all of them made it onto enemy ships. Anton had been far too occupied to see anything in real time, but looking at the planets now, they would find it difficult to support life again. From what he could tell, each planet had been deluged with poison or scoured with fire, sometimes both. An extreme measure, but he supposed only by making the planets uninhabitable could they guarantee void ants would not survive. He wondered if life could ever be established on those planets again. If he could reach them, he would be tempted to put in a good attempt of cleaning them up. Since they were in the upper realms, however, he could do nothing directly. Nor did he think it was worth the resources for the Scarlet Alliance to try, unless it became necessary for some particular reason. Though based on what Anton could tell, the damage extended no more than 10 meters into the ground. That was more than enough to completely ruin the vast majority of the planet, and it wouldn't be feasible to try to replace that much over the entire planet. However, that did mean that if the void ants were able to dig further down, they could have potentially survived eradication, depending on how long the toxins lingered at levels that could kill them from mere contact and food stores, and whether it was even practical for them to burrow so deep. All right, there were all sorts of problems, but if they settled in such place in the future, perhaps it was worth considering. Anton would relay his thoughts to the Great Queen. She was helping crossed antennae to manage her people. Fortunately, it hadn't been that difficult to house all the surviving void ants from many different planets, as their total biomass was relatively small compared to the planets of the lower realms. At least, those who had survived. The void ants deserved more recognition than they got, but they didn't seem to want it. It was a shame that it was usually the best who took the brunt of the damage. Rather than try to rebuild their population, Crossed Antennae's descendants had stopped laying eggs. They weren't mindless insects, after all, and they were able to work with other void ant colonies to stabilize, especially on Acares. They didn't move far from the upper realms, because it was always Crossed Antennae's intention to return at some point. Now, there was an opportunity for that in the near future. Anton's final assessment was that both great powers were pushing into the scarlet midfields, but they didn't yet have worrying numbers or strength of cultivators on any of the planets. Obviously, they would need to be carefully watched, but they were more than just forward outposts. If the sects of the upper realms could live peacefully with the Scarlet Alliance, perhaps it wouldn't have been an issue. Some likely could, but as a whole they had to be considered enemies. Whatever response the Scarlet Alliance had was up to them, of course. They couldn't afford to make new enemies, but neither could they appear weak. A difficult balancing act. Anton continued to make his way east. The newly settled areas were all near the borders of the great powers, so there was a large empty gap along the edge of the scarlet midfields. Then Anton had come to the Trigold cluster. He could tell they were generally pushing their population more towards the border, though there was a buffer due to the uninhabitable planets. Then Anton sensed her. It was difficult not to, and his curiosity couldn't be denied. He'd felt her energy only through a recording, not that he would have met anyone from the upper realms that wasn't an ally. Ratna. The instant his energy sensed her, he tried to sense more, and she noticed his intrusion. His strand of energy was torn apart, exposed to the energy of the upper realms. Why was she near the border? A curious question. And since he had already been found out, Anton was willing to extend his energy again. Once more his energy was destroyed, but he sensed she was moving closer. He was not concerned. Even if for some reason this domination cultivator wanted him dead, she wouldn't be able to reach him. There had been no indications she had such a long range, as she had been observed when she chased her hated foe Zor. Even if she were hiding something, a serious attack across the null energy of the border was bound to fail. Plus, Anton was near a bound star. Part of his trip was making certain he had a nice smooth trail of stars, in case he needed to shoot another arrow using the lower realms as a framework. In the worst case, he could retreat to its shelter. Ratna didn't seem to be in a hurry, taking a week to get a couple systems closer. Anton continuously checked on her, but she didn't deviate significantly from her path, and thus he was always able to find her once in the vague neighborhood, about a system away. He reached out once more, finding it a good form of practice to solidify his senses and protect against ascension energy. Her energy reached out, and he felt an echo of voice. Are you now able to comprehend my words? Communication? So she'd been attempting that all along. I am, Anton replied. Do you intend to try to kill me? She said. Should I? Anton pushed as much of his true intent into those words as he could. I just woke up from a nap. He felt her amusement in return. I imagine we are enemies, are we not? Only if we have to be. If you were to attempt to invade the lower realms, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you. Her energy resonated with a mighty element of light, as he should have expected. She was a member of the Guardians of the Veiled Brilliance. After all, actually, how had he sensed her? She knew she was stealthy when she wished. I don't think you can, she retorted. You feel weak? She was provoking him. If anything, Anton was stronger than when he'd killed Sun, and she shouldn't know about the extenuating circumstances. It's a lot of effort, Anton said, flaring the energy of the star behind him and passing the effect through his own connection to her. So unless you do anything extremely foolish, I don't see why I would bother. You know who I am, she declared. She quite clearly wasn't asking. Anton wasn't much for deceit to begin with. I have heard of you, he admitted. He wanted to immediately break off contact, but that would likely be more suspicious. That confirms a connection to the upper realms. And it's not a mystery how, Ratna responded. She increased the intensity of her own energy, perhaps to intimidate Anton somehow, but since the most she would do was actually destroy his connected strand, it just let him feel her more clearly. I have seen some members of your sect, and of course, everyone felt the shot you made, though don't worry too much. That felt more like a supernova. Unless anyone gets a good look at your energy, they shouldn't make a connection to the 100 stars. So she knew, enough to know their name. Velvet had been to visit her sect once. Could it be? Anton smiled. Yes, while his deceptive abilities were rather limited, his insight into people was well developed. How's your nephew? Anton asked. You tell me, Ratner replied. He hasn't told me much of value. Strangely, those words rang true. I expected he was a plant. More of a rock, if anything, Ratna chuckled in reply. If you'd met him in person, you'd know. But don't worry, I doubt he'd intentionally betray his friend's secrets. Anton pondered as he looked at Ratna. Knowing who she was likely already fairly confident about what she had spoken. It's in your best interests to focus your attention elsewhere, like on the Twin Soul sect. If you cause any trouble, you'd better be quite confident I can't do it again. Pfft. As if you could even hit me. But I can say this. Causing trouble for the Scarlet Alliance, and especially my nephew, is nowhere in my plans. Good. Technically, Anton reporting that conversation to the Scarlet Alliance was good news. One less potential worry. But while it was good for the Scarlet Alliance, it was not such good news for one member in particular. She got me, Velvet grimaced. I can't believe I let myself get fooled. Then she sighed. She even sensed my true cultivation. There was no shame in being outdone by a domination cultivator. But that didn't mean she couldn't make plans to get her back, somehow. Velvet just had to develop her own skills more first. Chapter 1063. In some ways, dealing with the much more powerful Citadel of Exalted Light was simpler than dealing with the Silver Fang. That was because the Citadel had been so confident in their superiority that they didn't bother with things like tactics, and for their first assault and much of the second, they had been justified in that belief. The Silver Fang, meanwhile, were undoubtedly weaker than the Scarlet Alliance. They weren't able to take and hold planets, nor could they threaten their core systems in the slightest. But they were able to cause trouble, raiding planets within their sphere of influence. Not all were officially part of the Scarlet Alliance, but they couldn't allow such intrusions to happen near their territory if they wanted to continue to grow. More than that, they couldn't ignore the calls for aid. With their complement of augmentation cultivators, the Scarlet Alliance could take down any of the attacking groups. The only issue was actually catching them. They had swift ships, but unless they could predict the enemy's path, it made little difference. A single ship carrying a modest number, seemingly 2 augmentation cultivators and a couple hundred others split between life transformation and integration, was the biggest thorn in their side. Others had similar numbers, but seemed to have only a single augmentation cultivator taking the lead, or none at all. The Scarlet Alliance had sufficient forces to completely fortify 10 or 20 systems beyond their borders. They could have smaller complements in others, but they couldn't completely cover the great number of systems that the Silver Fang could reach. Various options had been suggested, but it wasn't possible to implement them all. The one that would be guaranteed to work to some extent came with other problems, launching a proper counterattack onto Silver Fang worlds. But that meant committing to a proper war, and the costs in life and other resources involved in that. The Silver Fang wasn't considered particularly important within the Trigold cluster, but they still had to consider how the Great Power would react. The one tactic that was able to be implemented quickly, and that should have some effect, was the creation of small teams meant to supplement the defenses of the predicted targets. In general, that meant forces similar to the greatest offending ship. They could only hope to catch some of the roaming enemies while they prepared more of their forces. Chitty and Aconite, rather than leading other cultivators, were operating independently. Both of their styles were far too disruptive to allied cultivators. They were also confident facing greater numbers, though if they ran into the pair of augmentation cultivators, they would have to carefully assess their odds with the inclusion of the enemy's numerical advantage. We should bring your family next time, Chitty commented, speaking of his trip to the lower realms. I bet Fuzz would be delighted to see things. Probably, Aconite growled in agreement. I don't know if Mother would be willing to take the risk of weakening herself, however. She turned to sniff around the area, the site of a recent attack. Chitty nodded. True, it is quite uncomfortable, especially for those who have little experience with lower energy. What are you sniffing for, by the way? Signs of those who were here, Aconite said. Also, they smell weird. Or the ship. I assume they absconded into space, Chitty commented. That's what everyone said. Yes, but maybe they also smell like herbs unique to a particular planet. or some sort of mud found only outside their hideout. Chitty sniffed. I think it's a bit too faint to get anything like that, and how would we know before we were practically standing upon said hideout? Maybe I should have studied spatial techniques, Aconite grumbled. I could sniff them from afar. I guess we just move on. Now hold on one moment. You might have a point, Chitty commented. Maybe not via scent, but can we determine how much energy their ship had stored? Difficult, Aconite said. It would be contained, and the signature has faded significantly. Though we might be able to follow the tracks out of the system, at least until they entered subspace. Chitty nodded. Good idea. Too bad they didn't have modern scanners here. That might have gotten all the info we needed for us. You know why we don't export tech to unsecure areas? Yes. Though even what has been stolen has been implemented extremely slowly. Our main enemies are ancient and appear to lack certain sorts of adaptability. Departing the planet, Chitty was just able to feel traces outside the atmosphere. They had to approximate what direction the enemy departed, but of the three main options, only one had a populated system. That was their best bet. The enemy could be heading towards a further system, or they could retreat back towards the Trigold cluster. But they often went for several targets in a row. It turned out they guessed right. But the enemy had already arrived and moved on before they did. However, because they were faster, they had gained some time, and they were able to follow their energy trail to the edge of the system more easily. It still smells weird, Aconite commented. Not like a proper ship at all. Unfortunately, none of the locals really got a good look at it, Chitty commented. They just mentioned people dropping from the sky. Not that I'm surprised they were paying attention to the more immediate issues. On their next attempt, they actually managed to catch their quarry. Their industrious opponents had already completed their raid, but were still leaving the system. Finally, Aconite said, now you cut them down. About that, I can sense some captives aboard. How about you do it? You think I have any poisons that can kill only enemies? Chitty shook his head. I was hoping more for something that would incapacitate them all. Some sort of sleeping powder? Oh yes. I do have some non-lethal options, I suppose, Aconite confirmed. However, getting into position to deploy it will be tricky. I can't just leave a packet for them to run into. Really? Chitty tilted his head. I thought you had the technique down. I don't know what sort of air filtration they have on their ship, or its structural layout. Right. So we try to get ahead and just hope for the best. I'll cut something important that doesn't destroy the ship, and we go from there. Aconite nodded. Fighting within atmosphere is so much easier. Ty would probably disagree, Chitty said, but I don't have any interest in training for centuries as a fighter pilot just for that. Their ship wasn't equipped with grand stealth systems, so even though they kept their own energy low as much as possible, the enemy spotted them as they were heading to cut them off. But rather than attempt to flee, they turned towards the smaller ship. To them, it likely felt like a single life transformation cultivator and a weak augmentation cultivator. Against a crew that included dozens of integration cultivators, it seemed like a decent match for them. Chitty didn't plan to give them a chance to recognize their mistake. The two of them set the ship to automatically pull away from the battlefield, then rode outside so their attacks would be unhindered on the approach. Aconite suddenly growled fiercely. I figured out what smelled weird. I'm gonna kill them all. Just the silver fong, please, Chitty said. What is it? You'll sense it in a moment. And he did. You'd think that someone would have mentioned this aesthetic, Chitty commented as he prepared his sword. Did we miss a meeting? There was no response, as he was already swinging his sword at the enemy ship, one that was decked out to look like a giant howling wolf, complete with real furs and teeth. If Chitty understood properly, their ship turned away at the last moment, leaving them with only their momentum carrying them towards the enemy ship. Chitty already had a read on the ship's energy, and he cut twice. His attacks pierced through the barrier as he struck at its precise weak points, then carried on to quarter the mast. Chitty used the counterforce from the attack to reduce his relative velocity to the ship, using his own energy to match its speed while he was just past the rear of the ship. Meanwhile, Aconite leapt onto the prow and sunk her claws into the surface. Though she was only the size of a regular wolf, her ferocity displayed in a great howl that echoed through the ship. The Silver Fang didn't appear even slightly bothered by the wolf and charged at her with their weapons, mainly spears. That was their first mistake, as her howl hadn't been merely for intimidation but was instead a way to distribute poison. Chitty knew that half of them would fall by the time they got within range, and the others a few moments later. The few who attacked from afar wouldn't be much better, but that was for Aconite to deal with. He had his own concerns at the moment, such as the other half of the crew coming for him. Most of them wouldn't be affected by the poison. Chitty had to make full use of his energy to avoid the various incoming attacks, both melee and with ranged extensions of their spears. Each of their integration cultivators technically had more energy than him, after all. It was wasted in their hands, though. Using complex movement techniques, Chitty twisted himself around their assaults, focusing on how their energy would overlap and negate each other. That was the best part about facing a crowd of attacks by uncoordinated people. It was both more difficult and simpler to enter a proper state of negation. There were many energy signatures competing with each other in the area, but none of them were consciously controlled to make the process more difficult. Instead of a single instant, he managed many back-to-back, moving rapidly from foe to foe and cutting them down with his blade. When he found himself without any conscious opponents, Chitty assessed himself. Blood was trickling down from no fewer than a dozen wounds. One on his neck had nicked an artery and needed rapid consideration. He wasn't a doctor, but he could hold blood in and would be able to stitch it up in a manner that would hold together well enough. That was necessary when undergoing active and near-fatal training like the Million Sword Vault performed, and thus that had been part of Chikir's training. Around Aconite there were only fallen foes, and the only blood on her was concentrated around her head and upper torso. Considering how much was dripping down her fangs, he presumed it was only from her enemies. They began to make their way inside the oddly adorned ship. Chitty could sense a few active individuals still, but the majority had already rushed to fight them. However, upon stepping down the stairs they came to a scene where an old man, presumably the captain of the ship, had a dozen people in front of him and his remaining crew, spears pressed up against their back. "These are your people," the old men shouted. "Stop right there." Chitty stopped, though he wondered what would happen next. If the old man told him to drop his weapons and surrender, well, that would be stupid. That would just be consigning the hostages to a fate potentially worse than death along with himself. It wasn't something that could be reasonably discussed. Aconite growled, but it was doubtful that these people could understand her. So Chitty spoke for her. "What do you want?" he asked. All he really needed to do was draw things out. "If you want them to live, you go back where you came from. Oh, and leave the wolf." "Good sir," Chitty said in a manner he hoped was sufficiently supplicatory to the man's ears. "I certainly wouldn't want any of our citizens to be harmed. We can certainly withdraw, but I cannot in good conscience leave behind my companion. This isn't a negotiation. Do you want their blood on your hands?" This old man had far too naive of an opinion about the Scarlet Alliance. Just because they cared about their people didn't mean they were completely useless. But he didn't have to explain that. Aconite growled. "Fine, but be careful. She bites." Chitty began stepping away, but he didn't even make it up 3 stairs before enemy cultivators began falling. Then suddenly all of the hostages. "It's so much harder to make the strong people collapse first," Aconite grumbled. "Good thing they assumed that my aura was just for intimidation and not carrying doses of deadly poison." Chitty gestured to the captured people. "Deadly because I'm going to tear out their throats. The hostages are fine." Aconite paused. "Okay, they might be in a coma for weeks, but after that they'll be fine." Chapter 1064. Strategy meetings were not something Durf enjoyed being part of, but he was quite happy to get a summary from Velvet. "So basically, these Silver Fang guys are causing a lot of trouble, and we want to stop them." "That's right," Velvet confirmed. "I figured you would be able to determine where you would be most effective, so you don't have any official assignment." Durf nodded. "All right. What's the most important thing they own?" "Tactically, it might be their main sect training grounds on Neria, or some of their mines." "Okay, I'll go break those." "Which thing?" Velvet asked. "Their main planet and the mines," Durf said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "We can't just do that." "Why not?" Durf asked. "Are they not all bad guys?" I can just smash certain buildings if necessary. An assault on their main planet is insanely dangerous. It's not like with the Citadel of Exalted Light. Durf frowned, pondering for a good 10 seconds. Because these guys are weaker? I feel like that would make it easier. We're not desperate, Velvet said. I know you didn't know her that well, but we lost Shakir there. We can't afford something like that again. Durf thought for a few moments more. I liked her. She tried to get me a good hammer. She was strong. Exactly, Velvet said. The Silver Fong is much weaker. So we don't have to be as strong to beat them. And their stuff will be easier to break. So we can just break a few things and then leave? Well, sure, Velvet agreed. Skirmish tactics can be quite effective. When we're ready to move on from our defensive position, perhaps dash. We have to start with the good one, Durf said. Because if you know someone's going to hit you in the face, you can be ready and it won't hurt. And if we wait until we have everything under control, they'll be expecting us to be ready, Velvet said. It can't be the solution every time, though. It can, if you can get us somewhere secretly again. Almost everywhere besides the Citadel of Exalted Light will be easier to get to. They're closer, and not surrounded by as many enemies. It's still risky, and unlike with Zor, their actual danger doesn't come from just one thing. So for it to really matter, we'd have to be able to defeat a large number of their elders and dash. Durf was clearly strongly considering if they could do that. Do you think their planet only has bad people? Because I could probably hit it into the sun. Velvet shook her head. No, there are probably innocent servants. And slaves. For some reason, Durf pulled his hammer off his back and took a stance, looking at it fiercely. Finally, he replied, I don't think I can hit away just half a planet yet. He returned the carved shell hammer to his back. But we could still break a bunch of important things. And then they'd get angry, Durf said. And angry people are stupid. He paused for a moment. They might just get sad, but sad people aren't very effective either. Velvet looked into Durf's clear eyes. He was serious, as always, which in turn made her have to think seriously about his plan. It relies on us being stronger than the forces they have there. Durf nodded. That's fine. We're strong. You're very strong. I'm stronger than I used to be. We can bring some other people. They won't even know to expect anything. And they don't have a barrier encompassing their whole domain, so they aren't ready. Durf pondered for a moment. If they did, I think Corallo could get us through. Or Katarina, if she wasn't busy. She's usually very busy. It was such a simple and straightforward plan. It felt wrong to her, not foreboding like her insight was trying to warn her away, but it just wasn't standard. Instead, forces met each other in battle because they wanted to wear down the other side's power and train their own forces. There was something to be said about supply lines and reinforcements, but if it was just a quick assault, Velvet had to get information about Neria and what there was most important. Maybe additional information would show that it was a terrible idea. But if they could get stealth scouts to the planet to observe it, then she could definitely get a strike team there. And while she doubted they would get invited in by a disgruntled, high-ranking official, the Silver Fong really were less of a threat. Maybe they could just perform a direct assault. Some of the council might even volunteer. Cutting off applicants quickly was absolutely necessary, otherwise the whole of the Scarlet Alliance would have joined, which would just make it a direct assault on the enemy capital, and not some sort of precision tactical strike. We'll have to limit it to particular roles, Velvet said. Tano will be responsible for fighting off enemies along with Prasad. I'll take the strong ones, Tano said. Before the other man could protest, he continued, You're better at taking down hordes of enemies. Prasad nodded. 1,000 palms shall reap 1,000,000 lives. Right, Velvet said. Lelka. I can perform long-range support, Lelka said. Velvet thought she just wanted to do something. It wasn't bad to give her a chance to prove her loyalty, though. Though fighting against the Trigold cluster wouldn't actually mean much, it could influence public opinion. Katarina would be best positioned with the Scarlet Alliance, in case there was any sort of attack on their core systems. She could help manage the formations. So Corallo would once again be assigned to the strike team. This time it should hopefully be easier, he commented. I'll be responsible for our stealthy arrival, Velvet finished. And Durf will be responsible for breaking things. I'm better now, he said. I can break so many things. Grandmaster Smith. Durf enthusiastically greeted Sadiq as he approached the man. Thank you for your work on my hammer. It's very good. The man simple nodded. Would have been a terrible shame to do anything less with materials like that. But you're not here just to compliment me. Nope, Durf agreed easily. I need you to make me something else. Sadiq looked over Durf from head to toe. I don't think I can replicate that armor. At most, I'd match it. And that hammer is my best work. I need something else, Durf said. Something very special. Durf described what he had in mind. I see. So a pick. Not just any pick. A very sturdy one, Durf explained. It needs to be able to hold up to me using it. Do you know how to swing a pick correctly? I actually do, Durf nodded. I learned how to do it in a weird mine without energy. I didn't break the last few at all. They just got worn down from normal use. Sadiq frowned. Do you want something for those same circumstances? I can do it, I suppose. I made Chitty's weapon, after all. I don't think they'll have any void or mines. So the normal kind with fancy enchantments and stuff should be fine. All right. And who's paying for it? You or the Alliance? Me. Durf grinned. I got paid a lot for various things. Great. I'll have you test out some grips and give your preference or waiting, just in case it's different than for your hammer. Various minor victories had been won against the Silver Fong, and the Scarlet Alliance was at least successful in minimizing continuing damage from raids. But it was still quite difficult for them to protect so many outlying systems at once. They were unable to corner any augmentation cultivators just yet. The few times they encountered them, they had been able to boost their ship's flight out of the system before the Scarlet Alliance could properly engage. They made a proper show of building up forces at their border, signaling that they were going to attack soon. And they would. But their first strike was already halfway to its destination. Velvet monitored the ship's cloaking systems, supplementing them with her own abilities. It was unfortunate that they'd had to throw the previous ship into a star, but it was better than letting the Citadel of Exalted Light capture one perfectly intact. They could learn far too much, even if they wouldn't operate for just anyone. This ship was of equal caliber, if not better. It wasn't made for precisely this purpose, but instead its primary purpose was scouting deep into enemy territory. From there, it wasn't a big stretch to have it carry a small strike team. She had no intention to relax just because the scouts who had come before had been successful. It was possible that they had been detected and simply let go. Not likely, but it would be dangerous to underestimate their foes. On the other hand, overestimating them was also foolish. This mission had to be possible, because they had survived against the Citadel of Exalted Light. The Scarlet Alliance ending up in direct conflict with one of the most powerful sects that anyone knew about had skewed her perspective. They really needed to make an impression on the Trigold cluster. Perhaps this sect hadn't heard or didn't believe the events involving the Citadel. Great effort had certainly been made by the sect to cover up the incident, but that was why they had put in equal effort to spread rumors about it. And the Trigold cluster was the best place for such things to spread, as they would latch onto negative information about their rivals easily. So perhaps they heard it, but assumed that it was not the result of the Scarlet Alliance. Or they wanted to gain some clout and didn't expect a serious response. As if raiding planets were simply a casual greeting by neighbors. Maybe for some it was, but the Scarlet Alliance didn't intend to tolerate this. Lelka leaned into Velvet's peripheral vision. Thinking about something, she asked. Not really, Velvet said, perhaps too defensively. You sure? It wasn't about me saying we should start something with them so that they didn't act up. That strategy was rejected even by those more traditionally aggressive cultivators among us, Velvet said. That's because you guys haven't been big for long enough. These little wolves want to try to swarm big prey just to say they can. How foolish. Welcome to the world I lived in for way too long, Lelka said. Can't spend all your time peacefully cultivating and enjoying life. Someone's always going to drag you into unpleasant circumstances. It's not like we expected eternal peace. It just seems like meaningless aggression. The ship didn't really have any privacy, just like before. So Tano felt free to interject his own thoughts. They're like scared animals. Which makes sense because from what I've seen they only farm pathetic wolves. Oh, they call it hunting and all that, bringing them down in the wild. but they never let them grow truly strong. So they end up with it just being aesthetic instead of practical. Lelka looked over Tano. I can't say I know what you've hunted, but it's easy enough to agree it's better. And that's why these guys need a taste of the real world. Tano nodded. I hope they have someone properly challenging to face. A bit off to the side, Durf was staring intently at a three-dimensional image projected in front of him. Simple conversation wasn't enough to distract Velvet, so she found herself sitting down with him. Studying Neria? Are you having trouble finding anything? I know it's not a terribly complete map, but it's what we got. Do you think slaves work in their mines? On Neria? No way, Velvet said. It's too much work to enslave proper cultivators. And it's way too inefficient to let lower-tier cultivators work where you could get a life transformation cultivator or integration cultivator to do the same work in seconds. So any of these active mines should be worked by their own sect members. Don't forget those are secondary targets, though. We want to bring down their sect core first. He nodded. I know. I'm gonna break their big fancy tower first. And the statue in front of it. Chapter 1065. On their final approach to the planet Neria, which was the home of the main sect for the Silver Fang, the assault group had just finished wrapping up their final plans. Tano had a stern look on his face. These people are terrible. I agree, Corallo nodded sagely. They seem as if their purpose has been to cause the most damage to our people, not to gain the most benefit for themselves. Huh? Oh yeah, that's not great either. But mostly I meant that their style sucks. Seriously, they're totally lacking in cohesion. Seriously, hunters of wolves? It's like their founder saw a wolf once and got scared, then decided they were the apex predator throughout all worlds. I see, Corallo responded. I suppose I should have expected that angle from you. But simply because their essence is focused, it does not mean they're weak. Tano held up a spear made from some sort of spine. If they made practical use of their fallen foes, it would be one thing. But the fur is an aesthetic and little more. Prasad gave his own comments. That is quite a judgment for you never having engaged them in combat. That's not quite true, Tano replied. I fought some of them before the Scarlet Alliance was formed, just to see. I wasn't impressed. They don't seem to have done much but breed since then. At least one of their augmentation cultivators advanced recently, Corallo explained. At least on the scale of the Scarlet Alliance's lifespan. I wouldn't call that nothing. We'll see when I fight them. I hope they remember to leave some people defending their homeworld, or this is going to be boring. You can handle the barrier? As long as the scouts didn't miss anything, I hardly need to. Our information indicates it is rather poorly maintained, but I will be prepared to adapt should that prove not to be the case. A planet much like any other appeared before them. It had more apparent wilderness than most highly populated worlds, but that was to be expected from those who fancied themselves great hunters. They needed sufficient space to continue with their traditions. That did lead to cities brimming with greater populations, skyscrapers held up more by enchantments than precision engineering, allowing more people to be packed into a smaller space. Within the core sect of the Silver Fang there stood one much greater, a curved tower closely resembling a wolven canine, standing nearly double the height of any others. Their target would be the most well-defended area, but also the most valuable place to strike. They could only hope that their plan was not more reckless than it seemed. Velvet kept her attention on the stealth systems as they approached the planet itself. The lack of orbital platforms seemed odd to her, but that was not terribly odd for cultivators. They often gave little care to planetary defense aside from a large barrier. Everyone remember where the ship is going to idle? Velvet asked. We can't just leave it near the shockwaves of battle. Nope, Durf replied smoothly. So you guys have to survive so I can make it back. Everyone else gave an affirmative answer, of course. Good, Velvet said. Standing up, I can keep us stealthed at least until we break through the barrier. Beyond that, I expect we'll quite quickly reveal ourselves, Prasad commented. I certainly don't intend to be casual in my approach. Corallo looked at Durf. Do you at least remember what I told you about the tower's formations? I have a pretty good idea where to hit. Yeah, Durf said. I'll try to follow behind in case there are any hang-ups, he said. The 6 of those present made their way to the exit hatch as the ship made the last adjustments above the planet. Then they dropped out. Corallo pulled out a simple-looking sphere, but that simplicity faded away when he threw it to strike the barrier below. It suddenly expanded in size, from the size of a fist to double that, but the new size was merely a projection. However, it expanded again and again, doubling in size each time. The projection had extended through the barrier, cutting off the flow into its center. It then collapsed into a ring, leaving a hole about a meter across. Instantly, Durf dropped through. A moment later, he was outside of Velvet's range to hide his energy, but he also wasn't trying himself. And the fireball of igniting atmosphere around him wasn't so simple to hide either. Durf accelerated downward faster than gravity could carry him, his hammer held at the ready. People were scrambling to react when he struck the tip of the silver fong itself. His momentum completely ceased, but rather than crumpling into rubble, the tower stood without a mark. Durf did not look disappointed, instead letting himself drop next to its base. 100 disciples and a few elders were rushing out from that very tower, and more from beyond. But massive palms began to crush buildings further away as Prasad began his attack. Meanwhile, Tano landed next to Durf and immediately struck out at the strongest elder nearby. The first dozen disciples to strike Durf did so simultaneously, and their spears likewise shattered simultaneously. While Durf's armor flowed around him like a liquid to settle in place, once said it was immeasurably hard and was a hazard to those who were unprepared. Though that would have been of lesser value had the individual inside of the armor not been able to hold himself against the blows. Durf wasn't even paying attention to the crowd around him. Instead, he was looking at his target and the tower in front of him, which were not the same thing. With a wide swing, he swept people out of his path. His hammer struck the base of the main tower, and the entire thing sailed through the air, the base cracking apart in a single instant. It sailed point first through a grand statue of the sect's founder, standing triumphant over a fallen wolf. All that remained after the fight was the man's legs. When the building finally stopped after having tumbled over a great portion of the inner sect finally sustained the impacts levied upon it, and its enchantments were unable to keep up with the strain. Where it didn't immediately crack, it began to crumble under its own weight. Tano's wish had been fulfilled to some extent, as the elder he was battling was an augmentation cultivator. However, with the very first move, he drove his own spear through the tip of his opponent's spear, splitting the metal and wood. "Should have made your weapon from a creature you slew with your own hands," Tano commented. Not that any advice he gave would be useful, as he stabbed the elder in the back as he turned to flee. The man had only had a handful of moments to stabilize his own energy for battle, and while he might have been disturbed in the middle of his cultivation and thus weaker, Tano wasn't going to give the man a chance to fight at his full strength. If he had been caught off guard, he deserved his fate. Then Tano roared, his aura spreading throughout the sect with the uneasy fear that distortion beasts tended to bring with them. Weaker cultivators convulsed, unable to withstand the sudden effect. Durf was pleased, as it allowed him to look around. "Now, where did they put that?" he said. He casually attached his hammer onto his back as he walked around, not even thinking about battle at the moment. Velvet was merely a trail of death among the local disciples, taking full advantage of her twin void steel daggers. Any exposed flesh became a target as she sliced through the energy of integration cultivators one after another. They were the greatest threat, numerous as they were, though they could not easily join together against their smaller numbers. Lelka fought exactly as she had said, flying in the air above everything and taking down opponents with beams of concentrated light. A small portion of individuals attempted to fly up and deal with her, but not enough of them coordinated at any one time. The threats of Tano and Prasad were extremely immediate. Corallo had no visible presence, but Velvet knew he was wandering around disrupting formations that were supposed to give a home ground advantage to the sect. Perhaps in a few minutes, they would be the ones bolstered by the formations instead. Durf's feet carried him over many kilometers, though still within the central sect. He brushed past all of those trying to stop him as he looked for one thing in particular. "There you are," he said as he approached a mountain. "My number one." Frankly, Durf thought it would be a pain to try to fight their way all across the planet, collapsing every mine they came across. However, he knew something that they didn't know. Mines wanted to collapse, Big holes in the ground weren't stable at all. He pulled out from his storage bag the pick Grandmaster Sadiq had so kindly made him, feeling its weight. If he did it right, all he'd need was one good swing. His pick swung into the ground. With its length, one would expect that he could collapse no more than a meter of stone. But of course, that was only considering its standard length. And Durf wasn't restricted in his energy usage here. Having good basics really helped with everything. He also had a strong body that could withstand the counterforce of his efforts without him having to supplement with too much upper energy, letting him focus that effect. The ground trembled, once, twice. Then a wide pit opened up around where he swung as everything compressed inward. Durf looked at it and shook his head. That wasn't the right feeling. He hefted his pick again and swung it down. And when he did, there was no immediate feedback as his pick extended and sank a kilometer deep into the collapsed mine. He pulled his weapon out, wiped his forehead, had his armor pull back so he could actually touch his forehead, then nodded. That should be good enough. All right, guys, we can leave now, he shouted. Even if they didn't hear him clearly, they'd figure it out as he leapt towards the sky. The planetary formation was a bit shaky above them, considering a large portion of the main sect's infrastructure had collapsed. Durf wondered if more of it could cave in with the mines. Well, that wasn't his business. Lelka looked over at him as he flew up next to her. She continued blasting people as she raised an eyebrow. Done already? I thought we were here to cause maximum damage. Yeah, but I'm done with my tasks now, so we can go. You collapsed one mine, Lelka pointed out. It's not going to be operational anytime soon, I agree. But what about the rest of them? What about the rest of them? They shouldn't be much better. A faint rumbling sound reached Lelka's ears, and she saw buildings below swaying back and forth. Some held together while others collapsed. But given her vantage point, she could see for hundreds of kilometers, and the same was happening elsewhere. And if she extended her energy and extrapolated, is the entire planet shaking? Durf crossed his arms over his chest. The mines wanted to collapse. I think some of them were pretty deep. I saw you hit the Citadel of exalted light off the planet. So this might actually be more sensible. Lelka frowned. The whole planet isn't going to collapse, is it? Don't be silly. Innocent wolves live here. Lelka didn't know whether or not that meant he could have done it, but she had the feeling that maybe he could have. Then again, he was the right sort of cultivator for such a result. The others began to appear around them, starting with Corallo. Tano was last, looking somewhat disappointed. Next time, we need to make sure they're better defended. Chapter 1066. Unlike the attack on the Citadel of Exalted Light, where destroying the Citadel would have caused grave injury or death to Zorbarids, destroying structures on Neria did not serve the same tactical purpose. The Silver Fang wasn't suddenly torn apart just because some of their buildings had been destroyed and a single elder was dead. However, the assault was a clear warning to them. They'd chosen to cause trouble with the wrong people, and they were going to suffer the consequences for it. The death of that elder wasn't going to collapse their sect, but in turn, it also wasn't a trivial loss. The damage to their morale would also be widespread, likely causing them to be more cautious. Their tactics could keep their raiders safe, but if they had nowhere to return to, that could only last so long. At the same time as the assault on Neria, the Scarlet Alliance launched several more attacks on their closest border planets, targeting mainly defensive infrastructure such as the formations used to maintain the barriers. They had no intention to attempt to occupy planets immediately, but they could make them more difficult to defend in the future. Though the Scarlet Alliance was eager to retaliate, they still preferred to not be drawn into a protracted war. Thus, preparations were made for a potential diplomatic resolution. Now that they had made a show of strength, they could leverage that for better concessions. Though actually solidifying diplomatic channels would be difficult, they might need to bring a show of force to one of their planets with the intention to hold that position. Far away in the lower realms, people were not merely sitting idly. Though they had taken some time to allow people to recover from the invasion, a few decades returned them to proper stability. With certain plans that were being made to connect to the chaotic conglomeration more long-term, more attention was given to the western region. For the most part, the Lower Realms Alliance had branched out in an easterly direction, partially because of the Solanis cluster being directly in their path, partially because Anton had explored to the east, and finally because they hadn't encountered as many occupied planets nearby to the west. The cluster of systems that had once been part of the numerological compact but was now simply referred to as the unified sector was the largest grouping of people by far, and it was a significant distance away. Ultimately, there had only been so far that the Lower Realms Alliance was willing to stretch itself while preparing for the war. Now, they had an opportunity to cut off the Upper Realms from access to the Lower Realms entirely, if they could liberate every occupied system from their influence. The Lower Realms Alliance was able to tolerate those who did not want to join them. For centuries, they remained at peace with the Solanis cluster, even after the Alliance's combined power dwarfed the few systems. They would have accepted Ekik's desire for independence, but they could not abide active threats, especially anyone with a continuing connection to the Upper Realms. Filled with a new vigor to further their exploration, many ships were sent out. They were to attempt to peacefully make contact with any locals, and if they could not, to leave while causing minimal harm. So far, Anton hadn't heard about any contact, nor had he encountered any occupied systems himself. Though along his current path, he truly didn't expect it. Anton found himself skirting the border between realms, planning to expand his network of stars. He couldn't bind every star along the border even in a single flat line, not without using up every remaining star he had and then some. Though he had over 100 bound stars, even that thin line would be 50 to 100 more. He was still centuries of cultivation away from that. Plus, it took more time to replace the stars in his first 100 than to bind those that came post-assimilation. That time still contributed to his cultivation to some measure, but it had to be carefully considered. Even though he couldn't bind every star he wished, Anton was still working on the outlines of a grand constellation. He had something of a loop around the eastern part of the lower realms. Replicating that to the west, he could perhaps bring himself to a state where he could repeat the power of his realm shot that killed Sudin, or at least something sufficiently close. For that, his intention was to create a matching loop on the other side, ultimately creating something that could be described as a bow-shaped constellation. He could even count his line up towards Acares as an arrow. Anton wasn't certain how important the aesthetics of such a constellation would be, though it felt right to him. Either way, if he wanted to replicate the effect anywhere in the vicinity of the exalted quadrant, he would need stars bound there, and the extremely loose shape had worked before even if he could only use half at a time. Anton wasn't being quick with choosing which stars to bind. Instead, he was passing by as many as he possibly could along the way, taking in their features. He had to consider their power and their compatibility with him, and while he would likely only experience results that differed by a few % in either direction depending on each individual star, if he was efficient and came out 5% stronger than he might have otherwise, that was a significant gain. That sort of margin was often the difference between top cultivators in a certain range of cultivations, and every small amount of power mattered when it was tested many times over centuries. There was also a secondary goal for focusing on that path. It would provide security for anyone who wished to travel around through the lower realms from the Scarlet Alliance to the chaotic conglomeration. They would have to use the new ships, of course. It wasn't a current need that Anton was fulfilling, but instead something he anticipated would be useful in the future. Perhaps it would only be necessary to secure one system for border crossing, but that might actually reveal too much information should the Exalted Quadrant be able to spy across the border. Halfway to his goal, he had found only a few stars that he felt were noteworthy on their own, with another handful that had planets within their systems that possessed sufficient natural energy to consider settling. That wasn't a surprise, given that the first systems immediately on the border were not surrounded by other systems full of natural energy. That meant that up to a third of their natural energy filtered out into the gap without use, the rest going to systems further into the lower realms or those around them on the border. Anton took the time to explore some of the planets, and he found that even those with strong natural energy had no life. Any natural energy they had would be the product of a long period of time absorbing from their stars, ending at a balance of natural energy where they radiated as much as they gave off. Life, meanwhile, captured said natural energy in different ways, allowing the total amount planets had to build up over time if properly managed. There were a number of terrestrial planets with clear markings. Scars from meteor impacts were part of that, but Anton detected signs of battles long past as well as mining operations. While the ores that could be found on a planet with lesser natural energy weren't terribly valuable, they were still of some use to those who were earlier in their spacefaring journeys. Anton could only speculate whether the marks had come from natives to the lower realms or the exalted quadrant crossing the border, though the lack of permanent structures heavily implied the latter. Anton was confident in his ability to actively sense occupied systems within 10 or 15 light-years, usually 2 or 3 systems away from his position. He was somewhat disappointed to have not found any yet. He hoped that didn't mean anything like the dead worlds they had found to the east, but he had the feeling he would come across at least 1 or 2 eventually. Unless the Exalted Quadrant had gathered their ascenders from only a handful of systems, they had to have a presence on many occupied planets. Perhaps they simply weren't so close to the border. Others would find them, then, or Anton might stumble across them when he expanded the area of his path. But for the moment, he was sufficiently occupied. Much of his time was spent simply traveling between systems, which gave him a lot of time to think about himself and his future cultivation, in the state of the known galaxy and the various factions within. His most important thoughts were how he could continue to build up the Lower Realms Alliance, and through them, the Scarlet Alliance in the Upper Realms. Simple expansion would bolster their numbers, but strengthen individuals or strengthen numbers were not desirable on their own. They needed to maintain what made everything work: bonds between people and the environment they dwelled in, as well as with those they lived alongside. Prospero Vandale was called upon to be the first to attempt a proper diplomatic outreach to the Silver Fang. He was accompanied by a fleet to aid him, of course. He had the necessary experience for the work from his position as the head of the Order of 99 Stars, as it had been at the time. Then he had served the Scarlet Alliance as a member of the Council ever since it was properly established. His prowess in battle was also necessary for this particular mission. Diplomacy between cultivators sometimes involved violence. There could be proper challenges that both parties agreed to with the intention to decide certain matters, or there could be unprovoked attacks or assassination attempts. Having a weak individual in such a role could mean frequent replacements, unless they had a particularly powerful guard who could fight while keeping them safe. Prospero understood that was the case with Devon and Erona in the lower realms, but he was sufficiently inclined towards the social side of things, so there was no need to make things more complicated. Though he did have something like a guard in the presence of Hoyt. Proper backup was necessary, especially since the Silver Fang was known to have more than one augmentation cultivator traveling together sometimes. They believed their chosen planet to have only one, but it was a reasonable precaution and the two worked well together. For a brief moment Prospero had considered Fuzz and Spikes as well, but while their battle prowess was significant, he wasn't currently intending to provoke the Silver Fang. If they had proper respect for wolves it might go well, but he expected they would simply feel insulted, as if they were being made fun of somehow. Perhaps in the future, however, the fleet carried Prospero, Hoyt, hundreds of integration cultivators, and over 1,000 life transformation cultivators. They might, after all, have to deal with the forces of an enemy planet. Though it was unlikely the Silver Fang could gather the majority of their combat forces on the planet together all at once. As they flew into the system, Prospero kept his aura extended as far as it could go, to catch anyone approaching so he could speak to them before they got within firing range. Or at least, as far as their ships were concerned. The Scarlet Alliance's fleet had excellent range, and of course Prospero and Hoyt could attack from a great distance. Prospero's range of influence had been measured in kilometers when he was merely in life transformation. Now that he was 2 stages higher as an augmentation cultivator, while he couldn't measure up against Anton, he could target almost anywhere within a system. Even better if his target was outside atmosphere, so he didn't have to deal with friction. Soon enough, Prospero noticed a group approaching. He hoped they didn't have to kill too many of them before they were willing to stop and listen. Chapter 1067. Cultivators of the Silver Fang. Prospero projected his voice across the enemy fleet. We have come to discuss terms of peace. If you negotiate in good faith, no blood need be spilled today. Hoyt grinned slightly. You think it will actually work out like that? That depends entirely upon them, Prospero said. Even if nothing is accomplished, we must take the steps. A few moments later, there was a response from one of the Silver Fang. Have your fleet maintain that distance, and we shall meet personally between our fleets. Very well, Prospero agreed. He then called out to their fleet. Scarlet Alliance, match velocity. It was quite pleasing to see their own ships move in synchrony, while the enemy ships staggered. They clearly found it more difficult to reduce their forward momentum, with each ship performing differently. But with a bit of twisting and turning, the fleets ended up immobile relative to each other, some hundreds of kilometers between them. "Should I come with you?" Hoyt asked. "Just remain on guard," Prospero said. "It appears my counterpart is moving alone as well." Hoyt nodded. "Good fortune to you." Prospero left the ship behind, flying forward to meet the other man. They stood perhaps 10 kilometers apart in empty space, barely visible to the naked eye. Yet for augmentation cultivators, they were practically touching. "My name is Prospero Vandale of the Scarlet Alliance," he introduced himself. "And yourself?" They had some information on the leadership of the Silver Fang, but even those on their own planets didn't know all of their elders. Many cultivators intentionally limited the spread of even such basic information. The man who looked back at Prospero was covered in wolf furs and had a wolf skull atop his head, fangs in front of his face. "I am Grand Elder Rafik of the mighty Silver Fang. You spoke of terms of peace, and we are willing to allow such if you pay proper tribute to us." Prospero supposed it would be like that, even though it was clear he was intending to offer terms of the Silver Fang's surrender. "Return those who you have captured, surrender your resources, and we will not have to burn down your forests." The Scarlet Alliance wasn't actually going to do that, of course. They would prefer to kill the cultivators responsible directly. But they were still in the simple threat stage. In theory, the negotiations would work towards a middle ground. Prospero wouldn't mind too much if they accomplished nothing on the current day, as he doubted Rafik could truly negotiate for the whole of the Silver Fang. But they could have established a connection. Unfortunately, as he had suspected from the moment the man first spoke, that was not to be. Barely a few more words were exchanged before the Silver Fang fleet fired their weapons, and Rafik charged Prospero with his spear. Prospero caught the spear just in front of his eye, negating the man's momentum as his defensive energy absorbed the extended aura of the spear. He had kept his internal energy ready, and fire flared around him. The enemy fleet's weapons were enchanted ballistae, no less effective against defensive barriers than energy beams. But they were also not any more effective, and they were quite well standardized throughout their fleets. With barriers adapted to that particular style of weapon, none of the Scarlet Alliance ships were damaged. It was still possible to break through such a barrier, but it took significantly more power or a wider variety of attacks. Their own cultivators might be more flexible, but they had to last that long. Prospero's fire aura grew, and Rafik drew back as orbs of flame began to appear, orbiting around Prospero and rapidly growing in size. The same technique surrounded the fleet where Hoyt remained, though only for a moment, as Hoyt built up enough speed to begin letting his attacks loose at the ships that had fired upon them. The falling stars that were orbiting Prospero suddenly began to surround Rafik, flying in towards him and circling back around when he avoided them. He was able to destroy some with his spear, but the explosions shook him. Meanwhile, Prospero stood in place without taking a step, mostly to look intimidating. In the long past, he might have actually been unable to move due to concentrating on dozens of falling stars orbiting, but not anymore. Rafik found himself unable to advance towards Prospero, contained by the falling stars and finding his movements ever more limited. One by one, Silver Fang ships fell, causing chaos within their ranks, while the Scarlet Alliance was able to improve both their defenses and counterattacks as the enemy fell. The enemy augmentation cultivator attempted to flee, but a wall of flame blocked his path of retreat. Wait. Rafik called towards Prospero. "I see you are stronger than I thought. Like you said, no blood needs to be shed, right?" Prospero nodded. "I both said it and meant it." Then he clapped his hands together, as his dozens of falling stars converged together on Rafik's location, crashing into him and exploding, each explosion building upon the other and amplifying the damage to Rafik. No visible remains existed when the attack faded away. The enemy fleet's morale was already low, with many turning to flee. That moment convinced the rest, as the entire battlefield felt it. But they would not be allowed to run. Except, Prospero locked his energy onto one ship in particular. He pulled out a formation-based communication device, a simple sort that was meant for exactly such a situation. He tossed it forward with his energy as he spoke. Do not worry. You did not join in on the attack, so you will live. Let your elders know that when they are ready to stop your losses, they can speak to us with this token. It was a bit unfortunate that everyone on the ships had to die for the mistakes of their captains, but there hadn't been any sense that anyone was resisting except the one captain. The bright ball of Prospero's energy that was chasing after the ship matched pace with it, and the captain tentatively reached out his own energy to grab it, at which point Prospero relinquished his control. Good. At least they could establish simple communication that didn't require occupying a planet or the like. But Prospero would have very much preferred it if Rafik had chosen to shout and insult him, completely reject any deal, and then storm off. But he couldn't allow one who broke the bonds of negotiation get away with it. Hopefully the captain would not be punished for surviving. At the very least, the Silver Fang should understand how to use the communication device. Though in the time it would take to get any sort of message passed back and forth, the Scarlet Alliance didn't intend to simply stop their counterassault. Prospero decided he would have them hold off a few days and try another planet. Chitty was quite at home around Spikes and Fuzz. Without any real intention, Spikes had become something like his aunt. She was gentle to those who were not a threat to herself or her family. That was allies, of course, but also those who were simply neutral. He was happy to have them join the battle against the Silver Fang. The sect, even with its recent losses, had been quite stubborn. It was months since the assault on the capital planet and the great damage there. But rather than trying to cut their losses, they seemed determined to amplify them. The wolves were quite happy to make that so. They were particularly upset for the disrespect the sect showed to wolves. Those wolves found on other planets were not of especially high intelligence, but simple beasts who cultivated through ingesting prey that possessed spiritual energy. Even so, they found the Silver Fang personally insulting, especially since the wolves were a known factor within the Scarlet Alliance. Personally, Chitty didn't even find the fur-covered aesthetic of the Silver Fang appealing. The manner they did it in was more of a crude showing of their supposed strength. But none of the wolves they had fought were properly strong. Maybe some equivalent to life transformation cultivators at best. The wolves were not possessed of great sapience, but the understanding of animals was also not completely based on instinct. They knew the humans were enemies, and so Fuzz and Spikes intended to show the humans their foolishness. Chitty followed behind as the two crashed into one of the local Silver Fang compounds. And crash they did, the two of them together like an apocalyptic meteor descending upon the sect. An explosion of fire and a shockwave of earth toppled many buildings after they broke through the formation, but they were just getting started. The very land beneath the sect bent to Spike's will, twisting and bending to attack her enemies or block their assaults. Fuzz filled the area with flame, melting any weapons that actually managed to make it past various other barriers. They could have probably destroyed the whole compound with just the two of them, but that wasn't the ultimate purpose. Instead, Chitty landed secretly near the edge of the compound and began to slip apart the formations supporting the barrier. But he wasn't completely destroying them. Instead, they were modified. Without adding anything, he could only make his modifications temporary. Then the barriers would slowly collapse. But before then, well, they would see what it was like when the wild beasts could get to them without age-old barriers. It wasn't the most efficient way to defeat the Silver Fang. Once again, Fuzz and Spikes alone could have probably accomplished the same thing with great thoroughness. But the Scarlet Alliance very much wanted the Silver Fang to be forced into submission. They had no interest in eradicating their population, nor did they wish to conquer all of their planets. Besides, trying to establish a permanent foothold within the Trigold cluster would be asking for further trouble. They just wanted them to stop their assault, with the Scarlet Alliance showing proper strength to discourage others in the future. Aconite followed behind Chitty, leaving not a trail of poison but instead one of temptation, sent to attract the local wolves as well as other cultivating beasts. Perhaps the open barriers would be enough, but if they wanted maximum damage, they needed to be attracted en masse. For their escape, Spikes pulled together a giant pillar of stone. It was a completely unnecessary effort, given that everyone could just fly away with their energy. But it was extra insulting to have a mountain of stone torn from under their sect grounds. It could be seen from other cities, not all of which were under direct control of the Silver Fang. They controlled the planets, but other minor sects still existed, as well as those who weren't serious cultivators filling up the cities. The latter was a waste of potential, but Chitty wasn't about to start giving the Silver Fang prosperity advice. Velvet took a good look at Durf. "This is perhaps the most insane method I've ever heard to free slaves," she said. "I need to know how confident you are it will work." 100%, he said, "assuming the ships are there waiting." That was good enough for Velvet. "Then I will help you set that up. It's less risky, though we'll have to come back for the rest later." Durf nodded. "But we'll get all the ones that are together. And then maybe everyone can join the smashed shackles?" It took Velvet a moment. "Do you mean the shattered chains?" "Oh yes, that. I heard there's a really cool guy in the lower realms who established that sect. The crew of those new ships that have lots of people were talking about it." Velvet nodded. "Devon won't be able to personally oversee their progress, but there are a sufficient number of members of the sect ascending to establish their own foothold here. And whoever we free, whether formerly of the Alliance or not, should be given the opportunity to join. We just need to get them all." They had been freeing slaves on the planets they assaulted, of course, but without completely conquering a planet, there was only so much they could do at once. Durf's plan might accelerate that, though only for certain groups. Then again, they had to take things one step at a time. While he was busy with that, Velvet might make sure a few people responsible for maintaining the despicable trade within the Silver Fang never woke up. Chapter 1068. 2 steps within the boundary of the Silver Fang territory was the planet Sagrigan. It should have been safely embedded within their defensive lines, but as the incident with Neria showed, they had no ability to prevent intrusion into their territory. Even so, the defensive complement available was sufficient to deter most forms of attack. Durf had not been informed of any of this, or if he had, he hadn't been listening. He had come with a plan, and nothing was going to stop that. His hammer came down atop their barrier, making it tremble, but that was all. But if he hit it harder, he took a great swing, sufficient to crush a mountain. His hammer rebounded from the barrier without causing any damage at all. Okay, maybe the barrier would stop him actually. He looked over towards Katarina. "I've got it," she said. "One moment." Durf expected her to break through like Corallo, creating a small path for them to move through. Corallo had done some cool things with rings. Instead, Katarina had a small sword and was poking at the surface of the barrier. He wasn't going to disparage her choice of weapon, but she sure didn't look like she was trying very hard to break the barrier. Then, the barrier started to fade away like mist under the bright sun. Durf thought it would stop, but it didn't. As far as he could tell, the entire planetary barrier fell apart. "We've got 1 hour," Katarina said. "Better make the most of it." He looked at her. "Are you going to be breaking their formations?" Katarina shook her head. "Of course not. I'll be retrieving them." "Could you do that?" Well, he supposed they were usually just fancy rocks, or fancy metal inlaid in fancy rocks, or things like that. But formations also usually protected themselves from being picked up. That wasn't Durf's business, though. Timothy pointed with his sword. "You should get going. I'll be here to hold off attackers." Durf nodded. That guy was really good with his shield. Durf sparred with him once, and knocked himself halfway across the system with his own energy being reflected. As expected of people who worked with Velvet, Alva he'd already seen, but she was already shooting directly downward. Fortunately, her arrow disappeared before it hit the ground. Below them was his target. He did vaguely feel her hit something on the other side of the planet, though. Apparently it was difficult to go through subspace and stuff around gravity wells, which was why Durf generally didn't do that and just hit the whole planet. Much easier. He dropped down towards the area he wanted, swinging his hammer to strike the formation beneath. He was surprised when his attack was once again completely negated. Seriously, had they built these things precisely to counteract him? Maybe they had. But if that was the plan, they really screwed it up. Because this just made things easier for him. He looked past the barrier, seeing thousands cowering, both those in chains and those who were not. There were also many others preparing to come attack him, probably after he tired himself by breaking through. So he just looked for the edge of the dome and struck the ground next to it. Durf was immensely surprised when the whole place didn't go flying into space. They really did make stuff specifically to negate him. He did collapse the ground around the area, though, turning it into loose sand. Well, since he couldn't hammer the place into submission, he put his hammer on his back and dove into the ground. He wasn't trying to collapse things, so his pick wouldn't do any good. But he still had other perfectly functional abilities. Durf stood beneath the district and pushed his arms up. He'd learned a few things about lifting heavy things, like how to avoid sinking into the ground. He felt his muscles straining, and he boosted them with his energy. He was pretty strong, but not lift thousands of people and the land they were on strong. Not with just muscle. But fortunately for him, half of the work was done by the formation. The big sphere was unbreakable and absorbed sudden impacts. It didn't seem to resist being slowly pushed, though. He hadn't actually known it would work, but he had to try. He pushed, accelerating bit by bit until it built up sufficient momentum. Conveniently, everyone inside seemed to be protected from the negative effects of acceleration as well. A very well put together formation. It would probably protect from all sorts of things, like the vacuum of space. Or if not, someone would deal with that. He flung it out towards their hidden fleet regardless. Hiding that many ships was difficult, but much easier when there were people doing big, flashy entrances. Like that Timothy guy, who was fighting 10 people with spears, because the first 1,000 people who had rushed at him were now impaled headfirst in the streets below. Well, not directly below because those streets were in space now. Durf looked around. Was he done? Should he help Timothy and Alva? There were several augmentation cultivators attacking them. Then he noticed Katerina breaking apart actual formation markings and tossing them into a weird-looking storage bag. He could definitely help with that. She might have to tell him where to hit things, because she probably wanted them to be broken in a specific way, but he was good at that. Velvet was a big fan of freeing slaves. However, even though a large number of those captured were currently on Sagregan, many had already passed through on their way to other destinations. Just because they disrupted one market didn't mean they would be done. More importantly, it didn't stop them from just invading their territory again. The circumstances weren't quite ideal for Velvet as she snuck into an overly fancy building. People would be awake and alert. But that didn't mean they could stop her, especially since she wasn't necessarily looking for the strongest people. In fact, those were all rushing towards Timothy and Alva. Some formations tried to bar her way. Velvet had enough understanding of formations to know how to circumvent them, and if she was uncertain, she could disrupt the formations with her daggers. The void steel cut through pure energy like it was butter, negating its flow. It was capable of severing a cultivator's connection to their own attacks, so the passive control of a formation was nothing. Even if it would re-establish itself soon enough, it didn't matter. Her first target was a woman. She was holed up in her chambers, guarded on all sides, except for the secret servant's entrance. Seriously, how did they not think to protect that one? Did they think she wouldn't notice? She'd gotten ahead of herself. They probably didn't expect her at all. After all, who would send an augmentation cultivator to assassinate a life transformation cultivator? The answer was the Scarlet Alliance, because they understood that combat prowess was not the only important factor for a civilization. Military might was necessary, but without the smooth flow of commerce, resources would be locked down and pretty much useless. This woman was the first. She dealt in all sorts of trade, including slaves. When Velvet slipped over the servant's entrance, she wondered if she should leave a note to explain. But she figured that anyone important would figure it out when they put all of the hopefully mysterious deaths together. The tip of her dagger pressed through the woman's defensive energy, gently touching her neck. But Velvet didn't even pierce through her skin. Instead, she gently pushed the drop of liquid waiting on the tip of her dagger onto the woman's neck. She seemed to sense the slight change, reaching up to touch it, but it would absorb through the skin of her hand just as well as her neck. The woman developed a curious expression, and Velvet moved on, releasing her illusion of the closed doorway once it was properly sealed again. Aconite had supplied the poison, so even if Velvet didn't know what it was going to do, she was certain it would take hold in due time. On to the next one. Chitty sliced open the formation he was standing next to. He kept his voice as low as possible. It's open. And no, they didn't have any wolf-focused barriers here. Are you sure? Aconite growled back. Before Dash. This place isn't next to their wildlands, Chitty pointed out. They probably didn't expect any wolves infiltrating. Then he made a sign over their lips. He used his energy to keep both of them hidden. He was probably 2 or 3 tiers below Velvet in the arena of stealth, but he understood formations, the flow of energy, and where people could observe him. He led the two of them on a route through a courtyard that was currently deserted. People were likely focused on his father, fighting a third of the planet away. A reasonable choice, of course, but that allowed them to lay their trap, or whatever they were going to call it. Aconite was leaving behind a trail of powder that Chitty wouldn't have noticed if he wasn't watching. According to what he'd been told, it would spread out as people moved around, clinging to them and eventually working its way into them. Then when they tried to use energy, an excruciating death would come for them. Chitty knew about that last part. Well, the excruciating thing. He'd been given very precise doses and instructions for how much energy he was supposed to raise, and he at least felt like he was going to die. He wasn't perfectly immune, but he should at least be resistant to accidental exposure. Aconite herself could probably eat a whole bag and get nothing but dry mouth. Speaking of bags, she had a voluminous storage bag full of the stuff. It was ultimately not something Aconite made regular use of, because it was very specific and only harming a sort of mid-range of cultivators. Integration cultivators and above would generally be able to purge it from their systems. Chitty probably could too, as his energy control was like an augmentation cultivator, but it was better to not have to find out the hard way. It wasn't something that could be deployed in front of people obviously without being eradicated. But the insidious part was how its effects might appear seemingly randomly at a later date. They might not tie it back to their sect grounds until it was too late, with many Silverfang disciples killing themselves. It was brutal, but it focused the results on the people most responsible for the war. Since the Silverfang had been given several opportunities to have some sort of peace but had refused, this was the result. They were focusing on a defensive posture, perhaps hoping for some allies to come support them, but the Scarlet Alliance wasn't going to let them sit easy on any of their planets. The pair wove back and forth through the sect grounds, avoiding any highly populated areas for the moment. On the way out, Chitty had them stop by a vault, where he purloined a few swords. It was a decent enough place to leave some of the poison as well. Though the mission wasn't flashy, it would be impactful. One more step towards them realizing they weren't safe anywhere. And hopefully the Scarlet Alliance could force a proper resolution to the war. Or at least force their leaders to engage in battle where they could be crushed as a group. If not, they'd slowly run out of high-ranking cultivators. The Scarlet Alliance just didn't want to have to scour every planet for enemies one at a time. Plus, even if the Trigold cluster were only loose allies, they had to act eventually, if things continued to drag on. Chapter 1069. Even after they withdrew from systems, the Scarlet Alliance left behind probes to monitor people coming and going. Their ultimate goal was to track the movements of the Silverfang leadership. There were several among them who had been responsible for many of the early attacks, and taking them out would go a long way towards forcing the Silverfang to surrender. The information from said probes was slightly delayed in reaching the Scarlet Alliance, as the fastest methods of communication were also high enough power to be easily detected. However, by analyzing enemy patterns and their historical movements, they hoped to predict an optimal time and place for an assault. That unfortunately meant more waiting, though they weren't inactive. Most of their attacks were focused on planets closer to the border, but they still occasionally launched focused attacks on poorly defended planets deeper into Silverfang territory. If the war ended sooner, it would be better for the Scarlet Alliance, as the conflict placed them in an unstable situation. If the Citadel of Exalted Light thought to take advantage of the conflict, they could find themselves at extreme risk, but trouble could come from other sects in the Trigold cluster as well. Many of the nearby sects had been seen to be repositioning their forces, though whether simply to defend themselves or because of eventual plans to aid the Silverfang, it was unclear. The closest sects of note were the Twirling Forest, the Creeping Fire sect, and the Fearsome Menagerie. Fortunately, the latter two sects had some amount of buffer zone from much smaller sect, but they were still close enough to prove a threat. The instant any sort of reinforcements arrived in the deeper Silverfang territory, the Scarlet Alliance would have to react. Much too far to affect the war, even if he had been willing to try another blatant attack on the upper realms. Anton was surveying an empty system. At least, it appeared empty at first. However, he noticed signs he'd seen before. Extremely basic life was visible, plants, and animals that formed a basic but incomplete ecosystem. It didn't take him long to pick out underground civilizations. He had several examples. As for why they would be that way, it was fairly simple. Invasions from the upper realms weren't something that could be trivially ignored. Either they had been nearly wiped out, or they chose to isolate themselves to prevent such a situation. The two planets were in the inner system, both within the expected size range for terrestrial planets. Anton noticed quite a few differences in the life on their surfaces, though he wasn't certain if that was due to differing climates or an intentional lack of standardization. Then again, it was also possible that the planets weren't spacefaring. At the very least, he spotted nothing in transit, and he would have expected at least something at any given time if that was the case. Still, two populated planets in one system indicated that they had been part of a spacefaring group at some point, though it was possible that the colonies had been independently established by differing groups and left with none of the required knowledge. Much of the settlement of the lower realms was so many cycles into the past that the knowledge was effectively erased from history, unless the upper realms had been directly involved and kept records somewhere. Probing deeper beneath the surface, Anton was surprised to find that the formations concealing the planet's energy were not accompanied by defensive barriers keeping anything out. Perhaps they only had the energy required to power the concealing formation, but after reaching through that he felt sufficiently large quantities of natural energy that he thought they could do more. Anton didn't probe much deeper than that, as people deserved some chance at privacy. The only question in his mind was how he was going to introduce himself, because this system was right along the route he thought would be optimal for reaching the chaotic conglomeration. He didn't want to spook them, but no matter what he did, he imagined they would be quite surprised. He didn't particularly want to hide, but keeping his energy constrained would probably be wise. If they weren't spacefaring, they might not even have assimilation cultivators or some equivalent. It would be quite a shock for an enrichment cultivator to show up, though he could have thought himself in circles forever. Anton ultimately just picked one planet and flew over to it. He searched around for an entrance to the underground and simply landed next to it. He was partially concealing his power, but his presence itself wasn't hidden. He walked forward and, quite unlike Zissel, went directly into a tunnel with no sort of physical barrier blocking him. He wondered if that was part of some sort of system to convince people that there weren't any humans here. "Hello?" Anton called out, his voice echoing down the hall. "Anyone here?" He wondered if they knew he could hear them whispering. Just because they were beyond the barrier that blocked outwards transmission of natural energy didn't mean that such simple things wouldn't pass. Whoever created the barrier probably wasn't concerned about someone yelling and it being heard from afar, given all the empty space in the way and all that. Anton continued forward, only to be assaulted by a hammer and an axe. The former struck him in the head, while the latter went for his belly. "Hello. I would appreciate being directed to whoever is in charge. Do my words make sense to you?" They should, as he'd understood their whispers. The local language wasn't too divergent. The man and the woman who had attacked him failed to respond, though not because they seemed to be ignoring him. Instead, they seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. Anton flicked them on the forehead, using exactly enough energy to break their natural defenses and only leave a somewhat powerful finger strike after that. They staggered back half a step. "Bam! You're dead. Or you could be, if that was my intention. Now then, will one of you speak?" The man managed to calm himself first. "Forgive us, Senior. We didn't dash." Yes. You didn't know I was this strong, though you really should have thought about it a little bit. It appears the situation is resolving itself. I'm going to assume that's who I need to speak to." The two cultivators were in early life transformation. They were far from weak, and the energy they displayed when attacking Anton was sufficient to draw quite a bit of attention. That was why it was natural that the strongest cultivators in the area would notice, including one assimilation cultivator, or world binding, most likely some other name entirely, but some method for post-life transformation advancement. The man didn't seem to be terribly far along that path. Ahead of him floated 17 swords. Shakir would have liked to meet the guy. It was a shame that was no longer possible. Seeing that Anton hadn't pushed past or killed the guards, the man tempered his response. "We were not expecting any arrivals." He was not overly polite, but he also wasn't overbearing. I would assume not. I did not see any traffic within your system, nor was there any in the others nearby. We have not met before, so I could not send a message ahead. What is your purpose here? The man asked. To introduce myself and to learn about your world. I am Anton, by the way. He inclined his head. I come from another system, quite far away. My path has brought me here, and I noticed your people living underground. So I thought it appropriate to investigate. The man nodded, not lowering his flying swords, but not bringing them unnecessarily close to Anton. Togolder of the Swirling Sword sect, the man introduced himself. Are you not from Eris? Is this Eris? Anton pointed at his feet. Either way, I am not. Eris is the other planet in our system, Togolder explained. Anton nodded. I see. I noticed them as well, but I chose to visit here first. And this planet? Zaphiot. May I ask what style you practice? The 100 stars, Anton declared. I believe the aura should be distinct enough to differentiate me from others you know. If you speak of your internal energy, I sense more than 100. Certainly, Anton agreed, but there were only 100 on the path to ascension. Though I diverged from that path, much like yourself. What do you call it? We tend to use the terms assimilation or world binding. You share information quite easily, the man said. If the name of a phase is so critical, then I would not imagine the mysteries contained within it to be terribly profound, Anton shrugged. True enough, the man said. We call it grounding. Interesting. That opens many questions, if you wish to discuss. However, it is not terribly comfortable here standing in the hall. Anton used his energy to send his next words only to Togolder's ears. Nor does it make it seem like you are in control of the situation. I do not mind meeting you outside, within somewhere you choose, or simply leaving the planet if you cannot tolerate the presence of outsiders. The man thought for a moment. He responded secretly to Anton's words, transmitting his words through where their energy met. Would you then go to Eris? I would, Anton confirmed. He wondered if the two planets were enemies, though the man wasn't quite so aggressive as he would think in that case. Perhaps rivals, or uneasy neighbors. The man withdrew his blades until they were spinning point down around him. You should come with me, honored guest. We have much to discuss. Anton followed behind the man, keeping his senses constrained to what he felt was a polite distance around them, which was still several kilometers of tunnels. Past the entrance, the tunnels quickly became constructed instead of naturally found, though he didn't expect any civilization that lived underground for long to rely only on natural tunnels. That was simply unrealistic, unless their planet happened to have an excess of caverns and the like. Once population reached a certain point, they would fill up what there was, and artificial tunnels were required to connect between different cities efficiently. I notice you have extensive fungus farms, Anton commented. Have you considered surface farms to increase your variety of produce? Or would that have too many issues? I suppose visitors from the upper realms are often far less friendly. I don't know much about farming, the man admitted, but that is certainly one reason. The last cycle saw significant defeats for the upper realms, so this would be the best time, though if you have gone unnoticed, it might be best to remain that way. Anton wasn't going to give the pitch for the Lower Realms Alliance just yet. He wanted to at least know something about both planets first, and whatever it was at the core of the planet that he could barely avoid noticing. Some sort of powerful formation, though what it did he couldn't tell without probing more deeply. For the moment, he kept himself constrained. Over the course of the next few days, Anton met with many individuals from Zaphiot. Word spread quickly, and sect heads from all throughout the world rushed to meet him. That told Anton something, because even with post-life transformation power, it was difficult to travel so quickly, especially through tunnels. Even though he was trying not to probe too deeply, he had to keep some awareness of his surroundings. He couldn't help but notice when people of great power were suddenly around, instead of coming in from the edge of his senses. It didn't matter that they appeared from inside a sealed area. Once they stepped out, they appeared with no clear way they got there. But of course, there was a way. Teleportation had long been known to Anton. Indeed, while it was not necessarily easier than space travel, it was often more valuable and thus more well explored. It was possible there was some other method using tunnels hidden even from Anton's senses, but he had a fairly good picture of everything around what he expected were teleportation chambers. The only question was how to ask about that. As for the visitors, everyone wanted to meet with and curry favor with the new powerful visitor. At least Anton learned about the local politics, and that while they were not currently at war with Eris, they often had conflicts. Still, that was better than the situation with Tinaune and Shrin, so Anton thought the system was in a better place to start out. He just needed to figure out how they felt about the upper realms. He sensed no members of any sects he would recognize, but that didn't mean there weren't some he was unaware of. He even checked for members of the Twin Soul sect. Even with Suden dead, the lower realms might not know that and could cause all sorts of trouble. Chapter 1070. It was quite obvious to Anton that the people of Zaphiat didn't wish to speak about Eris except in vague terms, and that was doubly true of whatever was in the core of their planet. They also kept silent on the matter of teleportation. Anton hadn't yet asked directly about any of those pieces, but that was to help maintain his current facade of power, perhaps stronger than individual cultivators on the planet, but only by a small margin. However, even without a bound star in the system, he was actually quite a bit stronger than he led them to believe. So far, nobody had tried to kill him and take his things, so that was good at least. From the small snippets that he overheard, it seemed that there were long-standing rivalries between the planets, which indicated some way to interact with each other. Without any apparent space travel, Anton wasn't quite sure how that was, but he could make some assumptions. Perhaps they had interplanetary teleportation, though why they would not create formations to stop the other side from teleporting to their planet was a mystery. Perhaps their particular techniques were difficult to block. Ultimately, Anton knew that he needed to learn from the other side. So while he appreciated being a guest of the Swirling Sword sect and Elder Togolder, he was going to have to visit Eris himself. He just needed to find a way to do that with minimal fuss. At least the two planets weren't in active conflict, or his task would be several times more difficult. Finally, the Scarlet Alliance had managed to track down the biggest trouble in the Silver Fang, the pair of cultivators that had most disrespected the territorial claims of the Scarlet Alliance. One was the sect head, a man named Rego. The other was one of the sect elders, carrying the name Tanel. Scarlet Alliance forces had pinned them in, eventually driving them to the planet Tross, where they had taken a stand with 4 other augmentation cultivators from their sect. The assault on the planet was about to begin, after having gathered what forces they could quickly bring to the area. The Scarlet Alliance fleets were led by Zazel, Prasad, Katerina, and Timothy. While the enemy had an advantage in numbers, the quality of their cultivators had proven to be worse. While they anticipated that Rego would surpass the others, the few recordings from his raids hadn't shown an alarming level of power, simply one that outlying planets hadn't been prepared to deal with. Something drew Katerina's attention to her tablet. "We're not a moment too soon," she said. "Looks like some sort of reinforcement fleet is approaching." She furrowed her brow. "A powerful one. Too bad we didn't have any proper scouts in system, as the report is somewhat lacking. I can only tell that the fleet had sufficient power to trigger a warning. They should be at minimum days off, right?" Prasad asked. "I would anticipate a week," Katerina said, "unless this fleet is particularly quick. Though subtracting the travel time of the message, it might only be a few days now. But that's sufficient time to take down Rego." "We should get started," Zazel said, metal rings spinning around her. "It would be better to be done and off before they arrive. And we have other objectives besides the killing." Katerina nodded. "Our strike teams are prepared to focus on major slave markets or labor zones. Some of our transports are still en route, however, just a few hours away." "We should have enough to get started," Timothy said. "What's your assessment of the formation?" Katerina grinned. "Weak, and clearly supplied by some other sect. The Silver Fang doesn't seem capable of fully maintaining their planetary barriers. Don't worry, I've already confirmed attack points with the fleet. They're just waiting for bombardment orders." "Then we begin," Prasad declared. 2 giant hands appeared, nearly cradling the planet between them. They slapped together, delivering a shock to the entire planetary barrier. A third, much more modestly sized palm, just a few kilometers across, then crashed into the barrier directly above the enemy's main defensive position. The 4 cultivators rushed in as the main fleet followed after, the orders given for the other fleets surrounding the planet to begin their own assault. Enemies rose up to meet them, but their augmentation cultivators remained beneath the sect's barriers. Katerina observed the inner barrier without concern. Timothy stood next to her, driving away all attacks. Most cultivators found their assaults rebounding upon themselves, having to expend double their initial investment just to balance things out. The barrier was simple enough that they could certainly just overpower it, though not trivially. Katerina focused on analyzing the barrier while the others dealt with incoming waves of enemies. No doubt reinforcements would be called from other parts of the planet, but they all had their own concerns at the moment. Clearly, they'd spent more resources on this inner barrier. Katerina took a good 15 minutes to confirm its weak points, where it would not only fall more easily but be unable to rebound attacks. If it was a fully passive barrier, she would have not bothered to be so thorough. But she preferred not to underestimate the Silver Fang. Expending too much of their energy before fighting the sect head would be a waste. "I've got it," Katerina declared. She directed the others on how they should begin their assault, with their attacks hopefully continuing to the cultivators sheltering below. Of course, the augmentation cultivators would no doubt strike back at the same moment. The moment before they began their attack, Katerina paused. Only top priority messages should be coming through. Another fleet? How had they missed it? It was closer than the last. No, that might not be the correct way to interpret things. With this timing, we don't have days, Katerina said. Something is approaching, quickly, almost at the same rate as our messages propagate. We might only have a couple hours. A measure of hours was both an extremely short time and an extremely long one. A battle between cultivators could last a single instant, or it could stretch out over days. Prasad wasted no time launching his attacks on the barrier, but as he did so, the augmentation cultivators inside supplemented the barrier with their own energy and direct control. That wasn't an efficient use of their energy, however. Were they stalling for time? Did they know? It wasn't strange for them to have received advance word of incoming reinforcements. Though what concerned Katerina the most was how swift the fleet was moving. Even their best ships weren't anywhere close to that fast. How could? "We should leave," she declared. Zazel glared at her. "Now? This is our best opportunity to deal a crushing blow to their leadership. If this incoming fleet shows up, we'll take it down as well." Timothy frowned. "It's not a fleet, is it?" "I don't think so," Katerina admitted. "The speed is too much. Even an augmentation cultivator couldn't manage that speed." "You mean?" Zazel interrupted them. "They can't just throw domination cultivators around everywhere. Even if one is coming, we need to maintain our assault here so our other forces can withdraw. I want to at least warn people to try to avoid prolonged engagements," Katerina said. A few moments of discussion hadn't actually stopped their focus on the barrier. Zazel's rings were crawling over the surface, cutting into it, and disrupting it at as many points as possible. The actual barrier itself was constantly being torn apart, but the persistent augmentation cultivators within was maintaining a shield of their own energy. Short battles between high-ranking cultivators didn't tend to be because one side completely wore down the other in a few moments. Instead, they found a weakness in defenses, concentrating their energy to break through in an instant. A pure defense like the Silver Fang were putting on was inefficient, but they might be able to hold out for a couple hours. If Katerina couldn't convince the others they should immediately withdraw, and Prasad didn't seem any more willing than Zazel, then she could at least do her best. If only she had a clear assessment of the incoming energy besides a vague magnitude. But since she didn't, she began setting up a generic shell of a formation. She carved into surrounding buildings while Zazel and Prasad continued their assault on the barrier. The rest of their forces were busy securing the wider area, fighting off lesser cultivators attempting to swarm in. This would have been a perfect day to have someone meant for cracking barriers like Durf present, or to have begun their assault a few hours earlier, even if it wouldn't have been perfectly ready. But an unanticipated factor was making things difficult. Timothy had little to contribute to bashing down a barrier. Facing static defenses was his least viable option, so instead he maintained his readiness. With the main barrier that the augmentation cultivators below flickering into and out of existence, It was possible that counterattacks would be launched. He wouldn't want harm to come to any of their augmentation cultivators as they were focused on offense. Or to his wife, concentrating on carving the surrounding buildings into some sort of functional formation. Along with cutting things up, she shattered windows and toppled furniture to shift the flow of energy, along with throwing down formation flags she carried with her to supplement the process. She worked quickly, but it was still not an instantaneous process. By the time she set up a basic formation around the area meant to begin draining the energy from the Silver Fang cultivators huddling inside, several more alerts confirmed some of her fears about the incoming foe. "We need to be done quickly," Katerina warned. Prasad nodded, putting more vigor into his attacks. Giant palms rained down repeatedly on the central structure where the Silver Fang cultivators were sheltering. All of Zazel's rings focused on a single point, crashing through the final defenses. The 6 augmentation cultivators scattered, and no longer able to maintain their defense, switched to the attack. Rhaego was a silver-haired man, his long mane of hair blending with the wolf pelts he wore. Katerina felt his strength as he charged towards her. He was, of course, intercepted by Timothy. Katerina had her own moves prepared to counter him if Timothy had prioritized something else, but the man's spear deflected off of Timothy's shield, the energy piercing through several nearby buildings. The old man was clearly drawing upon his deepest reserves. He would be able to fight at full strength for only a short time, even after being worn down, but that might just be enough. Katerina focused on empowering her formation, trying to weaken the 6 augmentation cultivators as a whole. Every bit of their energy would help the formation's secondary purpose. But Katerina's estimation of timing had relied on a constant rate of approach, which was incorrect. It seemed the incoming individual was actually able to accelerate even further, as evidenced by her early arrival. The instant Katerina sensed a cultivator at the edge of the system, the entire planet was suddenly engulfed in flames. Not consuming flames, but ones that suffused the entire area. In that instant, everyone was aware that a powerful cultivator from the creeping fire sect had arrived. The flames would bolster their allies and suppress their enemies. It could only be assumed that the aura everyone sensed was that of Caronis, the sect head of the creeping fire sect. The Scarlet Alliance had no recording of her personal energy, but it was an easy presumption to make. It seemed their intelligence had been lacking, however, because there had been no previous indication she was a domination cultivator. "I think that's quite enough," the woman's voice rang throughout the system. "This quarrel ends now." Chapter 1071. The aura of a domination cultivator pressed down on the Scarlet Alliance cultivators. Caronis of the creeping fire sect spread her flames to coil throughout the system, bolstering their enemies. Could they defeat a domination cultivator with what they had? No, not without grievous losses, and a plan that Katerina didn't have. Nor did she expect any of the others to have anything better than her temporary formation. Rhaego cackled, the first time they had heard him make any real vocalization. "You're all done for." The sect head of the Silver Fang hefted his spear, stabbing forward. Flames wrapped around him and, "I said, this quarrel ends now." His arm was captured, negating his momentum, even as she barely remained on the edge of the system, approaching the planet Tross. It was foolish and should never have happened. Katerina risked a manipulation of energy to have a quick discussion among their leadership. Creating something like a simple sound concealing formation didn't require her to set up a physical structure, especially her numerous formations flags placed around. They were supposed to be the death of Rhaego, but she didn't want to try to push. "We won't leave without our people," Timothy made the declaration. Because if the domination cultivator chose to attack merely for speaking up, he was the most likely to survive. If they merely gave up without even an attempt to negotiate, they would look too weak. "I don't care," Caronis said. "Take them, but you won't be causing any further damage. Oh, and send a message to the rest of your fleets. If they're still within the Trigold Cluster's territory in 3 days, you know what will happen." Those on the other planets Timothy began. "I don't care." Flames swirled around him angrily. "You will leave. That is all." Katerina wouldn't have let Timothy push things further, though he stopped himself before she had to. Prasad she could spare. He could be replaced. But the sect head didn't seem interested in putting himself out there. What else could they do but give the command to their fleets? Though Katerina was quite pleased that those within her immediate senses were clearly paying attention, they were rapidly packing in as many enslaved people as they could. In fact, they'd never really stopped, except where they were restricted from actually battling. If Caronis had chosen to actually suppress them and let the Silver Fang fight, it would be a massacre. Though Katerina had momentarily been prepared to execute forbidden formation techniques, the sorts of things that even Everhart didn't do because it was too risky. If they were going to die anyway, what was there to lose? But not. Caronis was stopping the battle, and they had to believe she also meant the war. Retreating in peace was actually quite good for them, though it was a shame they hadn't been able to finish things. It soon became clear that Caronis wasn't going to have much patience for them, so they packed up within a minute. Some people hanging onto the outside of the ships. The strongest cultivators took those positions, packing inside as many others as they could, far beyond normal ship capacity. Even so, some were probably left behind. They hadn't exactly been able to scour the whole planet, and people would be in individual homes. A bitter end to the war. If only they could have predicted Caronis' arrival. But they hadn't even known she was a domination cultivator, which was another issue. There should have only been a handful amongst the Trigold cluster, and she was not among them. Then again, such a surprise could have come at the annihilation of all of them. So this was the best result. They withdrew, passing along the message to the rest of the fleets. But they weren't planning to go any further than the official borders. There was no telling if they could trust the Silver Fang to not immediately cause trouble again. Too bad I wasn't there, Durf said. They would have had a lot more broken stuff. Is that all? Velvet asked. He shrugged. Maybe their sect head would be dead. Maybe not. I can only be certain things would have broken, but I was breaking other things and saving other people. And unfortunately, I can only be in one place. I'm not good enough at techniques to be in two. Do you know of a technique to be in two places? Velvet asked. Durf stroked his chin. Nope, but it seems like there should be one, you know? It can't be that hard. Velvet thought that it very much could be. But that was not a point that needed to be belabored. Our spy network missed that she was even heading towards advancement. Obviously, Durf said. She would have been hiding that from even her own elders, most likely. Some other jerks would have tried to stop her otherwise. Caronis is pretty nice, though. Well, that's what my aunt said. Not precisely like that, but maybe. She lacks the foulness of many other sect heads. Durf shrugged. Or something. Your aunt said that? That's right. Aunt EKA. You mean Ratna? Durf furrowed his brow. Isn't that the domination cultivator that leads her sect? I have it on good authority that Ratna is your Aunt EKA. Oh, cool, Durf said. Too bad I wasn't any good at veiled brilliant stuff, or I could have been pretty high-ranking. Is that it? Well, Ratna is the sect head, so I wouldn't have gotten that position, obviously. Velvet chuckled. I meant about your reaction. Nothing else to say about your aunt secretly being a domination cultivator? Nope. It makes sense. I already knew she was pretty strong. It fits, since I just said they like to keep secrets. All those fancy high-ranking cultivators. I mean, you're kind of one of them, Velvet pointed out. Not a domination cultivator, but augmentation isn't something to ignore. He nodded. Unless it's someone using your techniques, then you get ignored on purpose. Somehow, Durf once more provided answers to questions she hadn't even been trying to resolve. And as usual, with those answers came more questions. He didn't actually know anything she didn't know, but he somehow continued to bring up useful points. Too bad the only way she knew to get answers would be risky, not something to consider in the near future while they were still at war. Or just after the end of a war. The Scarlet Alliance was willing to accept the end if necessary, but they hadn't accomplished all of their goals. Getting people settled was quite a tough job. Returning people to the planets they came from was one thing, but not everyone was willing to go back to the same place. They wanted the safety of the main Scarlet Alliance, and that couldn't be offered for those border systems, not just yet. Then there were the others, those who weren't even from the Scarlet midfields to begin with. The Scarlet Alliance hadn't exactly been discerning with what slaves they freed. They wanted all of them, and nobody except perhaps the Silver Fang was complaining. But settling a large number of people was a great exercise in administration. Fortunately, there were people for that. Furthermore, with at minimum a ceasefire, they could take advantage of what time they had to shuttle people more safely. Then they'd find everyone somewhere they could fit in. A few hundred years prior, even after the Scarlet Alliance had been founded, that might have seemed like a dream. But as more and more time passed, they truly became more efficient in every way. They weren't just a bunch of cultivators living on the same planets. They weren't even a sect that pushed to develop their own members, or often just the best members. No, they were more than that. Knowledge shared between realms, treating every person as a significant part of a greater whole. It was a secondary benefit that said people happened to provide more devotion as they grew stronger. "I'd fight her," Tano commented. "Really?" Prospero raised an eyebrow. "I mean, I'm not surprised at you fighting. But what would it be about Caronis in particular? She's very human, and she doesn't seem to be a personal scale combatant either." "Something makes those flames," Tano commented. "Something inhuman. It might be the basis of the creeping fire sect, or just her. I don't know, but I'd fight her to get to whatever that is." "If we could have had everyone there, I would have fought with you," Prospero said. "An established domination cultivator like Zor is one thing. A newer one, I believe we have a solid chance, but I would prefer not to push into enemy territory to do it." Hoyt shook his head. He had been idly playing around with patterns of flame. "I hadn't thought about a beast. I wonder what kind. Not a phoenix, certainly. Some sort of dragon, you think?" "Not one I'm familiar with," Prospero said. Tano seemed to have been inspired by that suggestion, however. "Yes, that, or something much like it. A twining world serpent, covering many realms." He nodded. "I wonder how something like that would be hidden within the creeping fire sect's territory. Perhaps between systems?" Prospero asked. "Though I'd wonder if you're certain. The something much like it covers my only uncertainty. Perhaps it is small, or a spirit, or a distortion beast. Though, the latter is quite unlikely considering their often distinctive auras." Chitty was going over the recordings of Caronis' arrival over and over. He'd been doing that since they met up days before, and Katerina was worried for her son. "You couldn't have known she would show up, and even if you did somehow, the rest of us weren't ready." He had been going over the same recordings for days now, different ones, from different ships in the fleets, but all of the same event with no particularly relevant changes, as far as Katerina could tell. "But Chitty, I could kill her," Chitty declared. 60 no, 65% confidence. Katerina frowned. "The recordings don't even have her fighting." "That was because she couldn't fight," Chitty said. Timothy grimaced. "What do you mean? Was it all a ruse?" "I am not saying it was unwise to retreat," Chitty assured him. "But if she had actually acted with her full power, she would have revealed that she is not quite what she appears. You can read the screens. Tell me, is there a regular flicker in the power signature?" Katerina pulled up the display. "It's not a simple image. I can have some people run tests, though." "A flicker, you said?" "Yes," he nodded. "She should be not quite a complete domination cultivator. Though perhaps my own senses are faulty, or there are errors with the recordings." "I thought she was a new domination cultivator," Katerina agreed. "It's not crazy that she would be on the other side of that divide." "Better to not antagonize her," Chitty declared, "because otherwise we have a 35% of being annihilated when she does advance. If I understand successfully, she will be successful. But I wouldn't announce anything until you can back up my words through other forms of verification." Timothy pondered for a few moments. "Do you think she can complete this process within another 2 or 3 weeks? We could gather all of our forces for an assault. If you alone have that chance of success dash." Chitty shook his head. "She is likely to be fully effective across the whole battlefield until the moment of her death. And I don't think we could get the resources to make a trap that would sway things one way or the other. I always prefer to take chances where possible, but we simply didn't have the footing." Katerina couldn't get people started a moment too soon. If it was a complex pattern, they might need the computers back on Xianxia, even if they weren't intending to try to take down Caronis. It would be good to know that she actually had a weakness, at least for a moment. If nothing else, Recordings of someone about to break through to domination could help them in the future, in more ways than one. Katerina wondered if any devotion sensors had been active. Unlikely, in a combat scenario, but possible. Chapter 1072. The eastern border of the Scarlet Alliance was seeing as much if not more activity as it was during the war, as among other things they worked to fortify the border region. Previously, much of the territory had only been loosely claimed by the Scarlet Alliance. Now all of the populated systems were actively trying to maintain their support. The Scarlet Alliance had no intentions of abandoning them, especially not after they had gone to war for them. Or at least, in part, since the Silver Fang's assaults had been a direct strike at their legitimacy. They hoped that the Silver Fang was now filled with regret, though it was unfortunate they hadn't been able to deal a finishing blow. Defensively, the greatest asset of the Scarlet Alliance was their Grand Barrier covering their core systems. It didn't simply prevent intruders, but redirected them to fortified locations. That allowed the Scarlet Alliance to defend a much larger space more successfully. The Grand Barrier only extended so far, but it had always been intended to be modular to some extent. To do that, it had to be slowly built outward. That meant that it would take time for the eastern systems to be properly encapsulated, anywhere between a few decades and a century or two. Until that time, the Scarlet Alliance was working on integrating the various systems to work together for mutual defense. Upgrading their capabilities was an expensive undertaking, but one that the Scarlet Alliance couldn't afford to skimp on. They needed the trust of their citizens, as well as those within their broader claimed domain if they wanted to expand. And while the Scarlet Alliance wasn't in a rush to grow larger, remaining static in size was riskier than focusing on a pattern of growth, especially if they were going to be targeted by sects from the great powers on either side of them. Those weren't the only plans underway. While it was tempting to try to assassinate the domination cultivator Caronis, or the near domination cultivator by Chitty's estimation, there was nothing to be gained from such a move. They could cut off a potential threat in the future and draw in immediate repercussions. The creeping fire sect would not stand idle, and merely adding their presence to the crippled Silver Fang would put the Scarlet Alliance in an untenable situation. Nor was Caronis a great risk to their alliance in the near future, just an annoyance for forcibly ending the war just as they were about to secure a key victory. Directly entering into conflict with her would be a waste. Nor would they risk her wrath by attacking the Silver Fang once more after she returned to the creeping fire sect. Instead, they made other plans. They couldn't get away with killing the higher-ranking cultivators in the Silver Fang or wiping out their forces, but they still had knowledge of some of their citizens who had been taken as slaves, not as a practical matter, but merely to provoke them. They didn't intend to leave behind a single person, as long as they could be found. Caronis might protest such action if she ever heard about it, but she had very much expressed her only interests when she stopped the battle. As long as it wasn't affecting the prestige of the Trigold cluster as a whole, she likely wouldn't interfere. Though they would still be waiting for her to return to her own territory, whether that took months or years. They hoped it would be a shorter time period, given her advancement appeared incomplete. Given the recent revelations about Caronis, the Scarlet Alliance was justifiably concerned when creeping fire sect cultivators appeared at their border a few months later. However, there were nowhere near enough to form a proper threat, even with an equivalent number of cultivators from the distant Shadow sect and one augmentation cultivator from the latter group. When they crossed into one of the Scarlet Alliance systems, the local fleets cautiously moved to intercept. But the augmentation cultivator quickly made clear her intentions. She reached out and spoke to the incoming ships. "I know that you have had no previous contact with the distant Shadow sect. My name is Vlasta and I have been sent as an ambassador to represent both the distant Shadow sect and the creeping fire sect, and to a lesser extent, the interests of the Trigold cluster as a whole. You will escort me to someone capable of making decisions." Though Vlasta was rather haughty in her approach, she was correct in her understanding that they could not ignore her approach, and soon she was on her way deeper into Scarlet Alliance territory, carefully watched. 3 members of the council gathered to meet with her outside of the core systems: Zazel, Prasad, and Katerina. An ambassador from the Trigold clusters was concerning, as it meant they had caught their eye in a greater fashion than before, though that had likely been the case since the incidents with Zorbarids and the Citadel of Exalted Light. Since they had already been noticed, Sending a proper ambassador was in a way a recognition of legitimacy. Regardless of the exact reasons, she had to be taken seriously. What is the purpose of your arrival? Zazel asked straightforwardly. What is the purpose of any ambassador? Vlasta grinned, swirling darkness around her. To facilitate diplomatic communications between our groups, and to spy on people. Prasad raised an eyebrow. That's a rather blatant admission. You will constantly be monitoring me. It is only fair that you understand I will be watching you as well. The woman's face was nebulous and vague, though that did little to hide her true self when her energy was on full display. My personal involvement will only be for a short time. 2 decades at most. After that, I imagine I will be replaced. But by that time, we should be able to communicate more directly, instead of needing to send a terribly busy sect head in person. Katerina frowned. It doesn't sound as if you have much respect for Karonis. Vlasta held up a hand. That is not my intention at all. Someone of her strength is deserving of all the respect they can get. It is not every day that one is able to meet a domination cultivator. But though our interests are aligned, she is not my own sect head. Zazel looked over Vlasta carefully. Does the distant Shadow sect have a domination cultivator of their own? Not publicly, Vlasta confirmed. But I would never say that we don't, either. I trust you will treat myself and any successors with due respect regardless, as the Scarlet Alliance doesn't appear to have a domination cultivator either. With no proper excuse to reject her presence, and hopeful that they might at least stave off future wars through diplomacy, the Scarlet Alliance accepted Vlasta as an ambassador. There was some minor debate about whether it was safe to trust her on Xianxia itself, but they ultimately decided that it was both appropriate that any ambassadors be housed on their capital world, and that she could actually cause the least damage there. Because while the greatest secrets were there, they were also best able to monitor her. Velvet didn't trust the new ambassador. It wasn't just her job as spy master, but something personal she couldn't quite put a finger on. She didn't let it bother her too much, because it was also her job. That included feeding her seemingly valuable information that was either incorrect or insufficient to bring risk to the Scarlet Alliance. Though Velvet wasn't personally involved in information warfare to a great extent. Checking into her past, Scarlet Alliance spies had revealed all too little about Vlasta's past. They had been aware of her existence as an augmentation cultivator previously, but little more. Every augmentation cultivator was worth knowing about, and some exceptional integration cultivators who seemed likely to advance. Below that level, there were simply too many people to track, especially without getting clear details. Having information on billions or trillions of individuals would likely hurt more than it helped, if it couldn't be confirmed as accurate. Maybe Velvet's problem was that she so readily admitted to being a spy. Clearly, that had to be meant to put them off guard somehow, right? Or was she drawing attention to herself with the intention to remove focus from the 100 or so cultivators in her entourage? Monitoring all of them was not too difficult, especially since they could do it openly, but Velvet couldn't help but wonder if the distant Shadow sect had some sort of trick. A secret technique to appear to be in one place, but actually be in another. It was literally a baseless theory, but Velvet found that she couldn't help but keep them in her focus. And maybe that was just to keep her from looking outside the Alliance, which could then put her in a loop. Maybe that was what bugged her the most. The people of Zafiat might wish that Anton never visit Eris, but they also seemed to recognize that trying to stop Anton would make him even more inclined to do the same thing, and then be inclined towards the other planet's wishes. Though ultimately, Anton intended to try to only act if it would better the lives of everyone involved. He didn't wish to cause unnecessary conflict. When he flew to Eris, he found another grounding cultivator waiting for him, openly displaying his cultivation as he stood, the lone figure on the surface. Anton assumed they used the same terms for the cultivation level, at least. They seemed to have some sort of communication. Anton wasn't quite aware of how things worked, but clearly a message had gone ahead of him. I wasn't expecting to have anyone waiting for me, Anton admitted. I am Anton. In case you were not actually expecting me, I must say that I come with peaceful intentions. I have just come from Zafiath, though they were reluctant to speak much about your planet. The man nodded. I was informed of your approach. I am Limoni. The conflicts between Zapioth and Eris stretch long into the past, but we have learned to live with our situation. Good. And how do you feel about cultivators from outside the system? Both those from the lower realms and others from the upper realms? The man had a clear reaction to the latter. We want nothing to do with the upper realms. Anton nodded seriously. Indeed, the Exalted Quadrant is quite problematic. So is the Trigold Cluster, though I would imagine you haven't had much interaction with them. They are a great distance away. We've only heard of them secondhand, Lemani admitted. What of the chaotic conglomeration? Much the same. The Exalted Quadrant had little good to say about them, though our records indicate they had little positive to say about us either. Have you interacted with any of them? Anton gestured to himself, and then the world around broadly. I am bound to the lower realms, much like yourself. So the only interaction I have had with the Exalted Quadrant and Trigold Cluster is that of war, with the rare exception of a few sects planted many generations prior who thought it best to cut their ties to a people who cared nothing about them. And the chaotic conglomeration? Anton shook his head. None of our people live this far west. I have no personal interactions with them, though I've heard of peaceful contact. That was sufficiently true without giving away anything that might need to remain secret. I don't mean this in a negative way, but your planet's energy feels quite similar to that of Zaphiath. Both are quite healthy given the conditions on the surface, but I know they could be greater. Lemani frowned. What do you mean by that? A planet's ecosystem itself is much like a garden of potent herbs. It can develop and grow strong, if well cared for. The total quantity and quality of natural energy can be improved over time, though it takes concerted effort. Lemani was clearly curious about that, but he chose to move past it for the moment. I see. You must be quite knowledgeable. But come, we should not stand around on the surface, even though the tides of the world are calm, but they have been tempestuous as of late. I actually have a question about that. Since I haven't been able to speak with any permanent residents this far west before, what were the length of your cycles? Some few decades past ended one of 6 centuries, and before that, an unnaturally short cycle of 2 centuries. According to all the records we could scrounge, 6 centuries should have been the norm. That is my understanding as well, Lemani agreed. As for the tides, they were unbalanced at 3 and 5 centuries, though it made little difference to us, as we remained safe underground for both. Were you able to experience both? Anton asked. I have seen 3 cycles, though only the last slice of one of the first. I was born after the last standard cycle, Lemani replied. They began to make their way underground, into tunnels developed in much the same style as Zaphiath. Either they changed very slowly or continued to influence each other in recent days. Thank you for being so open with me. If I understand correctly, your planets lived underground like this since even before that time, correct? Yes. We have concealed ourselves from the Exalted Quadrant for countless generations. We have not had any visitors at all. I apologize for breaking your isolation, Anton said, but not making contact at all would have been inappropriate should you have required aid against the Exalted Quadrant. If you wish, I can declare this system forbidden, or not mention it at all, which should keep you unbothered for some centuries at least. We are still quite far from the main body of the Lower Realms Alliance. Why? Lemani asked. Why what? Anton smiled back. Why give us the option? You are strong enough that we could not protest whatever choice you made. What's the point in being strong if I can't do what I want? Anton asked. And what I want is to make powerful friends that can wipe out cultivators from the upper realms who are trying to take what is ours. Is that too much to ask? Lemani chuckled. Perhaps it is, but I can't help but notice your true interests seem to lie elsewhere. Anton's senses had mostly been focused on their underground farms. They were not that different from Zaphiath in design. I have a friend who farms underground. I carry with me quite a few varieties of fungus and mosses, if you're interested. Ready to be grown, of course. Chapter 1073. It was quite impossible for Anton to ignore that Eris felt like Zaphiath, and it was a simple atmospheric similarity. Their natural energy felt like it was part of one whole, even though there was no pathway from planet to planet, at least not on the outside. However, just as he felt something deep within Zaphiath, He felt the exact same thing deep within Eris. A connection of some sort. Anton didn't really need to know much more than that to begin piecing things together. It was more than a tangential connection. Various planets within a system could share a particular sort of connection, but this was different. It was deeper. Was it a shared world heart? How would that even work? Was it even intentional? But it also answered other questions, like how the planets could have even had conflict without space travel. However, Anton supposed that they must have once moved freely between them to be able to establish such a connection. Now, whether it was some sort of teleportation array or a continuous portal or some other method entirely, they remained connected. And even Anton could tell that attempting to undo that connection would be disastrous. So at some point the two planets had drifted apart. Then they had come into conflict. Now, they had returned to being uneasy neighbors. The actual details would be quite different, but Anton knew stories of the sort. At least they were in a better state than Tinaune and Shrin, both in terms of their current conflicts and their actual prosperity. Nowadays, those two planets were merely the core of a healthy system. Their ancient conflicts had been settled, and there was no reason for anyone to try to steal what little the others had. Compared to active war, this place should be easy to handle. Lemony frowned, looking at what Anton had helped grow. I see that it develops quickly, but plucking off each mushroom without using energy when it's clumped together in such tight confines. It's a rather labor-intensive process. That was one of the perils of using mushrooms bred for use by meerkats. Humans were massively bigger. Even so, Anton shrugged as he held up some long tweezers, grabbing one growing from the back of a pillar. It's good practice, and they taste much better if they aren't exposed to external energy at the last moments of their attachment. But there are plenty of other options. Lemony nodded. I can't see ramping this up to worldwide production. Fair enough, Anton said. Personally, he thought having a group of people good at harvesting these was worthwhile. But it wasn't like these planets were starving. They were simply missing some variety they might like to have, which was another good reason to use these mushrooms. But some people weren't willing to put in so much effort for just food. Perhaps Zaphith will appreciate it more. Limbani's reaction was obvious, even if he tried to hide it. He looked concerned. Oh, don't be like that. I'm here to share knowledge with everyone, and I'm not making anyone more dangerous. It was too bad he couldn't get everyone cultivating, since that was best for the world. But if the planets got an imbalance in strength, he could foresee conflict. So he was willing to take his time and do things right. It seemed that for the moment, however, they wouldn't be part of any plans bridging the upper and lower realms. Regardless of whether they might be willing to help cause trouble for the Exalted Quadrant, Anton didn't know the planets well enough yet. But knowing that he had the opportunity to nudge them onto a better path, he wasn't going to ignore them just because they didn't fit into his other plans. Though Velvet felt like she should be out on secret missions in Silverfang territory, she was not. Yes, there were good reasons for her to stay out of further action there. But that didn't mean she had to be happy about it. But the sudden cessation of the war with the Silverfang had brought forward other plans, only one of which the Scarlet Alliance really needed her for that they could implement in the near future. So here she was, planning to pass through the lower realms once more. Her ultimate destination was to be among the spirit-slicing sect, and then return to the lower realms. She would be stopping to speak with crossed antennae, though the plan wasn't to bring her along. Not just yet. Instead, Velvet was going to be bringing Runa to visit the lower realms, and to see the void ants living in harmony with humans. That was the sort of thing that people could hear about and not believe. Velvet had only experienced it for a relatively short time before ascending to the upper realms, but she constantly knew about it afterwards. But before she was going to go off and do any of that, she was going to figure out what bothered her about this ambassador. It would have been so easy if Velvet could simply say that Vlasta was a problem because she was a darkness cultivator, or because there was some specific issue with the distant shadow sect. But as a spy and sometimes assassin herself, she didn't believe that sneaking around was always a bad thing. It was just important who was doing it and why. And Vlasta was either too good at sneaking around, or she wasn't actually doing it at all. The Scarlet Alliance had a constant monitor of her location and that of all of her aides from both the distant Shadow Sect and the Creeping Fire Sect. Nobody had been seen sneaking off, not to anywhere they weren't allowed. Anyway, there was some political maneuvering, but they really seemed focused on establishing a proper embassy with the Scarlet Alliance. There were some security concerns there, and they were quite interested in computers and other technology, but some of that stuff was already being adapted by the great powers, if slowly. The Scarlet Alliance couldn't keep a total lockdown on information while still functioning as they wished, though there were more critical pieces of information they held tightly. Nobody cared if people were able to add up thousands of rows of data all at once. Basic computer stuff was not necessarily better than a practiced cultivator. How they ran their adaptive shields, or their formations, that was the secret stuff. Vlasta didn't even spend that much time trying to figure out either of those things. Velvet interacted with her occasionally, as her existence wasn't exactly unknown. But Velvet also crept around and personally monitored her, trying to figure out if the ambassador was doing something to fool their systems and people. Once or twice Velvet thought that the woman's eyes landed on her, even hidden at a distance. It could have been coincidence, or it could be that Velvet wasn't as good as she thought. That bugged her. But the most annoying thing? She couldn't find any worrying patterns in Vlasta. Was the woman interested in their augmentation cultivators? Obviously. It would be crazy if she didn't ask about them. But everyone who interacted with them was trained to not reveal secret information, and honestly, their very best had been observed by enemies from both great powers. Velvet herself had been around and killing in the Silver Fong before Caronis showed up. One day, Velvet happened to be observing Vlasta when a walking security breach showed up. Alright, that was a bit harsh. Durf was perfectly happy to not learn anything too important, so he wouldn't become that security breach. Actually, this might be a perfect opportunity. It would be immediately clear to Vlasta that Durf would answer questions easily. What she asked him should reveal her secrets. "Oh, hello," Vlasta said pleasantly. "You're Durf, right?" "Yep. I heard you used to be a member of the Trigold cluster." "I suppose so," Durf admitted. "My aunt was part of the disciples of the Veiled Brilliance, but I wasn't any good at their techniques, so I ended up on a very different path. But all of that was within the Trigold cluster. So I was probably one of them." Vlasta nodded. Her dark, mysterious persona was somewhat laughable paired with Durf. "Do you like it here?" "Oh yeah, it's great. I've learned so much from the various people here. Especially Sly." "Sly? Who is that?" "The leader of the Harder Crown sect. He was part of the Hardened Crown, but they were jerks, so now he's not." Durf shrugged. "Don't worry, he's not going to attack you just because he was from the Exalted Quadrant. Though he'd probably like to spar." Vlasta chuckled. "I'm not sure I'd really gain much given the style of combat I hear the Hardened Crown has. So is learning about cultivation your favorite thing here?" "It's the best," Durf said. "And my friends. Some of them came from the Trigold cluster too. Hey, do you want to join the Scarlet Alliance? You seem pretty strong." "Oh wait, you're working as an ambassador, so then we wouldn't have one." Durf closed his eyes to ponder through that difficulty. "You did say they were going to send another one though, right? So when you're done you could ask. It's way better here." "Usually attempts to poach people are somewhat more subtle," Vlasta pointed out. "Why?" "I think telling people to join the best place is straightforward. You think highly of this Scarlet Alliance, but you have no domination cultivators." "So?" Durf asked. "We almost killed one. We have like half a hand somewhere. And we'll have some soon, I'm sure." "Oh? Really? Who?" "No idea," Durf admitted. "But we've got tons of amazing people. Sly is great. Tano is pretty strong. Chitty is, well, he doesn't count. Alva might do it. And I bet Velvet can too." As her name was called out, Velvet felt Vlasta's eyes land on her for just a moment. No, Vlasta was just scanning the area wondering if she was hiding, right? It's difficult for a spy master to reach domination. It's hard for everyone, isn't it? Durf pointed out. She'd just need a sneaky anchor, which is probably better than that Zor guy because he just chose a big building. I guess it was pretty durable, but I could smash it to bits now if he stopped paying attention for a second. "Oh yeah? Tell me about that," Vlasta said. "The smashing part?" Durf asked. "Exactly. I doubt we share any similar insights, but I'm still interested." "Well, it's like," Durf thought for a few moments. "It's about weight. The weight of your weapon and of your ambition. I've also been working on my muscles, and they help a little bit." "Is that so?" "Very interesting," Vlasta nodded slowly. Personally, I don't think I could manage any sort of body tempering. Durf tilted his head. Maybe you could have your shadow grow strong. It's kind of like your body. I assume you attack people with your shadow. I don't know what else the distant shadow sect would do. That dash Vlasta chuckled. An interesting thought, but one that would require more specific guidance. I'm sure some of that comes naturally to you, but most of us do well with detailed descriptions. Durf nodded. That's why I was so bad at veiled brilliance stuff. Like, what does the tangible intangibility of light even mean? Durf tapped his chin. I assume that isn't secret because I didn't get very far, but still don't tell my aunt, okay? I promise not one word on the subject will pass from me to your aunt. Whoever she is, Vlasta held her hand over her heart seriously. For one thing, the distant shadow sect is not on great terms with them. Then I'd probably avoid their territory. They do have a domination cultivator, Durf pointed out. Yes, that's not exactly a secret, Vlasta agreed. There were actually a few things that Velvet knew Durf could have revealed that would have been troublesome. Slice connection to the lower realms. Ratna being his aunt. A few other things like that. He wasn't good at hiding things, but he also didn't get that close to revealing them. As for Vlasta, she asked far too many questions about Durf himself. Velvet didn't like that at all. Chapter 1074. It was entirely possible that Velvet was overthinking things and her suspicions would all come to nothing. On the other hand, it was possible that the whole of Alliance security was in danger. It wasn't too ridiculous to believe that even though Vlasta was just one person, Velvet knew what she herself could do, so it wouldn't be a surprise if Vlasta was similarly capable. Perhaps even better, she couldn't assume anything. Obviously, the ambassador was being very closely watched, but the information she was trying to learn might not even be secret. Vlasta might also be looking for people like Durf to find lapses in their security to learn more than she should. Assuming the woman would walk away with no secrets wasn't something that had even been considered by the Scarlet Alliance. They just intended to keep the things they considered important out of her hands. Velvet wanted to look into the woman herself, but she simply didn't have time to run off into the Trigold cluster and infiltrate the distant shadow sect. Besides, they might be expecting her if she did. Vlasta might notice a prolonged absence from Velvet. She was extremely observant, and far too often, Vlasta managed to spot Velvet using her best techniques, even within her home territory. The only way she knew to be less visible was to have Katarina activate certain formations, though the formations themselves would be far more obvious than she ever was. Velvet was using her presence as something like a training exercise, though it was difficult to give proper feedback. When she thought she was unnoticed, she couldn't be quite certain. There were techniques to tell when one was being observed, but they weren't perfect. Relying only on the woman's eyes was certainly insufficient to know if she'd been spotted. There was one thing Velvet was considering that likely overstepped even her bounds as spymaster. That was to directly infiltrate Vlasta's room while she was away. While most likely any secrets would be kept in a storage bag, she had some hope. But potentially ruining their relationship with the first actual ambassador was a risky proposition. That was a line that should not be crossed without good reason, not just because of her status, but the connection to Caronis and the creeping fire sect. They really didn't need a domination cultivator angry at them for an actual reason. Zor was bad enough, even though their first conflicts had probably been the fault of Everhart. Was Vlasta working with Everhart? There wasn't really any reason to believe that, but it was an angle that had to be considered. That was the problem. Vlasta could be up to anything. Though if Velvet was being honest, there was only one area she'd spotted so far that might actually be worth risking everything. It all came back to Durf. If somehow she was aware of the connection between Durf and Ratna, a domination cultivator, there was all sorts of trouble Vlasta could get up to. The Trigold cluster wasn't exactly harmonious, and if the creeping fire sect intended to make a move once Caronis fully reached domination, they might try something involving Durf, capturing him to make Ratna hesitate, killing him to destabilize her emotions, or interrogating him to learn some sort of weakness. All of that could be worth whatever the Scarlet Alliance might do. Maybe they weren't being considered at all. You need to sleep, Katarina said to Velvet. You need to sleep. Velvet countered ungracefully. No, wait. You need to tell me what sort of formations the ambassador has on her room. There are quite a number. She is well protected, of course. Ah, but, Katerina looked over Velvet. You mean anything she might have added herself? It would be a shame if they were interfering with the local formation somehow and made things unsafe. Katerina shook her head. Nice try. If you can give me a good reason, I'd think about it. But even for you, it's too risky. What could Velvet say? That she had a hunch? No. Even if it was a proper insight, she had to admit herself that finding anything in Vlasta's private quarters was fairly unlikely. There was no way she would try to delve into the woman's storage bags while she carried them on her, and finding a moment where that wasn't the case would be pretty much impossible. Durf stared at Velvet. Velvet looked straight back. He tilted his head. Have you been practicing some sort of vision technique? I get it. I need to sleep. Oh, Durf nodded. Then you should do that. Why have you not been sleeping? Because of the ambassador. Why? She seems nice. Velvet's eye twitched. She's always snooping around, asking about things. Durf shrugged. You do that too, and you're nice. Velvet let out a sigh. How reliable is your insight regarding people? Do you often get tricked? Not when I keep good friends around, Durf said. It usually only happened with new people I don't know. While Durf had his flaws, his self-assessments were usually quite accurate. He knew where he struggled and wasn't ashamed to admit that. Whereas Velvet didn't even know she was on the right track at all. Despite Velvet's greatest wishes, time continued to pass. That meant in order to stick to the schedule, which they had good reason to do, given the rarity of the interrealm ships, she had to leave soon. Which meant the mystery of Vlasta would go unsolved. And then she would disappear, along with the twins. And Vlasta might learn something dangerous. They could cancel, of course. It would only take a few years, or a decade at most, to find another good opportunity. Runa would be somewhat disappointed, but she would understand. A simple message could inform her without posing any risk of security breach. But Velvet didn't want to cancel. But she also couldn't stop thinking about the potential risks Vlasta posed every moment she was awake. Since she couldn't really sleep, that was pretty much all the time. Until she forced herself. She wanted to be rested for the upcoming journey. It was better to let sleep come naturally, but since that wasn't happening, she gave in and had a doctor prescribe her sleep medication. Then all she had to do was not filter them out of her body, and she was asleep. Her dreams were chaotic, and while it seemed like they might cause her to be restless, she woke up at the intended time a few days later. Her mind was clear for a brief moment. Then she immediately went back to thinking about things she couldn't do anything about. But a few moments of peace was nice. And her thoughts weren't quite as jumbled. She resolved to organize her various suspicions into a form that others could either attempt to verify or disprove while she was gone. What did Vlasta actually want? Velvet didn't know. Why did she devote so much attention to Durf? Perhaps it was merely a random outlier, but ignoring the only pattern she'd noticed would be a shame. Though it could have been a diversion. Velvet barely even knew that Vlasta was part of the distant Shadow sect. Sure, they had records but little more. Then again, her energy signature checked out, though something about that pulled Velvet into another hole. So she was supposed to be leaving things to others. Velvet knew that. She had prepared her report, but she was still here, so she might as well put in the time. And she had certain suspicions. Vlasta should have been scanned upon entry to Scarlet Alliance territory. Records indicated that all standard scans had returned proper results. But honestly, Velvet wasn't sure if some of them were even being performed every time. Records didn't mean anything, and they didn't have the storage space required to store the information she wanted. Aura scans were not too burdensome one at a time. But literally every person every time they crossed in and out of an area would be a bit much for them to keep track of. So Velvet planned to do it herself. Though she did get Zazel on board for one of the more obvious ones. They had to check, because while great disaster had come upon them, if the Twin Soul sect was here, the Scarlet Alliance had to do something. And Velvet's insight told her there was something wrong with Vlasta's aura. The woman's reaction to being scanned was underwhelming. She must have noticed Zazel, but completely brushed it off. Still, that gave Velvet an opportunity to find nothing. Which meant that if Vlasta was part of the Twin Soul sect, they'd figured out all of their simple revelation options. She almost wanted to grab her and throw her in a formation, but that was probably too far. Even so, Velvet found what opportunity she could to get closer and take a deeper look. Darkness, but not an oppressive darkness. Instead, it was an unknown sort of darkness. Distant may indeed have been the best word for it, but Velvet pushed deeper. Without a proper technique, she was risking much. There were limits to how much one should probe the cultivation of another. However, Vlasta should have been distracted at the moment. This was her best opportunity. She pushed deeper, finding only more darkness. Further and further, and Velvet was beginning to wonder if her insight had failed her. Then she saw it. Not the twisting sort of spectral energy that the twin soul sect favored, but a spark of light. That single thing informed Velvet she had been exactly right to be suspicious. Vlasta was not who she claimed to be. She was 100 times as dangerous as a mere augmentation cultivator from the distant Shadow sect. Yet even so, Velvet found herself relieved as she withdrew her energy. Everything made so much more sense. How she always seemed to notice Velvet. Why she was so interested in Durf. Velvet smiled to herself even as piercing eyes turned towards her. She knew Velvet noticed, and she rolled her eyes. But that merely made Velvet more smug. This time, she won. Or at least she didn't get fooled again. That also explained why Vlasta was going to have to move on in a relatively short time, instead of taking the position long term. After all, they couldn't afford to have a domination cultivator just sitting around so far from home. Looking at things from the perspective of devotion, Velvet actually wouldn't have guessed it was Ratna. Only a reasonable amount seemed to be making its way to her, but of course, that made perfect sense. Because whatever her anchor was should be able to absorb it just as much. Even if there had been something, devotion was much more difficult to track than energy, except for what was coming to or from the cultivator themselves. Sensing devotion between others was merely a neat trick. Velvet was relieved. Sure, she would be leaving the Scarlet Alliance with a domination cultivator in their midst, and she had to wonder what sort of influence Ratna had over the creeping Fire sect and the distant Shadow sect. That was actually a serious concern, but at least nobody was going to try to hurt Durf. And it was quite unlikely that Ratna was going to do anything directly harmful to the Scarlet Alliance. Velvet should probably still tell someone, though, especially since Ratna almost certainly knew that she knew. If circumstances were different, she might ask for training in detection and awareness avoidance from the woman. She would be among the best, after all. But that wasn't going to work out this time. She did think about telling Durf. But unless Ratna revealed it herself, that was probably a bad idea. It was unclear if he could keep it a secret, and she probably wanted it secret from the general public. And maybe even her own staff, since they were probably truly convinced she was Vlasta. Actually, that last part might be true. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing to set up an alternate identity in another sect to make use of when convenient. Or Vlasta could still be far aware, unaware of what was happening. Or she was murdered in her sleep and replaced. And honestly, Velvet didn't care which option it was. At least she would be able to sleep properly now. Unknown threats were somehow that much worse than merely the third or fourth most troubling situation she could think of. Chapter 1075. Leaving the matter of diagnosing sensing formations to try to account for special techniques to Katerina, Velvet was ready to move on. Ratna, in the guise of Ambassador Vlasta, was still a threat to the Scarlet Alliance in some sense, but not in the same way she had been worried about. She was 1,000 times more relaxed upon coming to that ultimate conclusion of her investigations, just in time for her to move on. Ratna might take note of her absence, or she might simply assume that Velvet was avoiding her after having confirmed her presence. Most likely, Velvet hadn't been hidden from her half as often as she believed, and the occasional instances of spotting her might have been to throw her off. She'd have to work on that from a great distance, starting with a whole realm away, then going technically further back into the same realm. The twins would be returning with her, armed with stores of knowledge, specifically meant to be both useful to the chaotic conglomeration and not too damaging if it fell into the hands of the Exalted Quadrant. Along with them would be a number of others willing to take a long-term assignment far from home. They would be the nominal enforcers of the Scarlet Alliance's rules. But of course, the actual enforcers would be much smaller. The journey to the lower realms was undertaken almost entirely on normal ships. It wouldn't do to have strange and unique ships going through populated systems frequently, and they wanted to keep the technology secret for as long as possible. Fortunately, Even in the worst case where it was captured, the vessels weren't really useful for either of the great powers. What were they going to do? Send a couple hundred people to attack the lower realms alone? Rather than adapting to lower energy, Velvet intended to avoid any sort of changes. After all, she wasn't planning to stay in the lower realms for long. Returning to the upper realms shortly thereafter would then involve adapting back, and she wasn't certain that was entirely safe. Nobody else really needed to do it either, since they would be safe among allies. Even so, the twins chose to try it, because they had never used exclusively lower energy before. They were born in the upper realms, so their only exposure to lower energy had been from materials obtained from the lower realms. Their first stop was Acares, where they were meant to pick up crossed antennae and her colonies, or at least a portion of them. Even though ants were quite compact, a single ship could not cover multiple planets worth of them. Misai and Julie were quite excited about Acares. They were the sort who would never lose their youthful exuberance even after centuries. Though they were excited, the two of them knew how to act properly. The residents of Acares were still people, after all, just ones with very different bodies. Even though they had been expecting only a short visit, the twins had both learned the language of Acares and made good use of it for the few days they were readying themselves for the longest leg of their journey. It would be quite boring, completely devoid of occupied planets. Boring, but safe. At least in the lower realms. "This is amazing," Misai said, his arms crawling with ants. "I really can't sense any of them." He watched the response of crossed antennae. Unlike the language of Acares, learning void ant sign was important since they were going to be working with them. "Well, yeah, obviously I can feel them. But if they weren't on bare skin, I'm not sure I'd even notice them." "What about their weight?" Julie asked. "I mean, you can try." He held out his arms. Julie nodded. "If you would, I would like to see if I can sense your weight." She stretched out her own arms, and the void ants attached to each other, peeling off of Misai in two flexible structures and swinging around onto Julie. "That's so amazing." She pondered for a moment. I can slightly feel the weight, but I was waiting for the change." "We are well aware of what triggers human sensory responses," crossed antennae signed. "In a combat scenario, if we are able to approach unseen, then there will be no response until pain occurs. At which point we do our best to be optimally placed to avoid crushing." Misai stroked his chin. "Do people actually try to crush you first?" "It is a split between slapping their arms or side and trying to annihilate us with energy. Usually, they figure out the latter doesn't work within 1.5 seconds." "That's not a lot of time," Misai admitted, "since you're not exactly instantly deadly." "We are not," crossed antennae admitted. "Though these four are closer," she gestured to her top royal guard, the ones who had trained with Chitty and Aconite. 2 learned the sword, and 2 used poison. But the number of void ants who can directly attack with insights is extremely minimal." Snips added her own thoughts, signing, "Even a sliced vein or artery won't instantly kill a human. That's as deep as I can go." Though remaining around to prevent blood-stopping techniques can be highly effective, Fire twirled her antennae in the equivalent of a shrug. "It is better to no longer be around when they feel pain. Most humans aren't ready to purge their blood. Though I will admit the most subtle poisons also take much longer." It was unnecessary for the twins to know the details of how the void ants fought, but it also wasn't necessary to keep them in the dark. They wanted to learn, and had been proven to be trustworthy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been introduced to them to begin with. But even if it was unnecessary, they had several months of travel to deal with, and this part was the safest one for them to regularly interact with the void ants. Once they were back in the upper realms, they would be among the chaotic conglomerations soon enough. Only a select few would be trusted with knowledge of the void ants. Misai and Julie were quite happy to let the void ants nibble on their extraneous upper energy. It would naturally fade on its own with time, but purging themselves would help them try to adapt to lower energy. They would be hampered by not staying in a system with high energy, but that was actually a more accurate experience of the normal method of entering the lower realms. Though the tides of the world did carry with them some lower energy as well. Anton was there to meet them at their final stop in the lower realms. "I'm working with a couple planets to hopefully set up something to connect you guys," he said, entrusting Velvet with the secret of the nearby system. All that was publicly known was that he was generally exploring the western region. I'm not sure about introducing them to void ants anytime soon, though. Shame, Velvet said. This would be the best opportunity. Though everyone has been promised a return to the upper realms and the energy there, so they might not appreciate it. Any particular problems? Oh, you know how it is. Tension between neighbors and all that. I'll have them agree to host ambassadors within the year, I think, and hopefully they'll send some in exchange. The words of their own people will be much more effective than me bragging about how many systems we have or how many of our cultivators are high rank. I wish you luck with that, Velvet replied. As the best grandfather she was aware of, Velvet would have liked to hang around Anton longer, but duty called. And she could take her time in the lower realms on the way back, whenever that was. Anton watched the ship pass over the border between realms. It was a relatively slow process, due to the limitations of ship design, but he waited until they were out of range to head back. He didn't expect any dangers to be waiting for them just across the border, but he would rather be prepared to respond than not. Sadly, most of their journey to the main body of the chaotic conglomeration would require them to take care of themselves. Not that anyone would mess with an augmentation cultivator on purpose, but people were known to attack before they used their senses. And while the people could take it, the ship wouldn't do well under fire. It had one purpose, and that was not combat. Velvet sent a message to Runa, the reply coming in a relatively timely fashion. It was still a matter of weeks given the distance, but they were able to set up a location to meet where they would be escorted the rest of the way. In theory, they had sufficient supplies to fly all the way to Renov, stopping only to replenish energy in convenient systems. But actively avoiding interacting with people was suspicious. And another feature that was missing on the inter-realm ships was close-range stealth capabilities. They might not be noticed from afar, but within the same system what remaining capacity they had was focused on not appearing terribly weird. Whether that worked or not, Velvet didn't know. But a short few days waiting outside a system to ensure that messages of their arrival would go ahead of them, they approached a quaint little planet away from the front lines. They were still looking for enemy ships, of course. The Exalted Quadrant was quite capable of causing trouble with a few ships that slipped past the border planets. I didn't even say we would be safe waiting here for a few days, Julie complained. Why are there people attacking the planet? Does it matter? Misai raised an eyebrow. We still need to deal with them. Bring us along, Crossed and Tinny said. We will be a great boon. Well, Misai made a face. Just myself and my royal guard. I am aware of the logistical issues of bringing the rest of my kin without being revealed. Besides, they must remain to guard the ship against intruders. Julie knew the actual danger to the ship was someone trying to blow it up from afar. Though with all the void ants on it, they might actually be able to stop that. She was certain they had better plans for how to defend it than she could conjure up in the next few minutes. The main reason that Julie was upset was not the mere issue of being attacked, but rather that she could not make use of some of her favored tools. She was growing ever fonder of high technology, and they had no intention of revealing too much of that while among the chaotic conglomeration if at all possible. Even so, together the twins were a force to be reckoned with. The two had their own tactical language to describe certain patterns. They flew off to engage with incoming enemy ships, planning to take down attackers before they landed. There was nothing particularly special about their avoidance techniques, but when it came to taking down enemy barriers, they were more than efficient. The two of them moved along paths Misai designated, being the one with greater expertise on formations. The weapons they held changed according to the situation, and at the moment they carried long polearms that trailed behind them, dragging along the surface of the barriers. With precise timing, they struck together to not only collapse the barrier, but force the energy to recoil inward, damaging the ship. Of course, the inhabitants of said ship attempted to stop them, but they had not stopped until the barrier was down and the hull of the first ship cracked. From there, the invaders tried to surround them, but mysterious wounds began to appear on the strongest among them. The battle would have been rather unbalanced against Misai and Julie, as they were merely integration cultivators, and the enemy had a small handful on the ship, but two fell almost immediately, and the twins together took down a third, seeing through the enemy's style in just a few moves. Of course, it helped that they had studied the many styles of the Exalted Quadrant beforehand. Velvet's own contributions to the battlefield weren't as visible, but much like the Void Ants, enemies fell without truly knowing what had come for them. Furthermore, some of their attacks scattered into nothingness as their connection to the controlled energy was severed. Velvet might not be as good as the actual spirit-slicing sect at such things, but she was more than competent enough to replicate it to some extent. Most likely, the planet would have won without them, but the victory would not have been nearly so complete. Personally, Velvet thought that was some good leverage to convince Runa to let horrifying monsters live in her sect, because they hadn't actually had a chance to speak about that, since there was no way she was going to send messages about void ants through Exalted Quadrant territory.